Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are one day closer to playoff football on Saturday. Chargers and Texans, 3:30 on Sports Radio 610. Really, really nice to be with you. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza. Good morning, Pope.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. You know, I was thinking about we're getting the Go Die T-shirt geared up and ready to go. I got to get a Pope Zaza T-shirt as well.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little bit more egocentric, and yet, but I also feel like it deserves a really good logo. So I gotta go find some Indonesian guy to do that for me on Fiverr or something later today.
I'm a little surprised you've not asked AI to give you a Pope Zaza logo, just to see what that might look like.
AI has let me down a lot lately. When which is good because I feel zero threat from AI replacing me anytime soon. The other day I was thinking about doing a little video on just explaining a dime defense. I did a video on my YouTube channel explaining the nickel defense, and it's nice. It's a nice little monthly payout because people that's an evergreen topic. People keep going to it when they hear it.
Yeah.
So like in a football once. So I wanted to do it, but I was like, okay, let's see what AI does with this because I want to make it a short video. So I was like, give me 500 words on what is a dime defense. And at one point in the explanation, it said, it's called a dime because a nickel is 5 cents and the defensive backs are 5. And I'm like, all right, you somehow confused nickel defense with dime defense and everything. If I were to just rely on, it was almost no use to me whatsoever, that thing. If you're trying to cheat your way or scam, it's nice for organizing things.
Yeah.
If I read a specific article into it and say, hey, just make an outline of this for me. Tell me the main points. Then I can kind of use that as an outline.
Yeah.
But it's just zero replacement. If you're trying to fake like you know about something and you don't, you'll look like a complete fraud.
Okay. So your relationship,
or at least more so than I already do look like a fraud. But I can't amp it up any more than it already is.
Your relationship with AI is complicated right now, is what I'm hearing.
It's not even. It's kind of just like I've realized he's an entry-level employee, and I can't all of a sudden make him president of football operations.
You're not going to fire him. There's something there.
I'm going to keep Jack Easterby in his appropriate role. And
go.
Right now I look at AI kind of like Jack Easterby. It's like, man, you know what? Does some good things, but it's also full of crap a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And you got to learn when to divine the full of crappedness with the actual good stuff.
Okay, there you go. AI is Jack Easterby. Got it. All right, so we've got a busy day today, man. We've got Nick Caserio joining us at 7:30. We got a lot to get into with Nick on the playoffs, on the season as a whole. So circle that, put a pin in that, give yourself an alarm if you're busy this morning. 7:30, Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joins us on the show for his monthly or thereabouts visit with us. So looking forward to chatting with Nick today. Boy, it's Wednesday here, playoff week. Saturday's the game, Seth. And, man, there is not a lot of love for the Texans out there in the marketplace right now.
It's I feel jilted. I feel scorned. I feel that all these I was on with Greg Rosenthal from the NFL. I did his podcast last night, and I reminded him that, like, hey, man, you guys are part of the problem. You guys were feeding all this rat poison all offseason long about how good the Texans were going to be. And even really, like, and Greg's really smart, and we were joking, but even guys like, I remember Robert Mays, who I respect a lot, and he watches a lot of film. I remember hearing him in the offseason say, I just can't see where the weakness is on this Texans offense. And I would tell all these people, look, they couldn't run the ball last year. That's first and foremost, if they're going to run this offense, they got to be able to run the football. So they have not been able to run the football. It's been really bad in a lot of ways, especially down in the red zone. And now I feel like all these people that spent all this time heaping praise on the Texans without any admission that they were doing it themselves, they're now like, yeah, look at the stupid Texans thinking they belong in the big leagues. Yeah. They'll get their comeuppance.
Yep.
Comeuppance from what? The stuff I was saying all offseason long.
They were out on the town with us during the offseason, like arm in arm, going to all the big red carpet events. We love the Texans. All of a sudden, they're just 10-7, and they're like doing the thing where you're not making eye contact with us anymore. Shielding their eyes.
They were?
Like, do I know you?
It was like they were drunk and actually feeling like love. Yeah. And they were like, you're the one. I found you. I've just known this all my life.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We should go get a place together. Let's sign the lease right now.
Right.
And then you wake up the next day and you're like, oh, I've made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
That's how these bastards are. They're just drunken. They're lushes. They're lushes is what they are.
So we're gonna
not Greg or Robert, but the rest of them.
Right. Well, we're gonna sift through some of the soon-to-be receipts after the Texans beat the Chargers, because we've got Rex Ryan. We played this yesterday, right? Rex Ryan.
Yeah, Chargers faces. I never realized they get a bye. Oh, wait, they got to play the Texans. What's the difference? Texans' offense is struggling so bad they can't protect the quarterback. But look, the Chargers' #1 scoring defense in the NFL going against that offense. Woo! Get ready for the next round.
Okay, so the Chargers got a bye, according to Rex Ryan, right?
Look, there's one thing that I think that Rex Ryan, he's easy to hate, right? Especially when he makes statements like that.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets enough credit for just defying all the odds and defeating bariatric surgery the way he has. I mean, it's hard to do, man. That's like, you got to really grit and grind your way through that. But he did it. Took a few years, but he did it.
He did, yeah. It's not easy to win. That's not an easy victory right there.
Don't get triggered out there, everybody. Rex Ryan would laugh his ass off at that joke, which again is a lot harder to do these days because his ass is gigantic.
Yes.
But that's who Rex Ryan is.
I think he's still well below what he was at peak Rex. Like, I think he looks okay on TV.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
It's tough on television. Camera adds 78 pounds.
I don't think he looks like the big Rex was gigantic. So Joe Mixon was actually asked about this Rex Ryan cut yesterday in Open Locker Room.
There's a lot of national media saying this is about Chargers. Y'all are not ready. How do you all side this thing?
I mean, to be real, wait, who said that?
Rex Ryan said that this is a bye week for the Chargers.
Look, bro, I mean, I'm just here to let my helmet and shoulder pads do the talking.
Okay, that's
not nothing to comment on.
Okay, so he's not taking the bait, Joe Mixon.
That's evidence there that I think D'Amico hasn't used that as bulletin board material, and D'Amico downplayed the usefulness of bulletin board material. We got Nick Caserio on at 7:30.
Yeah, and
I'm intrigued by this part of it because Belichick would use the bulletin board material.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you worked with Ted Johnson forever, and Ted would talk about how effectively he would use it.
Yeah.
I wonder if D'Amico has so much this season. I think really needed to reinforce the bunker mentality, ignore the outside noise, just worry about the guys in this room so much that I think probably right now it would feel weird for him to go out and all of a sudden start saying but not this outside noise, look at this.
Right,
look at this.
Right.
I don't know why I said that like an Australian, but yes.
We'll talk about that with Nick at 7:30 today for sure. That was Sarge was the one who asked the question, and initially he said the national media, and then I like that Mixon was like, who said this again? Sarge had to rip the veil off of Rex Ryan. This guy right here. This was the one for me among the national media where I'm like, okay, settle down. I know the Texans haven't met expectations of a lot of people this year, but let's settle down a little bit. Here's Ian Poor yesterday. Worm that he was with this cut.
Everyone sort of laughed about the Texans getting the Saturday early game. It's kind of the Texans saw, and everyone sort of assumes that they're going to come out and lose. And I know that the Texans have looked uneven this year, but if there's one perfect opportunity for them to give everybody the metaphorical middle digit, this would be it. right? I mean, the Chargers are good, but surely the Texans have been just as good. The Texans have been a little uneven offensively. C.J. Stroud has thrown too many interceptions for anyone's liking, but the talent for sure is there. It is a perfect opportunity for the Texans to come out and get a win that absolutely no one expects them to get.
Like, everyone thinks they're going to lose. Absolutely no one expects them. I get it. They're the underdog. I'm not running away from the fact that they're a 3-point home underdog. Like, that's they were 2-point home underdogs.
But it's a 3-point underdog.
They're a 3-point under. Like, right. And regardless of where the game is being played, if it's within 3 points, that's a coin flip game basically in the NFL. Like, that's where nobody expects them to win. Everybody expects them to lose. Like, what are we
I don't
talking
think
about?
you know what though, because Rappaport wasn't taking a direct shot at the Texans there. It was more his gauge of what people are saying about them and what they're saying about them in this matchup. And for one, also, all right, Ian, I know you guys are based in Los Angeles. It's not just that the people expect the Texans to lose. It's also that it's Chargers versus the Texans.
Yeah,
There's no cachet to either of these teams.
Yeah.
So other than really Jim Harbaugh is the biggest the biggest cachet there is going in these two.
Well, one is coming in on a 3-game winning streak where they've looked stoppable offensively. The Chargers have won 3 straight, and they've scored 34 points at least in each of those games. Granted,
with only one of them, the one of them was versus the Broncos. The other 2 were versus Dullards.
Yeah, they were against the Patriots. I was going to say the Patriots and the Raiders were
teams without coaches.
The last 2 games, right now, right after yesterday, Antonio Pierce. 2 teams have fired their coach. Meanwhile, the Texans came in with 2 performances on a national stage. I think that's a big thing. They played the Chiefs pretty well for 3 quarters. They got run off the field in one of the most embarrassing performances of the season for any team on Christmas Day. And then nobody really gives them credit for the Titans win because it's Week 18 and nobody outside of Nashville and Houston watched the game. I think that's a lot of what shapes a 3-point favorite a 3-point road favorite going into this game.
Oh, right. No, for sure. It makes sense in a lot of respects for multiple reasons. I think the part that irks me in terms of just the way the national media is treating it and everything is I feel like it's pretty damn lazy to all but ignore the fact that the Steelers have lost their last 4 games. And they did the same thing the Texans did. They failed that tough stretch of 3 games in 12 days, the same way the Texans did. But there's a little bit of judging teams by their helmets here, I think.
Maybe.
And not to mention somehow a desire that Russell Wilson's not going to keep turning the ball over in the red zone. Yeah. Those are both the Steelers and the Texans are both beleaguered at this point, given the way they finished the season out.
I'm just glad that we now have visual and audio confirmation that Rex Ryan's comments have seeped into the locker room. Good job by Sarge by asking.
By way of the media.
By way of the media.
In there.
Yeah, by way.
I told you, it's impossible that when it's as big as that. The players can do a good job of ignoring social media and everything, but at some point, either a friend, loved one, or media member is gonna spill the beans to them.
So and so said this.
It's hard to go LeBron's version of Zero Dark 30.
That's right.
Which I consider using that phrase "stolen valor" because it doesn't. A, he used it inappropriately, and B, come on, LeBron. Yeah.
That and Taco Tuesday. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. So looking forward to talking to Nick about this matchup, about the season. Stay tuned for that at 7:30 today. Up next, an old face showing up back in NRG Stadium this weekend. I saw this yesterday. I'm like, Texans by 50, man. We'll tell you who it is. And Jim Harbaugh on C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud on the Chargers. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, prize.
by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, big news yesterday, man. Texans tweet out, guess who the rep in H-Town person is on Saturday? Someone who I don't know that we've seen at NRG Stadium since he retired. I don't know.
No, he's been at NRG Stadium. He's been at some games. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
For some of the alumni events and stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Arian Foster is who we're talking about.
Yep.
Arian Foster is going to be. He's been back in the stadium, but this is like a pretty prominent like game day sort of thing. You know, like this is pretty cool. So he's going to be repping H-Town, which I'm assuming means he's going out on the field with the team before the game.
Yeah. Are we going to get him in the pregame?
I've checked. It's up in the air right now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have a.
We'll have to. I'll tell you what. The tough thing with Arian in a setting like that is that he'll usually say something in an interview where I'm like, I want to think about that for 10 minutes first. And then you're like, no, hey, we got to get back to.
I used to at my old station back in 2011. So he was coming off his huge first full year. His rookie year, he was on the practice squad, and then 2010 was his break. And then at my old station, I did a 1-hour weekly show with Arian Foster during the season.
Yeah, that's right.
That was a whole lot of fun, man.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was cool. That was really cool. So
Arian, boy, I'll tell you what, Arian's. I think it'd be interesting for Arian to have a relationship with CJ, or however much they already do. But just because Arian has seen both sides of it, where came into the league, had that brilliant debut, and he was everybody's darling, and then he started to see the dark side of that.
Mm-hmm.
That like, oh wait, it's not all happy, joy all the time, especially on this here Twitter app that he was so fond of, and he kind of got almost cynical about it, you know, because he'd seen both sides of it, and it's a process that honestly, it's a challenge that I can't help young athletes with, really, because I never had to go through that.
No.
But Arian was right at the forefront of when social media really blew up, and he was a darling, but then he also saw the criticism that comes with it.
Probably his most famous Twitter, his most famous tweet or escapade on Twitter was when he tweeted out the picture of his hamstring MRI.
Oh, yeah.
Team didn't like that.
The team didn't like it. I can't remember what was. It was during the season.
It was during the season. You know, it was when he. So the beginning. It was that season that I did radio with him in 2011. He missed the first 3 games that year because of a hamstring, and he tweeted out the picture, and he called it like anti-awesomeness or something like that.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was the bad acidness tendon or something. Yeah, I think it was the anti-awesomeness tendon.
Anti-awesomeness. Yeah. It was good.
So no, it's cool. Like, he does I think the biggest thing he does right now is the macro dosing podcast with PFT commenter and some fat dude. Excuse me, some white guy. And it's really good. It's really entertaining.
Yeah.
So, I look forward. I hope we get him in the pregame.
I hope so, too. I put the text in, and it's not sure right now. So hopefully we get him because he's a great conversation, no doubt about that. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Arian Foster being at the game.
It'll be great to have Arian back. He was a big-time player for us. He ran the ball, carried us a lot, running the football, making a lot of plays. I played against Arian when he was a freshman at Tennessee, so I had played against him when I was at Bama, and I knew sometimes you just know good players, so I knew Arian when he was a freshman. I'm like, man, this kid is going to be a really good player, and a couple years later, we're able to get him here in Houston, and even though he's a free agent, he turned out to be a dynamic player for us. So it'll be exciting. Our fans will be excited to see him, back in the building.
Yeah, he's like an all. If you did an all undrafted free agent team out there, like for the last maybe forever, but for like the last 20 years at least, like Arian Foster's your starting tailback.
He's still the go-to. If it's a 6th round pick, people will bring up Tom Brady.
Yep.
If it's a undrafted rookie free agent, Arian is still one of the go-tos for people who are adamantly insisting that some undrafted free agent is going to be a superstar.
Yep.
They'll say, well, what about Arian Foster? And I'm like, it happens.
It happens.
Right. But the existence of Arian Foster does not mean that every undrafted agent is going to end up being all pro.
No, not every 10-team parlay hits. Okay.
Right. No, the thing about Arian, if you juxtapose his career against what this Texans offense is doing right now. It's that, I mean, he was just so good and perfect for that scheme because the vision, there's a timing and rhythm element to it. You just have to have a guy that can see and feel the way the defense is responding to the blocking up front, that it just rises way above the physical measurables. And that's where Arian was so cool to watch because it looked like he had the defense on a string. You know, like he had just kind of he would sense when they were overflowing. He would just cut back in rhythm, no hesitation or anything, and just hit it vertically. We're not getting quite that performance. We haven't quite gotten a peak Arian Foster rushing offense performance out of this group this year.
No. I think there's some similarities with Mixon and Arian, though. But you're right. Like this version of the Texans' run offense isn't even close to what that Kubiak one was. And Arian, like the thing about Arian, and we'll get to CJ and Jim Harbaugh here in a second. But as long as we're talking about him, it was everything else too. Like you could split him out at wide receiver, and he had incredible hands. I think his top end speed was underrated. Like he would run away from guys at times. You know, like he was when he was healthy.
The GPS stats were available.
Yeah,
now.
back then. Yeah, you're right. It's I think healthy Arian Foster is one of the 5 or 10 best running backs I've ever. Like he just did. You could have him in there on third down. He pass protect. Like he did everything, and he did it all at a really, really high level. And he was awesome down inside the 10-yard line. Like you hand it to Arian Foster, that thing's getting in the end zone.
So a nose for the end zone.
Nose for the end zone, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you're right. He was wicked smart.
Wicked smart. So that was so Arian will be the rep in H-Town person on Saturday at the game. 3:30 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Here was Jim Harbaugh yesterday. He knows C.J. Stroud a little bit, not just from watching film of him in the NFL, but they went against each other a couple times back in college. Harbaugh, the head coach at Michigan, C.J., the quarterback at Ohio State. Here was Jim Harbaugh yesterday on what he thinks of C.J. Stroud.
You know, from the moment, watching him on tape, you know, as a high school player, I was like, wow, you know, it really intrigued. And then flew out to Los Angeles, got in a rental car, and drove up to Rancho Cucamonga, and just watching him play in person, you know, from the side. And then I started watching him from the end zone. I'm like, this guy's the real deal. I mean, he's going to go all the way, and wish we would have got him, but to come to our school. But he's a great player. You know, just there's I mean, all the talent is there. I mean, he's got the courage. So many times I've seen defender coming right at him, and he just stands in there, you know, lets him get close enough almost. Knows they're going to hit him, and then he's able to, you know, get the ball up over him around, talking 16, 18-yard in breaking dig routes or routes to the sideline. And he's a great guy and tremendous competitor.
All right, so that was Jim Harbaugh and C.J. Stroud. I thought one thing I jotted down, Seth, in listening to that cut, I thought it was interesting. He talked about
he insulted J.J. McCarthy. Is that what it was? Yeah.
I thought about that.
I wish we'd had him instead of J.J. McCarthy. It wouldn't have been any of this nonsense about it's a run-based offense.
We would have won a national championship sooner. The vantage point thing where he talks about, I got to Rancho Cucamonga, got in a rental car, got to the game, watched him on the sideline, then went down to the end zone and watched him, and he was really convinced once he watched him from both vantage points. Like he watched him on the sideline, then I watched him from the end zone, and then I was convinced that he's the guy.
That is a big deal. Yeah. There's just certain things you can't pick up from the sideline that you can from the end zone. I was hoping somebody yesterday in CJ's press conference would have asked him any Jim Harbaugh recruiting stories. Remember, Nico told that great story about Jim Harbaugh recruiting him, where Jim Harbaugh and who was the assistant who was with him?
I forget.
It was somebody it was Pep Hamilton. Ended up sleeping on the floor of his childhood house in Alabama. Didn't get which is I think sums up Jim Harbaugh in a nutshell. The guy's he's not worried about doing anything the conventional way.
No.
And he's also not always necessarily worried about overstepping social boundaries. He's just gonna sleep on the floor of a recruit's house.
Harbaugh gonna Harbaugh, man. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So Harbaugh and CJ, Here's CJ yesterday. What jumps out about the Chargers defense?
Yeah, Derwin, jumps off on film. I think he's having almost his best year of his career, rushing the quarterback, playing in nickel, safety, doing great in coverage, So, yeah, he's definitely, I feel like one of the best players on the team, along with Bosa and Khalil Mack. And then, Dayon, who's one of my friends, is playing really well as well. And then they have a good back end, but their D-line as well is really good. So, all around, they're really good. So, but that's what the playoffs are is, their best versus our best, and got to do our best to, handle what they're going to do and play hard and, try to execute every play as best as we can.
Chargers have the best defense in football according to points per game, 17.7 points per game. It has not been a murderer's row of teams that they've played. I'll point that out.
Right.
It's not been a great schedule.
They've shown some weaknesses in the back half of the season, but I think the biggest thing is when it gets to playoff time, Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa aren't the same guys they used to be, but I've seen Von Miller go off as a 30-something-year-old in the playoffs too often, and there is just something about having playoff experience and having that veteran savvy that in the playoffs you can do some damaging things, especially when, look, Blake Fisher's had some very promising performances, but he still looks like a rookie a lot of the time, too. Yeah. So the Blake Fisher at right tackle dynamic is one I worry about. And then with Derwin James, man, the Chargers they'll play a boatload of zone, they'll line up and play cover two, coverages, all of that, but then all of a sudden, bam, they ambush you with a safety blitz. And Derwin James is really good at that part of it. The Texans have struggled with heat coming off the edge all season long.
Yeah.
The one nice play that CJ had to Nico in last week's game was nice and all, but the sum total on the season hasn't been very good. So it's just this entire team is just a well-coached football team. You can see that the attention to detail, everything else is there. They don't have a roster that's chock full of studs the way the Lions are or anything like that. But he's getting the absolute most out of these guys, and on defense, very much so.
They're very sound, no doubt about that. Text message, I think of Priest Holmes when I think of undrafted running backs like Arian Foster. Priest Holmes is a good one, too. I think Arian's still the gold standard, but Priest is a good one. One more from Arian Foster, from C.J. Stroud. The O-line protection, since moving Titus to left guard, how's that been?
Yeah, he's been able to do a great job in there and holding his own. Definitely just being just a comfort blanket. I know that he's going to do his job every time and just have that interior lockdown or that interior structure, like it's kind of like a wall, there's three interior guys, so it's definitely helpful having him in there. I'm just happy that he's happy doing it, and I'm proud of him that he is that type of guy for the team, is to go in there even though his natural position is tackle, but to go in there and have success has been really awesome to watch.
Titus's numbers have actually been pretty good. There was a tweet that somebody put out yesterday. He's played 4 games guard. And I'm bringing these numbers up to see if this matches what your eye test is, because you watch all this. You watch this stuff closely. 3 pressures, 2 QB hits allowed, 1 sack, and he's got a very good high 70s pass blocking grade on PFF. Has that matched the eye test with Titus?
Yeah. I think he's been the best option at left guard all season. There's moments where you can tell, okay, he's not super comfortable down there. Last week I don't think he was as good run blocking last week as he had been the previous couple of weeks, but he was also going against Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat. Yeah. And sometimes those guys are just going to Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat.
Sure.
So, I like him down there. Honestly, I know that nobody on the team will talk about it without, he's just so unselfish for doing what actually guys like Larry Allen and Bruce Matthews and Hall of Fame offensive linemen have done without making a fuss about it, is go down and play guard when you have to. I think it would be a better position for him if you wanted to genuinely be one of the top guys in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't want to play guard. He needs to let you know that he is a tackle. So the over the top praise for doing things that guys should do it rankles me. Yeah. When I look at the offense and I see how many of these guys just aren't wired the way you want them to be wired. Mm-hmm. But having said all that, yes, I like him at left guard. I think the trade-off that you have to make is that when Titus was at right tackle, he's better than Blake Fisher at right tackle. But the left guard position was such a drain and a drag on the offense that having Titus is been playing way better than anybody else at left guard. Blake Fisher has not nearly been as bad at right tackle as every single other left guard was before Titus got there. So the math
trade-off.
all works out.
Yeah, the trade-off. Yeah, I get that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio joins us in about an hour, 7:30. He'll join us on the show today. We'll talk about all this stuff with Nick and get his thoughts on Saturday's game and on the 2024 season thus far. Headlines up next. We've got Texans injury report. We've got the Rockets with a big win last night. We got an Astro legend leaving for, I won't say greener pastures. Greener than I thought they would be, though. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. Oh, gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend with our new ready-to-roll playoff shirts, division championship hats. You can get yours and get all geared up for the game at your local Academy Sports and Outdoors before the game this weekend. I also want to talk about Beck's Prime right now. And
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's hit it. Today's headlines. The Texans back at practice yesterday. Hey, we may have, for the first time all season, the trio of line. Well, forget about the trio. Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris on the field at the same time.
Just having them out there,
just
right.
Just the two of them. I mean, throw in Toa Toa. I'm sure they're going to use more three linebacker sets, but no Harris. We thought we were going to get it last week, and then they sat Christian Harris out. So here, and we'll ask Nick Caserio about that at 7:30 on the show today. But Harris is on the injury report, limited with an ankle. But the report in Week 18, Seth, as you know, was that if that were a playoff game against the Titans, Christian Harris and Will Anderson Jr. both would have played in that game.
Yeah, and I think that it's, the first half of the season, the Texans barely played in their 4-3 defense at all. And it's hard to stop the run sometimes when you're lined up that way. You're hell on wheels in coverage, but it's really hard without some extra bulk out there on the field.
Yeah.
And then they started using it more, but they haven't really been able to have the best three linebackers on the squad out there at all. So for a team that, obviously it's the playoffs, it's a Jim Harbaugh team that runs the ball a lot. They're not a potent rushing offense, but the Chargers are a little bit like a Bill O'Brien offense from back in the day.
The same thing, yeah.
They're not super effective, but they do it a lot, and it helps them balance the offense and manage risk, all those same things that Bill O'Brien was frankly pretty good at. That's what the Chargers are. So you're going to have to stop the run, and I like the flexibility they'll have now too. And looking back on the season, it's nice that Henry To'oTo'o has gotten as many reps as he has, because he took a huge leap forward in his development this year. So I feel good about all three of those guys.
Yeah, the timing of getting all three on the field at the same time, you're right. The style of game this is going to be, it's a really good one to have your full complement of starting linebackers out there. Tegan Catoriano popped up on the injury report as participating yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, tight end's not been great this year as a position group. He likes to block a little bit. He can make the occasional play. I thought he was done for the season. He popped up on there. I'm like, oh yeah, Tegan Catoriano.
He's this generation's Les Star gene, except that he's played more. But still,
good pull.
It shows some promise, and then where'd he go?
Yeah.
Oh, he's injured again. Okay. Yeah. I'm not throwing shade at anybody for having a multitude of injuries. That sucks.
Yeah.
It's just been, after a while, you start to kind of get numb to the promise of a guy when he's just not available.
Rockets win last night in Washington. Game they fell behind by 10 in the first quarter of this game, but then came roaring back in the second quarter and then buried the Washington Wizards in the second half of this basketball game. 135-112, the final score. Amen Thompson in the starting lineup because Jabari Smith's going to be missing for a while. Jabari Smith hurt himself. I think it was a game over the weekend in shoot-around. He broke his hand or something in shoot-around.
6 to 8 weeks with that broken hand.
Yeah, he's going to be out for a while. So we're going to see. Amen Thompson got 41 minutes of playing time last night. So he had a double-double, 20 points, 15 rebounds. Jalen Green was outstanding again last night. He had 29 points, 7 of 15 from 3. And good to see the Rockets do what they've been doing this year, which is just take care of business in a big way against bad basketball teams.
Well, and I think you've just started to see a more mature Rockets team. All these things. What I was saying about Cam Hayward last week.
Cam Whitmore.
Or was that earlier this? What's that?
Cam Whitmore.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Getting my sports mixed up. Cam Whitmore last week was you got to sometimes remember how young these guys are in the NBA these days. It's just tough because when, with somebody like Jalen Green, all of a sudden you're at a point where you got to make a decision on their contract, and he's still young.
And he's 20.
Yeah, there's still opportunity for maturation. Yeah. Started to see that, so it's nice. This feels it's feeling more and more with each successive week. Okay, wow, this is not an illusion at all. No. This is who this team is. It's just really, really cool to see all these young guys come into their own.
And they've been dealt some blows, injury-wise, suspensions. Amen Thompson misses a couple games. Whitmore was great again last night. He had 17 points in 18 minutes last night, so he was instant offense off the bench. Rockets on a bit of a road trip here. Still got Atlanta and Memphis here before they come back home next week. Astros news, I guess.
Who'd you take in a fist fight, Cam Hayward or Cam Whitmore?
I would take if Cam Whitmore can get Cam Hayward on the ground, then I would take Cam Whitmore. You know what I mean? Like if he
you'd want Cam Hayward if he's on the ground.
Get him off his feet. Get the big man off his feet and get on top of him. And start. Yeah.
I would feel like the exact opposite. You don't want to wrestle with the 270-pound dude.
I'm just
295-pound dude.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of WWE. That's always been the theme. Like you got to get the big man off his feet. I know that's fake, so I'm probably taking my fake wrestling and injecting it into. Probably you're right. I guess who would you take?
Oh, Cam Hayward all day long.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cam Whitmore would be looking for a trade option after the first punch.
I guess I should just analyze it. Would I take a basketball player or a football player? Because basketball players are terrible fighters.
Right, and Cam Hayward's he's a Steelers defensive lineman and everything that goes along with it. Yeah. Hayward all day.
Hayward all day. The Astros news, Justin Verlander will not be an Astro next year. Well, I say that. You never know. We thought the same thing 2 years ago when he signed with the Mets, and by July he was back with the Astros. So I never know. But he's signing a one-year deal with the Giants for $15 million. Justin Verlander, $15 million. That's the over on what I thought he would get out there. I was thinking more like 10, but I guess maybe I'm nitpicking here. But Justin Verlander will joins a pretty good rotation out there in San Francisco. This feels different than when he left to go to the Mets for $43 million a year. This is not as emotional for me, Justin, because we've gone through this one time already. He left a couple of years ago.
We've gone through it one time, and then with Verlander's injury history, too, there's always been a coming and going element to Justin Verlander on this team. And when he's gone, he's way gone. So, he's not like Lance hanging out in the dugout or anything. He's gone when he's gone. So, I was actually kind of surprised that I saw as much as I did on social media yesterday about it, because it was almost in my mind just a foregone conclusion that I wasn't operating in a world where I thought,
Were people disappointed he left? From what were you seeing?
No, it was the classic. No, it wasn't like uproar or anything. It was just kind of acknowledgement or just saying nice things about it.
Oh, okay.
But it was one of those things where it was almost like a memorial service 6 months after somebody dies.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, he died. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yep. I'm rooting for him. He did a lot of good things for the Astros. I think you make an argument Justin Verlander is the best pitcher in the history of the franchise. I think you can make that argument. NFL news. We'll rapid fire these. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. More bloodshed in the coaching and GM ranks. The Titans, right after we got off yesterday, fired their GM, Rand Carthon. So they're going to be looking for a new GM. That GM will get the number one pick in the draft to use as he and the organization see fit. Raiders.
That makes them a juicy destination potentially.
I would imagine it does. If there were a better quarterback draft, it would be a juicy destination.
And I would just say there's a chance Rand Carthon ends up in the Texans front office, not as the GM, but just because he's out of San Francisco, knows D'Amico. When it comes to figuring out what's wrong with this offense and what kind of people do we actually need, either playing it or calling it, Rand Carthon might be a good resource.
He scouted it before, yeah. Raiders fire head coach Antonio Pierce, so there are now 6 openings around the NFL. Pep Hamilton interviewed for the Patriots head coaching job yesterday. That was that surprised me a little bit. I'd be anxious to see how that conversation went. Cowboys block Mike McCarthy from speaking with the Bears. The Bears wanted to interview Mike McCarthy, and apparently his contract is up. But the Cowboys have a 1-week exclusivity period where only they can talk to Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, so as predicted, Jerry Jones is going to string this thing out as long as he possibly can. At the end, he'll probably say goodbye to Mike McCarthy, but in the process of doing so, might also screw Mike McCarthy out of any options. It's just what Jerry does. He just takes his sweet old time and he operates on his own clock.
He does. And a hell of an actor too, man. Jerry Jones. If you haven't watched his cameo in Landman, go find it. Go out of your way to find it. It's Emmy Award-winning stuff. Speaking of the coaching openings, so the opening, and they've got a list, and there's some interesting names on it. From a Texans perspective, which of these coaches would actually make you nervous about them taking the Jaguars job? We'll hit that. Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour. We'll hit all that coming up next.
Houston sports fans, I've got good news for you. Underdog is available to play in Texas. It's the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going?
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. Nick Caserio is going to join us at 7:30 on the show today. Looking forward to that conversation. It's really interesting, Seth. Listening to radio on the way in and just kind of watching things on social media during the day, looking at articles. Like there's like this stage of the season, there's like two different NFL worlds that exist. There's the world of the teams that are in the playoffs, which the Texans currently exist in, and that's fun. That's a better world to exist in, both short and long term. Then there's the other world where it's all the teams either firing people, their fans want them to fire people, or they're overtly telling their fans, we are keeping these people. Like you know what I mean? It's like two separate worlds going on right now.
It's almost like one of these neighborhoods in Houston where you're kind of like, oh, these are some nice houses, and then all of a sudden you're smack dab in the middle of an industrial warehouse district where it doesn't look like anybody's working.
Yeah.
And you're just like, it's not vacant here, but yeah, it's all, it's just two completely separate worlds, though geographically very, very close.
Yeah.
And it is nice, despite frankly a little too much pessimism about the Texans' prospects this weekend. Saying this weekend, it's nice to be on this side of the fence.
It is.
I don't miss those days of wringing our hands over who they were going to hire as a head coach, or or them possibly not drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
Remember that personal hell?
I do.
There you go. No, remember when everybody was convinced that the Texans were 100%? They're not drafting a quarterback.
I do.
Yeah.
I remember it well, and I'm glad we're not in that world anymore. You're absolutely right. Now, of the teams in the AFC South, the Colts held on to Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard, which I'm happy about. If you want to run it back again, Jim Irsay, knock yourself out. The Titans hadn't really done anything until yesterday when they fired their GM. The team for me where I go, okay, through the cycle of hiring and firing people that can maybe make the biggest jump would be the Jacksonville Jaguars, because they're a year and a half removed from division more than midway through the season. And I get it, they're picking fifth or whatever this year, and they had a horrible stretch, a horrible down the stretch period last year where they went 1-5. But they fired Doug Peterson, and they've got their list of guys they're interviewing, and it includes some of the hot offensive names: Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, who's been the OC in Tampa Bay, and Baker Mayfield.
It is a hot name, too.
It's a good name.
It sounds like an English rock singer.
Yeah, it's a good name. Joe Brady has been the OC in Buffalo. Like, these are all, and Ben Johnson, obviously, for those who don't know, OC in Detroit. Todd Monken, the OC in Baltimore. Kellen Moore, the OC in Philadelphia. So we're talking, the 5 of the 8 candidates are the stewards of very, very high-level offenses. Does any of that make you concerned about the Jacksonville Jaguars? It might get the best out of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. It does. I guess I just don't. There's so much. The GM there, Trent Baalke, is so despised, and also now I can't remember how it ended with Trent Baalke and Jim Harbaugh. Was it that there was acrimony there, or there was not? Because Trent Baalke had been in San Francisco.
I think there was. I think there was. There was a lot of talk of and this is probably like this could have been like Trent Baalke like playing his media game. But there was a lot of talk of like, well, Jim Harbaugh, like everywhere else he's been, has a shelf life. You can only roll with Jim, and then rolls with him for 10 years and he wins a national championship.
I think there's people that feel that same way about Trent Baalke, like he should have a shelf life, and yet he's really good at ingratiating himself to an owner. So I feel like with the Jaguars, there might just be something definitely systemically wrong there between the owner and the GM and their relationship and how it affects everything else. I'm just not so sure that they can do it with Trent Baalke, despite the fact that he was part of building the 49ers back up. It seems like there's a devotion there that's a little too extreme by the owner. So none of those guys, it doesn't. Now, any exceptional coach could go in there and do something. I guess Ben Johnson would be the one that is proven over multiple years now as, hey, he's gotten the absolute most out of Jared Goff. And a lot of those guys that are weapons on that offense, I think like if you take the running back situation, like with a healthy David Montgomery and a healthy Jahmyr Gibbs, I think there's a lot of places where you might have those same two running backs and people would be disappointed they're not getting more out of those guys. Yeah. But I think that they just tie everything together so well. I mean, we saw that. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions against the Texans, and it was just still like, oh, well, we got another. It's like when you're shooting a villain in a movie and he won't go down, and you realize, oh crap, he's a zombie. Yeah. I didn't know he was a zombie. That's what the Lions feel like. Everybody keeps getting injured, and they just keep marching forward, coming to eat your brains.
The Lions are a zombie. Yeah, the Lions are.
So I would Ben Johnson, the zombie, would be the one that would worry me the most. Cliff Kingsbury. I still, man, all kudos and credit to him for the year that Jaden Daniels had, and I still just question about Cliff Kingsbury over a stretch of time when they can get film on him, because he gets predictable, and then him as a head coach, he's just flat out never been a good head coach. So I'm still waiting to see if he can be a genuinely good multi-year offensive coordinator in the NFL. And he just flat out has not been a good head coach. The fact that he keeps getting cracks at it is, I think, probably a testament to his hairstyle and his interviewing ability. Because he's been miserable as a head coach.
He's the favorite to get the Bears job right now.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is tied, obviously, to Caleb Williams. They work together at USC. Did you see Robert Saleh's name pop up for the Jacksonville job yesterday?
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. So,
okay, that's Saleh. I think Saleh will get another crack at it because, ultimately, at the end of the day, he put together some respectable teams with absolute bums at quarterback, and none of them were necessarily of his choosing or his decision making. So I think he went along with the Aaron Rodgers stuff, but ultimately it's up to the GM to go out and get you a quarterback, and they were never able to do that. So that. I guess in terms of it, okay, this team's going to be a pain in the ass every year. I would worry about if the Jaguars got Robert Saleh. I think they'd end up having a really good defense every year.
Yeah.
Maybe they would never. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is the guy or not, but they might be much more of a yearly, biannual pain in the ass.
For what it's worth, the odds board for Jacksonville, Liam Cohen is a heavy favorite to get that job. Like minus 300, 1-3, Ben Johnson 2. Joe Brady 3. So those 3 offensive coordinators are those 3 elite offenses. And Tampa Bay's had an elite offense this year. Baker Mayfield's had a really good year. Those are the favorites to get that job. Bobby Slowick shows up on the odds board for Jacksonville at 20-1. And he showed up on one other one that and he showed up on the Saints odds board. But he's way down there. He's 20-1. This is not the same offseason for Bobby Slowick that it was last season.
I wish he would just not take any of these interviews. I mean, it's, man, I just even as purely as a Texans fan right now, I don't want to have to go through the whole like, oh, great, our offensive coordinator is off prepping for an interview and doing an interview via Zoom this week.
Yeah.
Or then if the Texans win a game or two, maybe. Then he's doing an in-person interview during the playoffs. Yeah. I don't want any of that. I don't think it's the best thing for him. I don't think any of those teams are seriously considering him as a head coach. They're going to try to gather intel. So there's that side of it too. As a Texans fan, whatever intel Bobby has to offer, I just would prefer that he not be offering that up in a job interview.
Yeah, the Jets are the only team that have requested a Slowick interview, but it's a long cycle. These cycles move slower now than they used to. Hey, by the way, Marcus Freeman 7-1 for the Bears head coaching job. Get your greasy mitts off of Marcus Freeman. Odds makers, all right?
Makes good sense geographically, huh?
Yeah, he's a good coach, man.
A lot of love for him up there in that region. Yeah.
A lot of love for him everywhere, man. I don't know if you saw this. They did one of those geo-tracking Twitter things on, positive tweets about the 4 college football teams still left in the playoffs. 40 of 50 states, according to the Twitterati, rooting for Notre Dame. How about that? Marcus,
how many states?
40 of the 50 states. It's the United States is practically all green on this map.
Yeah.
And only one state's rooting for Ohio State, which is Ohio. That passes the smell test. I think they're more hated than Notre Dame right now, Ohio State. It's my hypothesis.
I'm trying to figure out if
People really like Marcus Freeman a lot.
Yeah, I guess regionally we don't necessarily see all the Ohio State hatred that there might be.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good gauge on that.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio joins us in about 20 minutes. The disrespect is amped up for the Texans. One national pundit says something that I hope he's not being literal about this, but they asked D'Amico Ryans about it yesterday. What are D'Amico's thoughts on the commentary from the national media on the Texans' chances here in the postseason? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today, so stick around for that. Text message, screw the Chargers, screw the media, screw the NFL. Go Texans. I like where your head's at, Texter.
Yes.
All right, so let's, this will
They
get...
can all go die.
Yes, there you go, Seth.
That's the phrase you were looking for.
That's exactly right.
Go die. Everybody.
Thank you. So here's Ian Rappaport, and if you're wondering what the texter is referring to, it could be this, could be any number of people who don't think very highly of the Texans' chances on Saturday. This was the one yesterday where I'm like, what are we doing now here with the analysis of the Houston Texans? This was Ian Rappaport talking about the Texans and the Chargers game coming up this weekend.
Everyone sort of laughs about the Texans getting the Saturday early game. It's kind of the Texans saw, and everyone sort of assumes that they're going to come out and lose. And I know that the Texans have looked uneven this year, but if there's one perfect opportunity for them to give everybody the metaphorical middle digit, this would be it, right? I mean, the Chargers are good, but surely the Texans have been just as good. The Texans have been a little uneven offensively. C.J. Stroud has thrown too many interceptions for anyone's liking, but the talent for sure is there. It is a perfect opportunity for the Texans to come out and get a win that absolutely no one expects them to get.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, that's the last part. Like that, because he isn't even necessarily giving his opinion. He's actually saying, hey, the Texans have a chance to win this game. Like, absolutely no one expects them to get this victory. Come on, Ian, you're better than that. It's the freaking NFL. Every freaking week, some huge underdog ends up pulling it off an upset. And by the way, the Texans are 3-point underdogs.
3 points?
It's not, yeah, like nobody. They would be the upset of the century. Oh, they were 3-point, single-digit underdogs going into this game. But somehow, the impossible happened. Well, a 3-point underdog won in the NFL.
It's amazing. Eureka. The beginning part of that, too, where he's... tongue-in-cheek. I mean, we refer to the Texans' Saturday early window playoff games as tongue-in-cheek as anybody does. It's almost weird at this point, but
it's not because everybody expects them to lose.
Right.
It's because they don't have that same national pull as a lot of the other teams. It's as simple as that.
They're 5-2 in those 7 times they've played in that early window.
They
lost twice.
Yeah, these Nugget hussies, man. I'm done with them.
Okay,
I've been done with them for the most part, but they serve a useful purpose like any hussy would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you're right on line. Screw Seth, screw Sean, screw middle screen. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love you guys. Go Texans. That's a text.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, good. I love how you threw middle screen in there.
I think that's middle screen's buddy. I can't remember what his name is. There's 2 of them on there that I think they get blocked from our text line every now and then because there's a host that doesn't understand middle screen's particular brand of humor.
Yeah.
Which can come off kind of like the first part of that text. Yeah.
Yes. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the commentary from the national media.
Yeah, for us, I don't think, it doesn't matter. If anybody gives us a shot, it really doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, when the ball is kicked off, it's who's the best football team right on Saturday. And that's where our focus is, on playing really good football. Everybody have an opinion about us one way or the other, but outside opinion really doesn't drive what we do here internally. Like, our guys put the work in, they know what we're about. We know what we're about, so it matters to me on all the outside noise.
There was a follow-up to that, and it was, is there such a thing as bulletin board material?
For me, it's something like that. What does it do? Does it make you play harder because somebody said that? Does it change? Like, we play hard anyway. Like, we're going to bring our style of football, our brand of football on Saturday regardless or irregardless of what anyone a talking head's opinion is about us, right? So it really doesn't drive or doesn't change our approach one bit.
My philosophy on bulletin board material has always been that, yes, I agree with D'Amico that guys are going to go out and play hard, and it's I don't think there's many guys that are like going to really specifically be thinking like in the moment, oh yeah, now I'm going to go hard because I remember what Rex Ryan said. The value in bulletin board material for me has always been that it gives you a little extra something during the week of preparation.
Yep.
Like if it can help you fine-tune your focus and remind you to like really be in the moment and prepare for what you're going into. That's the value of it for me. And then it's up to each individual on any given player, just as it is with any group of humans. There's going to be a few that respond to something. There's going to be a few that don't. But there are some guys who kind of thrive on that kind of stuff. It's a lot. Bulletin board materials golden age was really the entire era of sports up until the internet was invented. Because the great thing about bulletin board material was that I would say like 80% of it used to be purely manufactured fiction by a coach that said this is what they said. That's what they said in San Diego.
Pinned into an actual...
The internet in San Diego.
Yeah, pinned into an actual bulletin board.
Right,
it was literally a bulletin board.
You gotta be careful with that, because my coach tried that on me in college before he knew who I was, and I ended up injuring 3 offensive linemen in practice that day.
Yeah, you gotta be
So
careful.
they're like, oh, okay, maybe we need to dial back a little bit.
Yeah, you got to unleash Will Anderson in practice with that bulletin board material.
Yeah, man. I love the bulletin board material. There's by any means necessary, put a chip on your shoulder, and sometimes it's got to be a little bit either hyped up or overreaction to something.
Yeah.
I always feel like players and coaches feel like this responsibility to really let everybody know how professional they are. Like, hell, we play hard every week. We do. We're God's chosen children. Of course, we would never have a week where we're a little less focused or anything. You're humans.
You're humans.
Stop acting like you're not human. Everybody needs a little extra motivation all the time.
Right. That's right.
Except not too much. I feel bad for.
Don't hurt
bad for what I did to Jeff Gilkinson's ankle.
Jeff Gilkinson. Yeah. Have you kept in touch with Jeff Gilkinson?
Yeah, every now and then.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, Nick Caserio is going to join us next. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the outside noise. We'll talk about the upcoming matchup with the Chargers, how the season's gone so far. We got a lot to get into with the Texans' executive vice president and general manager, and we will do it next.
Hey, Houstonians, underdog.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know if that music's playing, it can mean only one thing on this show. On Monday nights, it means that Triple H or Shawn Michaels is walking out. On this show, it means that Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio is figuratively walking out, but he's in the studios over at NRG Stadium. Nick, Happy New Year. Great to have you on the show. How you feeling?
Morning, fellas. Thanks for having us. Did they play that music when Triple H came out the other night to start the Netflix gig? I didn't see the opening, so I wasn't sure.
I didn't see the opening either, but I saw the cold open video they did, which I'm sure you saw, was incredible. That was amazing.
I did happen to see that. That was in 3 minutes. You saw basically a history of wrestling and captured all in kind of a few different shots. So that was pretty cool. You saw all the constituents that have sort of made wrestling what it's become and why it's such a national phenomenon, why Netflix paid billions and billions of dollars so they could put it on to subscribers.
Yeah, it was cool.
Well, you know what? Speaking of Netflix, it just occurred to me, we haven't talked to you obviously since the Christmas Day game, but the Beyonce concert was kind of a big deal. And I just remember from being a player in that stadium that sometimes when there were big events, that it's kind of a pain in the butt because you change where you park and everything. It's loud, and they were setting up for the Beyonce concert for like 3 weeks, right? Was it a pain in your butt?
Maybe for some other folks organizationally, but we try to keep the focus on football. So yeah, it sounds like the halftime show was quite a undertaking. So I'm the wrong person to ask when it comes to halftime shows, entertainment, where to park.
But this, from your perspective though, too, the thing I would wonder about is, particularly for a Beyonce concert, I might worry about the players being distracted, like trying to sneak in behind a barricade to get a glimpse of the rehearsal or something.
I think Lamar, didn't Lamar make a comment? He was going to go out there and watch a halftime show.
Yeah, we were looking for him.
Yeah. Lamar can pretty much do whatever he wants.
I was going to say, I was really hoping
close to.
They couldn't get him on stage. Maybe they could have made him a part of the show. So, no, Lamar's a great player.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he wants.
That would be great. So Nick, we got a lot to get to with you. Playoffs, obviously, starting this Saturday. Just starting in here, just give us the temperature in the building. How's everybody feeling right now about this matchup coming up on Saturday?
Yeah, definitely appreciated the opportunity. I think when you kind of turn the page and you get through the regular season, to have your team in a position to compete for potentially, something that's bigger than everybody else. I mean, it's certainly exciting. I think the focus and the concentration is on trying to go out there and play good football. I'd say this time of year, every team that's in the playoffs is a good football team. The 14 teams that made it, they earned it. They worked their ass off to get to this point. They played good football. They put themselves in a position, and that's all you can ask as a team is at the beginning of the year to have an opportunity at the end of the year that you can play meaningful games. And we've talked about this on the show at different points. When you're playing meaningful football in December and January, it carries a certain weight along with it. So everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us. We had a great sort of first day of preparation, first day of work. We were actually out there on the field yesterday practicing on a Tuesday, which isn't normal, but the fact that the game is Sunday, we've kind of structured the schedule. And what we've found is when we work, we play good football. So the players were focused. The players had the right mindset. It's not easy because you come off the heels of a Sunday game and you got to kind of turn the page. But everybody understands what's in front of us, and the awareness is heightened, and everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us against a good Los Angeles team that's coming in here on Saturday.
Okay, that's interesting. When you said that when we work, is that part of the kind of the trying to balance out? Okay, we've got all the sports science that tells you whether guys have recovered or not, but then just on the old school football side of things, like, man, we gotta practice, right? So is that a constant battle throughout the season, trying to figure out, all right, yeah, guys need some rest, but we also really got to work on this and try to just find exactly what the right exertion level?
No, Seth, you articulated it very well. I think what you have to do is you're going through the course of the year, you have to get an idea of where your team is, who needs what. We take the information. We get the information on a daily basis. I'd say D'Amico has an outstanding pulse about where the team is, what the team needs, what do we got to do that week. And there's an ebb and flow to the season, as we all know. And we've been at it longer than any team at this point that's still playing because we came in the middle of July. So we've played 21 games. We've been in camp an extra 8 to 10 days earlier than everybody else. So you're talking about starting practice in July, and here we are, January, whatever it is, 8th or 9th, getting ready to play football. That's a lot to prepare for. So you have to look at your team. Maybe who needs a little bit more, who needs less, what do we have to do to get that player to a point where, in the end, they can go out there and perform at an optimum level physically, mentally, emotionally, and be ready to play football on Sunday. So there's always a balance. There's always kind of a back and forth. But I think the way that you articulated it, there's a lot of the dialogue and the discourse that we have in the building. But I think that's the benefit. When you have the information available to you, what do you do with that information? And like we try to do in every step of the way is just try to make good, sound decisions regardless of the area that we're dealing with.
I always wondered with you guys, like when you're monitoring, how guys are moving in practice and everything to try to figure out whether they're overtrained. Do you kind of have to also look at it with like, all right, we know that this guy tries to go fast all the time. But hey, this guy might not go fast all the time, so we got to take the GPS results with a grain of salt.
Well, you probably weren't running that fast in practice, so it was a little bit harder.
Well, I never ran fast anywhere, so it's all a matter of like where the delta is. Yeah.
No, sometimes it's about the speed, but sometimes it's about the load and the volume. So you're kind of looking at both things, and then you're taking that information, and then what you have to do is kind of match it up with the film. When you're watching practice, we watch practice every day. We watch every snap. We can see who's moving, who's urgent, how they're performing, and then what does the data tell us. So it's kind of a cross-reference more than anything else. But you have a pretty good idea of where a player is, what he needs, his exertion level, how fast he's moving. If he hasn't hit a certain speed, what you do want to be able to do is make sure that during the course of the week he hits that speed, because what you don't want to have happen is he doesn't really hit any speeds during the course of the week, and then come Sunday, he tries to, run full speed, and his body's not prepared for that. It's like driving a car. So you're going 40 miles an hour, and all of a sudden you shift into gear, and you're going 75, 80 miles an hour. You're probably going to drop the transmission. So you want to make sure that your body is just prepared, and during the course of the week, make sure the players get what they need in practice to try to simulate as best you can what they're going to go through during the course of the game.
Okay, you know what? I'm glad I listened to you. I've probably read that before and it didn't register or something, but just that, like how important it is to hit that top speed, because the old thing about coming back from injuries is that it's like you're not really at game speed in practice, so you haven't really tested it until you get into a game. So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, and actually along those lines, Seth, one of the things we do is we're onboarding players and putting players in a position, whatever their rehab is or their return to football, as best we can, try to get them to that max performance and simulate football movements. So it's not, well, they've been cleared. Okay, we're just going to dump them back into practice. Well, maybe they're not ready. So I would say sometimes we've erred on the side of, you know what, let's give him another week. Let's not really push it, because we don't want to put the player in a position where he doesn't feel confident and comfortable, because in the end, when the player returns, you want him to have the right mindset that he can go out there and perform and do his job at the level that he's accustomed to doing it.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So talking about the science and the injuries and the load at practice is actually a good segue into this question, I think. How excited are you to finally have Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris, and I'll throw Henry To'oTo'o in there as well, all on the field? It's crazy, Nick, to think like this is the first time they're all going to be on the field at the same time this season, the first game of the playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think during the course of the year there's always going to be an ebb and flow. Players are going to be in, players are going to be out. You're going to have to deal with a number of different situations ultimately during the course of the year. So those are three good football players. Christian played a lot of good football, last year, and as the year progressed, he was probably playing at a peak level, and we saw that in a playoff game really against Cleveland. And then he's missed a lot of football, so it's been a little bit of a work in progress, and he played a couple games there, didn't play last week. So, we'll go through the course of the week. But Henry and Azeez, those two players have played really good football here over the course of the year. Henry led us in tackles this year, over 100 tackles, so he just built on what he did during the course of his rookie season. And Aziz is a good football player, as we know, which is why we signed him and brought him in. And I think last week was good. He was able to kind of get his feet underneath him, played a number of plays during the course of the game. And it doesn't matter who you are, how much football you played. When you miss time, it sometimes takes a game or two to kind of get your feet back on the ground between practice and going out there in a game and then coming back the next week and practicing, going out there and playing again. So regardless of your level of experience, but those are three good football players. I'd say overall that linebacker group, we felt we built decent depth during the course of the offseason. So the three players that you mentioned, and then including Neville, Jake Hansen, brought Devin in there, a little bit different points. We got some snaps from Delshon, and even Jamal Hill, he was coming on there late in the year, gave us some plays in the kicking game. So, part of our job and responsibility as best we can, try to build as much depth across positions as we can across the team, because at some point, and we've talked about this on the show, you're going to need everybody that's in your building to go out there and play in a game that matters.
Is there we were talking about kind of the hyper-analytical sports science side of things. When I think of Azeez Al-Shaair, I could go down the list of ways in which he helps the team with his leadership or his knowledge and all those things. But is there also an element, maybe kind of like Teddy Bruschi back in New England, you spent a lot of time with. Are there some guys that just things, like you don't have to overthink it? Like when he's out there, the team plays better. It's not just his individual play. The guy just has enough team.
Yeah, a good football player is a good football player, and the more good football players you have on the field, it's going to be better for the team. So Azeez has been a highly productive player really over the last, call it 3 to 4 years, when he's really had extensive opportunity. Say his leadership, his toughness, playing that position. I mean, you mentioned Teddy and even Azeez to a certain extent. So when you say just on paper they're measurables or they don't run fast, they're not big enough, but they're football players, and they have football player traits and qualities. And playing linebacker especially is playing with instincts, with awareness, anticipating what's going to happen, putting yourself in the right position. Then you can make up for the so-called perceived deficiencies, whatever those may look like on paper. So you might run, we'll call it 4.7, but you get to the ball faster than a guy that runs 4.5. Well, why does that happen? Because you understand what's happening on the other side of the ball. You anticipate what's going to happen. There's a cue that the offense gives you. So all those things are what goes into being a good football player. But we're glad Azeez is here. That's why we signed him in the offseason. We've talked about him extensively on this show. He's the captain, and he has a lot of great qualities, and he embodies everything that we want a Houston Texan football player to represent on and off the field.
Hey, Nick, when it comes to Azeez, and we'll circle back to the rest of the team in the game coming up here in a second, but I'm curious, Azeez went and met with the league office while he was suspended. You did a press conference, right? You had as strong an opinion on that as anything you've had in a press conference that we've seen. Did you yourself ever hear anything from the league after that about your thoughts on the statement that the league had about Azeez Al-Shaair?
Yeah, I would say any individual conversations at either player or we have organization with the league, I think it's important to keep those private. Mm-hmm. I would just say my opinion certainly hasn't changed. And then I would say we've had constructive dialogue and discussions with the league, not only on that situation, but on other matters as well. So I think it's important from our perspective, I don't want to speak for other teams, to have a good working relationship with the league, understand where they're coming from, what's their perspective, make sure they understand what our perspective is, and just here's the reason and rationale behind it. So I think in the end, everything was handled in a professional fashion, and I think we expressed some sentiments, which we felt strongly about, and we articulated those opinions. I would say I don't want to speak for the rest of the league, but I think there was a lot of people where that message resonated, and I think in the end, like we want to do the right thing. We want to work in a professional fashion with the league on matters, and whatever we can do to improve, whether it's our process, what we're doing with our players. We're certainly willing to work with them. But I would say as it pertains to Azeez, I'm sure he conducted himself and handled himself professionally like he always does every step of the way. And I'm sure the league is appreciative of the opportunity, because it's when you have an opportunity to meet with somebody face-to-face and spend time with them, you have a better grasp and an understanding of what the player is about. I think sometimes we get caught up in this, external media-driven world where messages kind of get lost when you just read it on a piece of paper or someone puts it out there on some social platform. In the end, it's about relationships, about communications, about looking someone in the eye, having constructive conversations, and you have a deeper understanding of what's that about, what that person's about. It's no different than when I come and see you all in studio and bring you some donuts. Like, it's a lot better for us to have a one-on-one conversation than to sit here, me talking into a microphone like now what we're doing. But in all seriousness,
no, people ask me what's Sean's price tag to bribe him, and they're always shocked at how low it is. It's very affordable.
It doesn't take much.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So going into this game, Chargers have been a very good defense all year long. Titus Howard's had a few games now at left guard, and presuming that that's how it's going to look this weekend, what have you noticed a difference in how they can operate with Titus? Like, and I'm not even going to compare him as like better guard than the other guards or anything, but physiologically he's different. He's a bigger dude. Can you guys do some things differently with him at guard that perhaps you couldn't do before?
And D'Amico talked about this yesterday. I mean, Titus has done a really nice job since we kind of moved him over. Some of it was by need. You know, we lost a number of players, injury, and then it's like, what are our best options there? And what we've always tried to do is, who are the best five? What gives us the best opportunity? And I think part of the calculus of the discussion was, if we move Titus over, might be an opportunity for us to put Blake over there at right tackle and to get him some snaps. And Blake's gone in there and done a commendable job. But give Titus a lot of credit for being a good teammate, being kind of selfless and kind of handling it as professionally as he has. It's not easy. Titus is a good football player. I think he's shown through the years that he has position versatility, and when you have position versatility offensive line, it just gives you a lot more flexibility. So he's gone in there really without any reps because he practiced essentially from spring to training camp and during the regular season. He was exclusively at right tackle. And then we had it's not as easy as it might look on paper, but a lot of credit to Titus and the approach that he's taken, and work with Coach Strausser and Cole and Zach and on that. So right now we feel that's the best thing for the football team. And then with Juice coming back last week, putting him over there at right guard because Shaq wasn't available. So whoever the best five are, whatever we feel that gives us the best chance to win that week, then we're going to go ahead and do that. Some of it's based on player availability as well. So we'll take it case by case, week by week. But Titus has done a nice job kind of making that move.
How's Blake done in that move, do you think, Nick, so far with his opportunity?
Yeah, no, Blake's handled himself well. We felt, and we talked about this even going back to last spring, like when we drafted Blake, we felt like we were getting, we wanted another young tackle, get another tackle in the program, because ultimately you probably need 3 or maybe 4 tackles. If you're going 4 deep, that it's probably some extenuating circumstances, but you're probably going to need 3 tackles during the course of the year. Blake's gone in there and done a pretty good job. He's like most players. He's had some good plays. He's had some other plays that he can certainly fix. I think Blake is an example of a young player that has gotten experience, that has played well with his opportunities, that hopefully we'll have a chance to improve in the offseason. But there's a reason that we drafted him, because we felt he can go out there and play competitive football, which is what he's done to this point.
Damian obviously had a great game last week, and I guess the question that I have and a lot of other people had, I know, is just, okay, if this version of Damian was in there, how come we didn't see it earlier in the season?
It's always been there. I think DP has shown when
I guess I should say, why didn't he get more opportunities to show it earlier in the season?
Yeah, well, I guess because we have one of the best backs in the league. They got elected to our Pro Bowl, so we're trying to keep our best players on the field as much as possible. So that group overall has been very productive for us. I mean, Joe's been productive, ran for 1,000 yards, voted to the Pro Bowl, and then DP, he's impacted the team in a couple different ways during the season, between the kickoff returns, and then he's had some long run. Forget about the long run against Tennessee. I'm saying even going back to the touchdown run there against New England. So DP's a good back. I would say he's handled himself very professionally. He's had a good attitude. He's had the right approach, been very supportive of Joe and Dare. I mean, they encourage one another. They want to see each other succeed. So we're glad DP's here, and this is why he's on the football team. And, we felt at some point that he was going to be able to help us and make a contribution, and he's shown the ability to do that during the course of the season. So happy for Damian and, how he helped the team the other day. Nobody was more excited about how he played the other day than Joe Mixon, which speaks to his selflessness, his leadership, and really a lot of credit to DB. Danny does a great job. Danny's coached a lot of good running backs through the years. And we feel like we have a pretty good room that can go out there and win football games, or help us win football games, which they've all shown that they can do that.
No, Nick, that was my favorite. That was one of my favorite things about that game, was watching Joe Mixon on the sideline and illegal in the end rating because
that was Will, I think.
Joe was there. I think Will got flagged for it.
The league will remind us of that one. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
so I'm sure.
No, I think that's one of those underrated things when the veteran players they can. That's a moment when they were getting benched in an end of season game or a preseason game where they can either kind of act like they're too cool for school or they can look like they just really, really care about their teammates. And I think with Joe, it's obvious. He's not trying to put on a show or anything. It's really cool to have veteran players that just genuinely care that much and are that much that excited for their teammates. I loved seeing that out of Mixon.
We have a lot of players with that mindset that it's sincere and genuine, that they want to see their teammates do well. I mean, on a touchdown run, the fumble recovery by Barnett, I don't want to say the whole defense was in the end zone, but the whole defense was in the end zone. Now, they threw flags, and Will probably get fined for coming off the sideline and all that, but the players care about one another, are invested in one another. D'Amico has talked about this team on a lot of different levels. I mean, how much he loves the football team, their mindset, their attitude. Has it been perfect during the course of the year? No, nothing's perfect. There's no perfect team that's out there. Everybody's going to have to deal with some ups and downs. But if you come in each day with the right mindset, you work hard, you care about one another, you establish a connection, you're invested in each other, this is a team sport. So you want to see the team do well. It's not about one person's success. It's not about individual accolades or honors. Those are nice. But in the end, this is the ultimate team sport. If you want to be caught up in individual awards and accolades, play call or go play tennis or maybe go in the WWE. But if you want to be a part of a team where you have players around, and that's part of our responsibility too, to bring players in with that mentality and that mindset who are going to embrace being a part of the team and investing in each other's development and growth. And when you have veteran players encourage younger players, and I would say this, and Seth, you've been around teams. That's not always the case. Veteran players sometimes could give a crap about younger players. So it's all about mindset. It's all about attitude. It's all about just doing the right things. And ultimately, you want to see the team be successful.
That's where you got to channel the selfish older players' selfishness into hey, this is what keeps you in the league a while, man. Be the guy that's good at training your eventual replacement.
Yeah.
People love that
carrot. You got to dangle that carrot.
Yeah.
That's right.
You want an extra 3 years? Be the guy that's there helping the rookies out before practice and after practice.
You know what pays more than a real job? Mentoring young players in the NFL while in uniform. Yes. Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Nick, CJ's numbers obviously went backwards from last year, but is CJ a better quarterback now than he was a year ago?
I'm sure you could talk to him about it, but CJ's had a really good year. So he's done a really nice job. I think his overall grasp and understanding of what we're doing offensively, and I think he made a comment in the 2 or 3 games ago, whatever it was after the game, that he's seen it better than he has at any point, or seen it better right now than he has at earlier in his career. Mm-hmm. So this position, it's the hardest position in all of sports. I'll argue that with anybody on any level. It's the hardest thing that you do. Things happen quick. You're going to have to deal with things. When you play, people have an opportunity to evaluate what do you do well, what are your weaknesses, what are some of the things that maybe if we force him to do this. So part of growth and development is having an understanding of not only what you're doing offensively on your side of the ball, but having an understanding of what they're doing on the other side of the ball. And I would say, not to get into a big schematic discussion, but this league is very cyclical and there's different trends, and you're kind of seeing some coverage trends show up from different teams that not everybody was using. Look, everybody watches film. Everybody goes through games on a weekly basis. They see what works, what gives different teams trouble. That's just part of the evolution and growing in the league, and that's only going to continue. So CJ's done a great job. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach, and he's been very open and honest and about where he is and maybe some of the things that he's had to deal with. But I've talked about this. D'Amico has talked about this. There's no other player that we'd rather have playing quarterback than CJ Stroud for this football team, and he's played a lot of good football, and hopefully he can continue that moving forward into the playoffs.
With quarterbacks, it's always interesting to try to watch how a guy, in hindsight, developed as a guy. Tom Brady didn't become the ultimate Tom Brady version of himself until quite a few years into the league, really. I don't know if you agree with that or not. But on the way he operated.
Get into that, Seth. Yeah, no question about it. I would say Brady had a couple arcs of his career. So you had kind of 01 to let's call it 05, 06. That was kind of one period. They 07 to 14, like that was another one, and then 14 to the end, like that. So he had like 3 careers within one career, and his first year, I mean, you know, again, I had the good fortune of being around a lot of good players and a lot of good teams, but in 01, so in 2000, before I got to New England, I mean, he was the 10th string quarterback. He was basically inactive the whole year, and then in 2001 in training camp, you know, we had signed Damon Heward to be the backup, and then in training camp, Brady basically beat him out. So then he was named the backup quarterback going into the regular season opener, and then everybody knows what happened there against the Jets. You know, Bledsoe gets hurt, and then Tom went in. But Tom was a different player, and I would say just look at the call sheet. When you look at the call sheet, like from 01 to 02, and then you start to go into 4, 5, and 6, I mean, 2007, like that was, I mean, the greatest show on turf after the greatest show on turf. And, you know, I had the good fortune of being pretty intimately involved with that group. But it goes in stages. There's an ebb and flow. You just want to make sure that you don't hit, you know, those lows aren't too low, but also understand there's going to be some good years. There's going to be some trying years. You're going to have some years where, you know what, it doesn't go as well as you hope, whether you turn the ball over a little bit, your completion percentage is down, like you get injured. I mean, you know, Tom got hurt in 2008, the very first game, you know, and then speaking of quarterback development, like Matt Castle, who basically didn't play college football, he had 20 snaps, you know, was the third string quarterback, and then it took him 3-4 years to become a competent level backup, and then he was forced into action that 08 year because Tom got hurt, and Matt went on to, I don't know, throw for 4,000 yards. I mean, borderline Pro Bowl season, and then he gets a big contract from Kansas City. So it's the hardest position in all of sport, and it's just you don't roll out of bed and have one good year, and then all of a sudden, like every year is going to look the same, because it doesn't, because teams change, defenses change, a lot of things change. You just try to each year, what are some of the things that I can tangibly do to improve my performance? A lot of it goes back to basic fundamentals and performance of taking care of your body, footwork, mindset, have an understanding of opposing defenses, trends in the league. There's a lot that goes into being really good, not only being a good NFL player, but being a really good quarterback. It's a massive commitment over the course of a number of days and weeks. So just to your point there, it takes time. And it's not as easy as, like, CJ made it look last year, or Jaden's made it look this year, or Bo Nix has made it look. There's always a number of factors that are involved in that.
Nick Caserio joining us. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. And, Nick, I assume you're good on time. I'll check with you, as always. Tradition like no other.
Whatever you guys need.
Okay,
I'm
my
here
man.
for 6'10", baby.
Okay, we appreciate that. Hey, Deontay Johnson got in a little bit in that Week 18 game. I'm curious, Nick, how much of because you're very active on the waiver wire here the last couple of years at the end of the year, how much of it was just cause and effect from the tank injury bringing Deontay in, and what are the expectations now that the postseason is here and he's gotten his feet wet a little bit in this offense?
Yeah, there's never a direct line A to B, so we're always just trying to look for opportunities that potentially make sense. I would say to a certain extent, I would say there was probably a little bit of a trickle down there with Tank's situation. But I would say you look at the arc of Deontay's career, he's had some productive season. He's been a good player. Like, we can't really worry about it. It's just like any player, and we've talked about this. What happened other places, ultimately, we can't control because we're not there. There's always some nuances that are involved. But we felt this was an opportunity for still a young player, 27, 28 years old, who has a good skill set. He's been productive. So to take a shot on a player at the end of the year, you can never really know what it's going to turn into or how it's going to materialize or manifest itself. But Deontay's come in here. He's had a really good attitude. He's worked really hard to get himself up to speed. And the fact that he went out there and played however many plays he did against Tennessee is a credit to him. It's a credit to Ben McDaniels for the time that they put in, because it's not easy. So when you're not with a team basically for all a training camp and an entire season with no practice time, it's basically a handful of meetings, a few practices, and go out there and play. And that's not easy. I don't care who you are, so regardless of your experience. But Deontay's handled it really well. Glad he's here. He's been good to work with. So, we'll see how it goes here, the next few weeks. And then, once we get through the season, we'll kind of figure out where we are, not only with him, but with a number of players for next year moving forward.
I know that, there's issues for the offseason, there's issues for right now, and you guys try to keep the right now. But I know agents don't always find timetable as you. Is that when it comes to, say, I don't know, hypothetically giving a guy an extension after his third season, like when did conversations about that typically start? Or do you have a firm just call me after the season, or is that an ongoing thing sometimes?
We follow the timeline that you guys use with the people at 610 when you're negotiating your extensions. So, no, well,
you work a 4-hour workday? It's a surprising admission from an NFL GM.
I have so far to this point, so if you're calling it one day. But no, I would say most of the time conversations are going to happen after the season. So we've been pretty open about how we handle things. So there's usually, if you start from the season, you have training camp, might have some discussions with some different folks. Once you get into training camp during the season, if there's an opportunity that you feel makes sense, like we did with Davis, we did it with Brevin Jordan. And then I would say players moving forward, typically you're going to table those into, call it February, middle of February into March. I'd say nothing's probably going to pick up until combine, after the combine. So kind of where we are now, the focus is on the game, is on playing for however long our season goes. And then once the season is over, everyone will take some time and we'll evaluate where we are. We'll evaluate the players. We'll figure out who we want to move forward with. And then from a big picture discussion, that's not something, contracts are not something that we've talked about publicly, how we're going to handle those. It's very, I'd say, organic, and it's always case by case. So we'll deal with that when it's appropriate.
I think, and I know you guys try really hard to identify the guys who are football junk for just love football. And because especially, it's one thing on their first contract, but once you give them that big contract, they got to have something more than, lust for money to drive them. I felt like Nico, especially when Nico did an interview with TJ Houshmandzadeh last offseason, round about the Super Bowl. And a lot of athletes will say, I'm not thinking about the next contract or what have you. I've never believed an athlete more than when Nico said it. It felt like he really just genuinely was just going to let his agent handle it. And when you hear that, is that you kind of want that, right? You feel better about giving a boatload of money to the guy that doesn't necessarily care that much whether he gets a boatload of money?
Every player is different, and truthfully, look, players play for a number of reasons. They want to have success on the field, and if they're able to get compensated for what they do, playing a sport that they love, I think that that's something that they all would like the opportunity to do, but you can't make that the primary focus. If you make the focus on being a good football player and doing the things that are conducive over the course of a season, over the course of the offseason, to being a good football player, those things probably are going to take care of themselves. So I would say in Nico's situation, really, he's been the same person from the time we drafted him to where he is now. So I would say, and that's a credit to him. So you're looking for consistency from the athlete, and is it really going to make a difference? Again, it's case by case. Every player is different. They're going to probably be able to take care of themselves and their family, which to be able to do that, it means a lot, but ultimately they still want to be able to go out there and play good football if that's what your primary focus is. So to your point, Seth, we want to make sure that we're just bringing the right people with the right mindset that have the right principles and value the things that we value in our program, and the contracts and the money will take care of themselves. So if you're caught up in that, if that's the reason that you're playing, you're probably not the right fit for us, or we're not the right program for you.
You know what, though? Yeah, but it clicked, because you're right. People have different motivations, and it's true. The key, Nick, is that if it's somebody who's completely money driven, you want to be sure that they're extremely money driven, because if there's one thing that super greedy people never get enough of, it's more money.
Big money.
So the thing you have to worry about is the guy that actually has a good financial plan and wants to hit $20 million in the account, and then he's going to be cool. That's not enough greed. You need a super greedy, I need to go out and
one extreme or the other.
Yeah.
What are we going to Gordon Gekko, Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes, greed is good. Beware the what's the word I'm looking for? Complacent. The complacent rich person. Yes.
Yeah, we don't need them. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Along those lines, Nick, obviously, Seth's alluding, I think, to Stingley here, and then there's going to be others. You've drafted some really good players. I don't think that's a secret. I'm curious, just for you as the GM, how does that change your outlook? How far does the spreadsheet go into the future when it comes to managing what are, in all likelihood, going to be some pretty big deals for you guys?
Yeah, we feel fortunate that we've brought a number of good football players into this building. I mean, I think it's a credit to a lot of people in this building. Lipford and the college staff, Chris Blanco, DJ Debick, the pro staff, the coaches are a part of that. So ultimately, it's a collective effort, and we're just trying to make good, sound decisions on behalf of the Houston Texans organizationally. To your question specifically, you have to be careful of looking too far ahead. I would say, and we've talked about this on this show, you manage your team in kind of in 2 years sort of increments, and it's not like, well, you're focused on this window outside of 2 years. It's within 2 years we need to do X. Well, it's really more about just resource allocation and how you're going to structure the contracts. You maybe have some new contracts that are coming on. Do you have some other contracts that are rolling off? This is always moving. There's never a time where it's static, where, okay, here's where we are now. It's not going to change. If there's one thing that's consistent in this league, it's change. Players on and off teams, contracts on and off teams, releases, restructures, extensions, that's all part of the calculus. But, what you try to do is look at your team. Where are we right now? All right, these are the things that might be on the horizon in the next 12 to 18 months. If you start going out beyond that, honestly, you're really wasting your time. So I think the focus right now is whenever our season is done this year, then it's going to be about where are we for 25 with kind of an eye for 26. You start looking too far beyond that, it just creates a lot of hassle. So I think that's been pretty consistent with how we've operated. So we'll try to continue that mindset here moving forward.
And again, I know you guys obviously right now you're in a week by week time frame and going through a season, but in kind of trying to evaluate where some of the struggles have been offensively this year, are there things that you pick up along the way and you figure out, all right, you know what, there are a couple major things that we need to do differently, but this is something we can't do until the off season, or is that not something you really assess until the very end of the season?
No, it's an interesting question. I think you're always kind of self-scouting what you're doing. So however many games you played a game that week. Okay, what happened in the game? Here's what we did well. Here's what we struggled with. Okay, is this something that we can fix kind of short-term and make kind of a tweak or an adjustment? Anything on a larger scale, that's probably going to happen after the season. So try to keep the focus on right now. What do we got to do this week in preparation for a good Chargers team? If we do these things, we're going to give ourselves an opportunity to hopefully win the game. I would say specific to this game, if you're asking, hey, what are some of the keys, which I'm sure at some point that will be asked, this game's going to come down to turnovers and red zone efficiency on either side of the ball. So you're talking about first in the league in red area defense at Chargers. They've done a good job of minimizing points. And then turnovers, this is they turn the ball over the least amount, among the least amount. I think Buffalo or somebody who had 8, and they had 9. So they don't turn the ball over offensively. They play good red area defense. Whoever manages those two situations the best is probably going to be in the best position to win a game. And honestly, each game, there's a lot of elements that are similar. So you look at some things short-term. Can we make some tweaks or adjustments in the interim? And then after the season, you do more of a sort of full-fledged self-scout. Here's where we did well. Okay, what do we have to do in that area? Is it a scheme? Is it a player? What is it? And then, honestly, you're starting from scratch in April or May, whenever the off-season program starts, and then try to figure out where the football team is going to be for the start of that season.
And I guess, that, in light of that, talking about scoring in the red zone, or being able to run the ball in the red zone, one thing that we've heard quite a bit, which is a valid answer, I think, from both Bobby Slowick and D'Amico, is that, man, when they execute well, they're doing well. When the players are doing what they're supposed to do, they do it well. But I guess then the next question after that is, okay, why are they not executing well? Why are some good football players not executing at the same level that they have previously? Have you been able to figure out more of that core problem with that?
Yeah, and it's never one thing said, and I'm not trying to be ambiguous here, jump around, but I would say sometimes it's defensively, they have a call that matches up with your call and, puts you in a disadvantageous position, or decision-making, instead of throwing a ball away, maybe you try to do something more than there is. So it's never one thing. Usually goes back to the fundamentals. Are we getting the blockers distributed in the proper way? Are we making the right decisions? Are we taking care of the football? Is the route depth the right? Are you in the right spot? Did you have an ME on the play? So it's never one thing. things. So he's probably 2 or 3 different things. And at times we've been able to get the ball in the end zone down the red area, and other times we haven't. We had some opportunities, even going back to the Tennessee game. We got the ball in the red area there on a first drive, scored a couple touchdowns in the beginning, got stopped there in some other situations, missed a throw, could have done something a little bit better. So it always goes back to basic fundamental execution, and sometimes the defense does better than the offense and vice versa, and that's part of the cat and mouse game, when you're playing.
Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, specific to this matchup, what's the identity? What is it about a Jim Harbaugh coach team, and what is it that he's done so well as a coach that's got the Chargers back on the map this year?
Yeah, Jim's a great football coach. He's won this at every level, going back to the University of San Diego all the way up to the LA Chargers and all the stops in between. So I would say they're physical, they're tough, they make you beat them. So they're like the least penalized team in the league or close to it. So they play discipline. They don't turn the ball over. Jim believes in having a physical team on both sides of the ball, physical front on both sides of the ball, which they do with their offensive line. They got 2 really good tackles. Now, I know you're going to go homer on Alt and talk about that he's the greatest offensive tackle in the history of football.
Yep.
But he is. He's a good football player, him and Slater. So big physical front. They run the football well. They got a good front on defense. They take care of the football, and they execute in critical situations. And wherever Jim has been, those teams have done that. So, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a coach that's done more in a short period of time than Jim Harbaugh. It's a credit to him. It's a credit to his staff. He has a vision of how he wants the team to look, and he's able to impart that vision to the players, and the players are going out there and able to execute it. So a lot of respect for what he's done, not only with the Chargers, but over the course of his career. He's a good football coach, big challenge in front of us. But we're excited about the challenge that's in front of us, and we feel good about where we are as a football team. If we can go out there and execute the things that are important, hopefully we have a good opportunity to win the football game.
Justin Herbert, there's been a lot of conversation about him this week, and I keep seeing people kind of almost describe him as like, well, he actually hasn't improved all that much if you look at his stats, and he's just a game manager. And then, man, then I go and watch him, and for one, I mean, he's making a lot of non-game manager type of touchdown passes. I know they aren't. He hasn't thrown a bunch of touchdown passes, but I don't think that people appreciate how hard it is to only throw 3 interceptions in a season, and that whatever they're asking him to do, that man, it just feels like he's operating at a higher level than we've seen him in a while.
He won't win the MVP, but honestly, you can make a cogent argument for why he should. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's big, who's strong, who's more athletic than people think he is, that can make plays with his legs. His attempted, 500 passes, whatever it's been, 3 interceptions. I mean, do that math. I'm not good at it, but that's a pretty good ratio.
It's the second fewest ever behind Aaron Rodgers in that freakish season that he had.
And can get the ball basically wherever he wants to go. Some of the throws that he's made into tight quarters, I want to say I was watching the other Kansas City, they had Ladd McConkey doubled in a red area. They kind of had a double call in and out call. You couldn't see Ladd, but he threw the ball to a spot where Ladd can make the play, and it's a touchdown. Whoever is talking about Justin Herbert, I would tell them, go watch the film. This guy's played as good a football as any quarterback in the league, who's smart. He's tough as hell. He plays hurt. He makes throws with players draped all over him. So, this guy is a damn good football player who probably doesn't get as much credit and respect as he deserves.
Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, before we get you out of here, I gotta make sure I get one college football question in with the you mentioned my homerism. With the playoff coming up, the semifinals tomorrow and Friday, I'm living in a weird universe now where I feel like Notre Dame is likable. Everybody's talking about how likable they are, and that it's because of Marcus Freeman. Are you a Marcus Freeman guy?
Massive. I think he's tremendous. I think he's done an outstanding job and took advantage of an opportunity, built the team in his image, his mindset, his toughness, what he wants the team to look like. I have a lot of respect and admiration. I've actually heard him, on a podcast. It's the podcast called Joys of Compounding, and it's run by a couple of venture fund guys who actually teach a class at Notre Dame. They had him on there actually recently. I want to say it was in December, but just listen to his talk about his principles, his leadership, and then after a game, he did the interview in the Georgia game, wherever they beat the other day, and they asked him a question about Riley Leonard or about his team. It just resonated when he said competitors find a way, and I think that's the ultimate picture of their program. And you've watched them. I mean, but you've watched their team. They might not be the most talented team. They have good players, but they play the right way. Have a lot of respect for the way Marcus runs his program, his beliefs, and he's real. In some respects, he and D'Amico have, I'd say, a lot of similar qualities. And, D'Amico's one of the best coaches in our league. Marcus is one of the best coaches in college football. So have a lot of respect for Marcus and a lot of admiration for how he runs his program. And, I mean, this will be an exciting weekend for college football. You're talking about 4 really good football teams. I mean, we don't have to go through every team, but like what Sark has done is incredible. A lot of respect for him, Coach Franklin, Coach Day, but specific to Marcus, really have a lot of respect and admiration, appreciation for how he runs his program.
Well, Marcus and D'Amico were teammates in 2009 with the Houston Texans.
So training camp.
Yeah. This is how you knew that Marcus Freeman had the it factor, was that he spent 1 year in the NFL.
Because he hung around with D'Amico.
Well, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, did he manage to, as I believe he was undrafted, right? 3 different teams in 1 year. Like he was definitely a guy that impressed people. They were like, okay, this kid's a good kid. We got to get him and take a look at him. But not much of a football player. But let's see if there's a chance.
Well, and ultimately, the medical condition kind of curtailed his playing career, and then he transitioned to coaching. And he started at the ground level. This guy wasn't handed anything. So started as a QC, worked his way up, was a coordinator for Coach Fickle there at Cincinnati, and then Coach Kelly brought him over to him, and then Coach Kelly left. And I would say Notre Dame made a really smart decision making him the head coach, and you've seen the results of the program. So nobody knows better than Sean about how great of a decision the program has made. I'm
Damn
sure.
Right. I had to live through 30 years of not winning a major bowl game. I felt that one for sure.
He was a 5th-round pick of the Bears. So if the Bears are looking at him as a head coaching candidate, Sean, they've already got the inside angle on him.
Yeah, they can keep their greasy mitts off him. That's what I say. He's our guy, man. He's our guy. Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Hey, Nick, by the way, this date felt familiar. I think you're right around your 4-year work anniversary. I feel like you're the person that cares the least about what your work anniversary is. Is it?
Honestly, I had no. You could tell me it was 6 weeks ago. Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah.
So that's fun poll out there. Maybe you can throw up there on 610.
Does Nick care about his work anniversary? 99%. No.
That's low on my list of priorities.
Not waiting for your gold watch.
I'm just grateful to have a job. That's what I'm worried about.
There you go. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Hey, Nick, really appreciate you making time, especially the week of the playoffs, and enjoyed the conversation. Go get them on Saturday. Go beat the Chargers.
You betcha, fellas. Take care. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. That's Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, joining us on the show. All right, we'll come back. We'll chop up some of what Nick had to say, some of the more interesting things he had to say in that conversation. And text in, 713-572-4610. It's Payne and Pendergast on a Wednesday. Stay there.
Ready? Playoff football is back. Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Getting some good feedback on the text page about Nick and joining us here. Texans getting ready for the Chargers. And
I thought
3:30.
You know what? He was almost as passionate in his defense of Justin Herbert as he was Aziz Alshire. It really is. I honestly, now part of this is just the clickbaity side of things, but in a couple of those, ESPN's got a couple of really nice rundowns of all the playoff teams where, when I'm trying to just get back up to speed with the NFC and everything, they're nice. But I've seen a lot of I guess maybe the more stat-heavy types of writers and everything really lean into pointing out how Justin Herbert's touchdown total wasn't all that impressive this year. That he had his inaccurate throw percentage was the second highest in his career. And I'm just I'm trying not to be too meatheadish about this, but I'm have watched him play.
Yeah.
He's been. I think he with his inaccurate throw percentage, I think a little bit like CJ last year. I think he's been very good at being careful with the football. And there's times where, it's an inaccurate throw, but if anybody was going to catch it, it was only the wide receiver, and there was no chance of it being an interception. So he's being really smart about managing risk. It's a Jim Harbaugh team where they run the ball a bunch. So just like with J.J. McCarthy, the stats aren't going to tell the whole picture about how a quarterback's playing. I seldom tell people to just watch highlights. But if you're not taking Justin Herbert seriously, just go watch his highlights from this year.
Yeah.
If you think there's any part of him that's being a game manager, he still makes a boatload of throws that very few human beings can make.
He this season basically had a version of CJ's rookie year. The numbers are startlingly similar. CJ threw for more yards. The Chargers were more run heavy and more effective running the football than the Texans were last year. So Justin Herbert didn't get to 4,000 yards like CJ. CJ led the league in yards per game last year, passing yards. But their touchdown to interception ratio is almost identical. CJ was 23-5 last year. Herbert was 23-3 this year. And I think you could say
but
a lot
of it on more attempts too, and more passing attempts.
Is it who Herbert is?
Yeah.
So, but
Herbert's got the second fewest interceptions in. Wait, how many did CJ have last year?
5.
Oh, he had 5. That's right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Disregard the attempts.
Yeah. So 20, but just the touchdown to interception ratio is identical. And then to what you just said, I think you could say a lot of the same things about CJ last year, which is the numbers are not eye popping. They're not, they're not MVP level numbers. But watch the Texans games last year. Like CJ Stroud's putting a cape on all the time. I don't think Justin Herbert's forced to do that as much here, but he makes throws that are cape-worthy for sure. He
definitely does, but also I think when you compare Herbert's stats this year to some of the ones that were more prolific early in his career, his best receiver is Ladd McConkey, who's really, really good, but he's a rookie. And beyond that, J.K. Dobbins is their lead back. He's got 905 yards, and he's doing a fine enough job. But it's been J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, excuse me. Receiving Quentin Johnston, he had a really good game versus the Raiders, but he's still Quentin Johnston. He's got kind of an unpolished, raw element to him. He's doing a lot more with less than what he had earlier in his career. I think it's weird because I think he's gotten a lot of credit this year, but he's being left out of the more elite, maybe top 5 type of conversations. And I feel like it's partly because he's doing the right thing. He's taking care of the ball. He's doing what they need to do to win the games.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Texans, and if we're to believe the Texans needed to play guys in that Week 18 game to get some momentum back, to get feeling good about themselves because they played so poorly against the Ravens, they came in for one drive. So if we're to believe that's successful, that one drive against a Titans defense in week, then we've got to believe that the Chargers are coming in with massive momentum in this game because they've scored 34 or more points in their last 3 games. And I know 2 of them have been against bad teams, but the Titans are a bad team too. If we're buying into the Texans sort of reestablishing some confidence with what they did in that sliver of activity against the Titans, then by definition, then the Chargers are coming in on a high right now.
And one of those 3 victories was versus the Broncos too.
That's correct.
So now the big blemish that they had a week or two before that.
Yeah.
A week or two before that, they got destroyed by the Bucs.
Yep.
So like, there's the high and the low. They're not. I'm gushing about Justin Herbert, but I'm not gushing like they're a playoff caliber team, but the team itself is not up in that same tier as the Chiefs, the Ravens, et cetera, et cetera.
The 2 most interesting matchups to watch to me in this game are Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter against, well, Rashawn Slater if he plays. I know he's banged up right now.
He practiced yesterday.
Did he practice?
Yesterday,
okay,
yeah.
so let's pretend he plays against Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. And then on the back end of the Texans defense, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., however D'Amico decides to play it, but against Quentin Johnston and Ladd McConkey. Like those are, if we're boiling this down to like a tag team match, again, it's Hunter and Anderson versus the 2 tackles and the Texans' 2 high-level corners against 2 very productive but young receivers for the Chargers.
The matchup is not as bad for the Texans as ironically enough, like the Titans is a bad matchup for the Texans because some of the strengths of their team go right up against some of the Texans. The Chargers are not that same team where even if you think about like the Texans defensive tackles, I feel like they're not up to the same caliber as a lot of the other position groups on the defense. But the Chargers offensive interior, they've kind of been reshuffling and rejiggering that, and they haven't felt super comfortable with the interior offensive line. It would be awesome if Rashawn Slater can't play. He practiced yesterday. He was wearing a sleeve, but that the Slater injury just popped up in warm-ups last week. And so it was one of these weird things. It popped up in warm-ups. He didn't play the game, but you just wonder, all right, were they just being hyper-cautious? Because even though that game mattered, it was versus the Raiders. It was the last game of the year. You want to be sure he's ready. You want to be sure he's ready for the playoffs.
That makes sense. It's that actually makes a lot of sense. They wanted that game badly. We heard Justin Herbert say, "Boy, you could hear the guys in the room next door the night before when the Steelers were losing." They wanted.
I didn't think that had as much to do with wanting to play the Texans as not wanting to play the Ravens. I think
that's fair.
The deal there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because they would have been matched if the Steelers had won, the Chargers would have ended up playing the Ravens on the road.
They would have.
That's more of a okay. I'm not going to take it as an insult that they think the Ravens are a better football team than the Texans.
No, I don't.
Given what happened the last time.
I don't, but I hope that the Texans do. I hope the Texans players are like, oh yeah, you wanted to play us so badly, eh? And and they lose the argument about are we better than the Ravens, but I just hope that they're delusional enough to think that the Chargers are disrespecting them with that.
What day is it? Today Wednesday. It's like today almost feels like a Friday. I was getting ready for 5 reasons to hate you. I got to be honest with you. I'm having a hard time, and I've watched a good amount of Chargers over the last couple of days. I have a hard time. I don't feel the hate. And I'm worried. Do I have low T? What's going on? Where's my natural male aggression?
Would you have found reasons to hate the Steelers? Would that have been easier to find reasons?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, I mean, start off with Russell Wilson. I didn't even have to. I almost cut you off there.
Yeah, what am I saying?
And then the other thing too is like sometimes you can hate the people that you really respect.
Yeah.
So like I can find reasons to hate Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
The very things that I respect about him, I'll turn into hate.
Oh, of course.
I can fuel that hate.
Yeah.
But because even Jim Harbaugh, maybe if I were a fan of a Big Ten team or something, I would feel differently. I can't hate Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
He's just so damn goofy.
Yeah. I know.
And yet effective.
Yeah.
He's so goofily effective.
He's really
it's
good.
Just he fascinates me.
He's a great coach. Like if we were to do the side by side, who gets the green check mark, like which quarterback, which running game, which the Chargers get the green check mark for coaching in this game. And that's not disrespect to D'Amico Ryans. Jim Harbaugh has coached in dozens of games like this.
Is Jim Harbaugh one of the most? I'll keep it inside sports for now.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the most eccentric of NFL, really successful NFL coaches? Some of them are eccentric in a weird way, where it's more introverted. Like Belichick was a weird dude, but it's kind of like he's in an introverted way, where Harbaugh's just out there. And like he'll say every goofy
says
thing,
weird things, yeah.
And you can't figure out whether is that goofy or is that brilliant. I can't tell.
Yeah.
But my God, he's won a lot of football games, so I think it's brilliant. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think like there's different categories of goofy. Like I think Mike McDaniel is goofy, like but in a like a stoner kind of way. Like He
and
says
he's not even really eccentric necessarily.
He says he says a lot of like strange stuff for a head coach, I think.
Yeah, I guess I almost look at him as more like he's a little bit of an intellectual almost. Like he's kind of got perspective on things, and he has but I don't look at him as, I see him as quirky but not eccentric.
Harbaugh says the same things McDaniel does, but he's dead serious about it.
Yes, yeah.
Right? He means it.
Text these in. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch. Who's as eccentric or weird, or however you want to phrase it, as Jim Harbaugh, who's also very, very successful?
Yeah, we need some help on this.
Pete Carroll, maybe, but like I feel like Jim Harbaugh is Pete Carroll on acid.
Yeah,
or more acid. Yeah.
Yeah, Pete Carroll makes sense when he talks. He's just hyper all the time. Like he's.
You know who Harbaugh's like a Bill Walton type of character.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. But more like wired in, more like he's more wired like a coach than Bill Walton.
Probably
but he's just out there.
Yeah.
He's in his own universe, and he's totally happy to be in his own universe. And it doesn't even occur to him to care about whether people think he's goofy or not.
Probably slightly less chemical assistance for the goofiness than Bill Walton had back in the day.
Bill Walton, yeah.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'd like to see. Yeah, Harbaugh after an ayahuasca trip, that'd be badass.
That'd be amazing. Let's see. Hate his khaki pants, LOL. That's from Axe.
His tucked-in sweatshirt. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Yeah.
Reminds me of sucking weight at wrestling practice.
Someone says, can you guys stick your faces any further up Harbaugh's butt?
Yeah.
He's a good coach, man. He's a good coach. Oh, Jim Harbaugh.
That sounds like some quirky statement. That's probably a reference to something Harbaugh said about putting your butt on people's faces.
Maybe. Jim Harbaugh was an Indianapolis QB, and we hate Indy. So there you go.
Oh, and I hated him when he was a quarterback.
Captain
and that was
Comeback.
Even before fantasy football.
Yeah.
I didn't like his nickname, Captain Comeback. Was that rooted in any kind of reality?
Yes.
Or was it just a couple of big moments?
No, they were.
Tell me about it, old man. Tell me about why.
Gather around, kids, and let me tell you about the 1995 football season. No, they almost went to the Super Bowl that year. They came within a failed Hail Mary of beating the Steelers and Neil O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Clash of the Titans, Neil O'Donnell and Jim Harbaugh in an AFC title game. They almost got there, man. So there you go. Oh, Dan Campbell, someone's saying, as far as coaches.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty out there. Yeah, he's extreme.
Biting kneecaps.
He's living life a different way.
Yeah.
I always look at guys like Jim Harbaugh and Dan Campbell, but Jim Harbaugh especially. It's that, there are a lot of people that think they want to be great, but they don't necessarily understand the extremes you might have to go to achieve greatness.
Yeah.
And I like Harbaugh because it's out there for everybody to see.
Yeah.
I think a lot of great achievers are wired differently. They learn to tamp down the more overtly weird things about it because they gotta exist in a certain culture and everything. Harbaugh just says, screw that. Nope, I'm gonna live exactly how I am. But very few people would be willing to do that same thing.
Yes.
If you want to achieve greatness, you got to be as weird as Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
It might not be as public. Then it might be different, but it's going to be different in some ways. It might be the hours you work. It might be the people you associate with or the people you cut out of your life. Whatever it is, you got to do things to the extreme. And that's hard.
It is.
It's a leap of faith in a lot of ways.
Totally, especially if you're not used to that, man.
I'm told. Hell if I'd know.
How about this? I agree with Seth, but here's your reason to hate Harbaugh. I can't hate Harbaugh, and that makes me angry.
Yeah, there's got to be something about him, right?
That's very meta, man. Like, my reason I hate him so much is that I don't hate him. Wow, that's deep. All right, Texans getting ready for the playoffs this weekend. Only 14 teams are getting the opportunity to do this. Just be glad that you're not having these types of conversations with your general manager. We will talk about that coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, West
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will get to the topic I teased here in just a second. Total selfishly right now, the Barrett Sports Media just posted an article about me on there.
Sean T. Pendergast?
About Sean T. Pendergast, and I'm retweeting it right now at Sean T. Pendergast. So if you follow me.
I need to, I prefer audiobooks, so I need you to read me some of the excerpts of this article, and I will rate your takes.
Okay, sounds good.
Your quotes.
We'll do it at 9 o'clock.
On a scale of 1 to 10, whether they're, how should I judge them? BS or genuine?
Yeah.
Or, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes like when you read an autobiography and you're kind of like, all right, dude, that's BS.
Right.
But yeah, I know about, that's not how you actually were.
Judge it the same way you would judge a sports take. You know what I mean? But the takes are me riffing about myself. And actually, I do talk about you in there as well. So I'm very anxious to see what you think of my Seth Payne takes.
That can only be a 10 or a 1.
there is
no in between.
Nothing in between. So I'm not even gonna say I think you'll be happy. I don't know if you will. I don't know. I haven't skimmed it yet to see exactly what
you don't know me
quotes they called out. The tweet says, being a talent who understands how to handle the business side has made a difference for at Sean T. Pendergast and at Sports Radio 6.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're a money-grubbing whore.
You
that's
got
true.
it, man.
That's
you know that.
when Nick was talking about how some players are motivated by money, I was like, yeah, I know he's a veiled shot at Sean.
Pointing at me on the YouTube, yeah.
That is, by the way, that's one thing that it took a while for me to break myself out of. You get fed so much propaganda, both from your teams and from elsewhere in life when you're an athlete, about how it's so important to be motivated by non-monetary things, that you almost like, when I got out into the real world, I'm like, hey, wait a second. Everybody else is out here working for $1. There's nothing wrong. You should never be ashamed of wanting to earn $1.
Nothing wrong.
It's our equivalent of back in the hunter-gatherer days. If you could go out and be a better fisherman or kill more deer than the other hunter-gatherers, then it's status. And we all want status.
Yes.
Never be ashamed of wanting to make money, kids.
Nope.
Ever. Never be afraid to abandon those you love for it either. Okay, that's the thing, is finding that balance.
Now here's the thing, and this is an excellent segue into what I teased into this segment here. Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson, I don't know if you heard.
Does he make money?
He makes a lot of money.
For what?
A lot of money. Largely standing around rehabbing. He's playing a little bit of football, but not at a very high level. Mm-hmm. And he's going to continue to make more money, mostly the rehabbing injury part, because here, as we all know, Deshaun Watson suffered a torn Achilles during the season, and so he's trying to come back from that now. The Browns have said that their hope is to have competition at the quarterback position. They have no choice but to bring Deshaun back. No one's trading for that contract, and they're on the hook for well over $150 million more in cap dollars on Deshaun Watson. Here was their GM, Andrew Berry, though, informing the media in Cleveland earlier this week that Deshaun has suffered a setback.
I did want to give an update on Deshaun. Yesterday, as we went through our normal player, medical process, we did learn that he did have a setback in his, Achilles recovery. We don't have all the details and everything yet, but it obviously extend the recovery process for him. It is new information, just learned in the past couple hours, so I don't have everything yet, but did want to make you all aware of it.
Okay, so Deshaun is clearly rehabbing somewhere outside of Cleveland right now. Like the GM's getting told.
The last thing you had brought to my attention was him out on a balcony overlooking the Pacific Ocean at some point, right?
Yeah.
The day before a Browns game.
Yeah,
it was a big Browns game. Which, whatever. Lots of athletes do that. Lots of athletes, rehab elsewhere. I think it's more common in baseball than in football, but it's not unheard of.
Stephon Diggs is rehabbing elsewhere. Yeah, like it's.
You said you were Cleveland radio the other day after this news came out.
Yeah.
And did you say, if I remember properly, it didn't seem like there was as much chatter about it as you thought there'd be?
The chatter is just so different now. here's the thing that they're hoping for in Cleveland is that the Browns, not to get too nerdy, they've insured just Deshaun's contract. So if he misses this season due to this injury, then the amount that they get from the insurance company, which would be about $40 million, according to reports,
that's right, yeah.
they would get that cap space back. So the talk in Cleveland is way less about, hey, can Deshaun come back? Is there still one more swing in that bat? You know what I mean? Like it's about he is a prop right now to get cap space there.
That's the part. There's a thing about the insurance policies that you can buy on players to where you get actual cap space back that it's beyond my ability to understand or comprehend it completely, or at least I've just been too lazy to do it. But it does. A lot of the capologists and everything, when they talk about this, it seems like they feel like why are these cash-rich owners being stingy on stuff like this where, okay, yeah, because the cash you spend on the insurance policy is not, it makes a lot of sense for you to be able to recapture that cap space. So for whatever reason, I don't know how teams operate or why they do what they do and the math they put into it, but the injury could work out in the favor of the Browns.
Big time.
That they could end up getting a huge bunch of cap space back if Deshaun Achilles stays injured.
If he stays injured.
I'd be sending him like a racquetball set. I would do like any possible thing. Maybe I would plant people that to dare him to see if he can still dunk. Stuff like that.
So you wouldn't out and out Galooly him. Like you wouldn't have some thug standing outside his house with a lead pipe ready to hit him in the Achilles.
No.
No,
I would tempt him into injury.
You would slowly manipulate him into doing things that make him injury prone.
Yeah. I'd get him super into CrossFit. I'd be like, you need to be doing 4,000 box jumps a day. That's how you're going to get your Achilles right.
This is your rehab.
Unless you believe the establishment. You're one of those guys?
Yeah.
Huh?
That's right. Bring up the establishment. That always works. I'm just glad, my Texans angle on this, man, I am just glad that these are not the conversations we are having here. I know people wanted more than 10-7. I know there's some people out there here in Houston that agree with the Rex Ryans and the Ian Rappaports of the world that this game may as well not even be played on Saturday. I'm not one of those people. In fact, by the end of the week, I may have a prediction where the Texans are winning this game. It's a 3-point spread. This is a coin toss game. I'm just glad because I listened. You pointed out, I listened to Cleveland radio earlier this week, the day after this news came out. And to be sitting around praying that a guy stays injured so you get cap relief, scoping out with the second pick in the draft, a draft that the consensus seems to be there's not a quarterback worth taking with the second draft, and yet feeling 98% certain that the Browns are A, going to take a quarterback, and B, somehow mess that quarterback up is a horrible, horrible place to be living as a sports fan.
The sense I got just from a couple of Cleveland-based articles that I read was that nobody really felt like the Browns were really planning on or depending on Deshaun Watson next year, whether his Achilles tendon went smashingly or not.
Right.
Or I should say whether the rehab went smashingly or not. They hope his Achilles goes smash. Yeah. That's what they're hoping. They're hoping for a re-rupture. Ghouls. It's ghoulish behavior out of Cleveland.
Yeah,
unacceptable.
Man. Yeah.
Can we trade them the Astrodome before they catch on to us?
Or
if you want an aging relic that requires a whole lot of upkeep and is in the news more than you'd prefer. We got a deal for you, Cleveland. The Astrodome.
That'd be great if we sent them the Astrodome and they invested exactly $230 million in it.
We're going to make them pay for it.
Yes.
Damn it.
$230 million. Oh, my God. Yeah, what a horrible.
Imagine putting that thing on a trailer, a wide load, bringing it up to Cleveland. I'd wait until summer. It's kind of dicey up there weather-wise.
Yeah, weather-wise right now. Yes. Yeah, an entire building sliding off the road into a ditch. That would be a big story for sure. All right, so I mentioned it earlier in this segment. There's an article, an interview that I did for Barrett Sports Media where I talk in general about my time at Sports Radio 610. That was the overall gist of the interview. The big thing they took away was how much I love money.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, so we'll Seth is going to rate my takes in this interview. So if you want to find it, I just retweeted the article. We'll do that.
I'm a tough grader. I'm a tough grader.
Coming up next.
If you're flirting with academic suspension, you don't want me as a professor. I'll tell you that much. No F's given on my part.
Stay there.
Texans. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Hey, a reminder, we talked to Nick Caserio earlier in the show. I'm sure we'll be having some audio from that throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. It was at 7:30. If you want to go back and listen to it, it'll be on the podcast, the Rewind feature. So appreciate Nick in advance of the playoffs. 3:30 kickoff on Saturday. Myself and Seth C. Payne at 12:30. And I don't want to give it away yet, but I think we're getting a couple of really good guests on Saturday.
Yeah, a couple of former Texans that you'll be very happy to hear from.
They're confirming.
Who also happen to be very good interviews.
Yes,
too, so.
yeah. So we're confirming.
Sometimes you're happy to hear from one of them, and you're like, oh, yeah, all right, that's enough.
This will be good.
No, these guys are good interviews.
If it comes through and we get both of them, it'll be really, really good. So and we'll be out there. Hopefully, it's supposed to be a beautiful day. It's supposed to be like sunny and 55. That's for Texas. That is perfect football weather, I think.
I get to wear my. I'm gonna get to wear my thermal that I bought at the gas station the other day.
Is this the first game where you and I might actually be a little bit cold? It feels like it's been an exceedingly hot year out there this year.
It's been really hot for the pregame show for sure. Yeah, this will be the first time all season that I'll feel that I'm actually a little bit like I'm gonna put some thought into what I'm wearing to keep warm. Yes.
Yep. All right, so this article that just dropped on Barrett Sports Media. This is the second time I've done an interview with them this year. So I don't know what makes me so damn compelling, Seth, but damn, this is my second interview in like 7 months with them. So this one seems to this one alludes to my sluttiness a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least my desire to keep that money coming in.
Okay.
You know.
And so, for anybody who didn't hear us talk about this in the last segment, isn't Sean like reading this article about himself so he can bolster his own ego?
No.
I demanded this because I need to rate his takes.
Seth asked for it,
and I will give him either a 1, the lowest on my scale, 10, or a 10 if it's a supremely intelligent and helpful take. Yes.
Now, just to lay the groundwork, the crux of the article is my ability to support my sponsors, you know.
It's the business side of things.
Yeah, like
this
is
an industry publication.
Right.
Yes.
And so the lead in here to kind of lay the groundwork of what the article's about. Over the last 5 years in the day part working with Seth Payne, the duo has proven to be a formidable presence that looks to exhibit energy, knowledge, and expertise. Through it all.
That's a good take. 10.
That's Derek Futterman who wrote the article. That's his take.
He's the smartest guy I've ever heard.
He's the smartest guy in this article, I can tell you that. Through it all, there has existed a commitment to serve consumers and shareholders of the company. Okay, so now here's my first quote.
We have shareholders?
Here's my first quote. There's people that own the company.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah. This is me. I treat my sponsors and clients as if I were a salesperson. I have lunches with them. I make sure to stop at their businesses and say hello. I'm in touch with them on game days. A lot of them are Texan fans, so we text back and forth during games. I think they really like that. They're like, wow, this is cool. I'm texting with somebody who's in the press box, that kind of thing.
Okay, I give that a 1.
Why?
Because it makes me feel inadequate about the way I handle my business.
Good, you're learning
I've told you
things.
before. I don't know why you're reading this quote. I've told you why you make me feel bad about myself.
You're the
because
one
you do
that
your
wanted
job
me
so
to
well.
read my quotes from this article.
That's a good one. That's a 10. Good job. Yep.
Pendergast.
That's good advice to other people who are, even if you budding podcasters out there who are relationship sponsors, like sometimes people on the talent side like forget that, like, no, you're actually working in a business, and it's not just about how hot your takes are. Like, there's people that are paying you money to talk about their product. Be grateful to them.
I actually said here, Pendergast believes there should be sales training for all broadcasters.
Yes, yeah, that's a 10 as well. Good job.
Yep. Here's my next quote. I've seen so many people in this business who I think are probably better broadcasters than me, if I'm being honest, but they don't stick around because they don't have revenue tied to them. It's so fundamental that once you get revenue tied to you, you make sure the relationships are solid, you get feedback from your clients, you make sure they're getting results, and if you're not, you can fix things and get results.
Yeah, that's. I would give that a 7, just on the basis of. I feel like you diminished your own talent as a host a little bit.
I did.
And I don't think it's false modesty.
Right.
I think you're.
You're right. There's nobody that's better than me. What am I saying? All right. So
no, but that's true. You know what I think of? It's like some of the musical artists that endure over time. It's not necessarily because they have the best voice or not even always the best songwriting or anything, but they really understand like the consistency and the challenges of the actual music industry.
Yeah.
And there's more to it than just being ethereally talented. So good job.
The next one, even though he took an entry-level radio job making 80% less money than his sales job he had before getting into radio, he enjoyed his formative years in the business hosting local and national programming, which is very true. That's when I was with John Harris. We had a great time. He values time with the station. This is my old station. Pendergast did not see a pathway to his financial goals and started to position himself to land a role with Sports Radio 610. Over parts of the ensuing 5 years, Pendergast brought a fastidious approach predicated on attention to detail, adaptability, and versatility while leveraging skills developed in sales.
Okay, yeah, that's now as far as the skills developed in sales part, I don't care. The actual adaptability, and I know that you, when you were first starting out as a professional sports radio host,
right,
you would just take any and all jobs in different capacities,
yes,
solo, whatever. Like you wanted to be able to prove that you could do all of it.
Yes to everything. Yes.
If I were to analyze this from a football perspective, though. Sounds a little Jalen Ramsey-ish. It sounds a little bit like you were trying to maneuver your way out of your current situation. But from a business standpoint, I'll give that an 8 out of 10.
Okay, unlike Jalen Ramsey, I didn't fake a back injury at my old job, okay? I didn't ask anybody over there. I gave it my all till the day I left, all right?
Right, yeah. It was almost, you were trying to go to greener pastures.
Never showed up in a Brinks truck.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You didn't make a spectacle of yourself.
I did not make a spectacle of myself. No. This is good. This is a quote from me. He says, getting feedback from people about how I sounded on the air checks, all those things that sometimes people take for granted, Pendergast elucidated. I went into hyper detail mode just to get my foot on Sports Radio 610.
When you were talking to him before that, did you say, let me elucidate this for you?
I did not.
Okay,
Although I get accused of using words like that, so I can't say that I definitely didn't, but I don't think I did.
I would have marked you down for that. So as far as, seeking out feedback, especially, which can be tough in our business because sometimes there's a lot of people giving feedback all the time.
Yeah.
And some of it's really, really bad feedback. So it's hard when if you're young in the business to know which people to listen to.
Yes.
Sometimes those people are your boss who are giving you bad advice.
Yeah.
Not our current boss. God, no.
No.
But, the seeking out feedback and then tweaking based on that. 10.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now we get into the part where I talk about hosting with you and getting to mornings in 2019, which, that was
3.
Be ready. It may go down.
Whatever you say,
know.
it's not going to be good enough. I'll tell you that much.
So here we go. Hosting with Payne, who he affirms is smart while also Hang on. Hosting with Payne. Don't get too comfy yet. Hosting with Payne, who he affirms, Sean affirms, is smart while also self-aware that he is somewhat unhinged. The duo has fostered intrigue and impact in their discussions surrounding local sports. Part of its appeal has also come in catering to the preferences of listeners in the day part, refraining from vociferous dissension and overwhelming information. Quote, Seth and I don't scream at each other, but we do disagree over a lot of stuff, but we flush it as soon as the break rolls around. We'll get into disagreements on a show that people might think are contentious, and then during the break, we're kind of laughing about it. Not that we faked our way through the argument, but if you carry it around, that's not a healthy way to go do radio or go through life, if we're being honest. End quote.
I would say part of that, too, I think you glossed over a little bit of this sometimes when we're doing the show remotely, and maybe we have a little bit of a disagreement, and you, air quotes, forget to turn off the mute button on the Zoom.
It's true. I don't. It's not intentional, but there are times. Right, when we're on the Zoom, there's times where Seth has probably been talking for 2 minutes. I'm like, sorry, didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you about trying to reconcile our little spiff we had there.
Yep.
Unhinged. Your word or his?
No, my word. I think the listeners would agree that you go off sometimes.
Yeah, and you do a good job of reeling
Not as much as you used to. I don't think it's an insult. I think people like that. If there's any feedback we get on this show, people really like when you don't do it as much, and I think that's good. I think when it's a little more rare that people enjoy it more, but there are times where you go off, man, and that's okay. That's good. I think people like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna give that a 6 as a placeholder until I get drunk and think about the fact that you called it, that you specifically used that word, unhinged.
Unhinged.
There could have been. I'm trying to think of different perhaps.
Somewhat. Okay, what would you say? How would you self-assess here? How would you self-scout?
I'm not a thesaurus. That's your job.
See, there we go.
Okay, I'll ramp that up to an 8 then.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Do you agree with all that stuff I said about when we disagree and things like that? I guess I'll find out. I guess I'll find out during the next break.
Is that no? That's where. Yeah, we don't. I think that's one thing. Like you got to find your pace and your tempo with each different co-host that you work with.
Yeah.
And like there's some times where two people like they argue a lot and it's cool.
Yeah.
I feel like if you and I argued a lot, it's not necessarily what people in Houston are looking for at 6 a.m. in the morning.
That's what I told him. It's funny. That's what I told Derek that. He's like, what? This didn't make the article. But he asked, like, what makes Houston unique as a sports talk radio market? And he lives in New York and listens to WFAN, so he can appreciate the contrast. I said, man, I grew up in the Northeast. I don't think people enjoy. I mean, it's basically what you just said. I don't think people enjoy that the style you're talking about. Plays up there. For whatever reason, people don't mind getting in their cars and listening to people scream at each other.
Yeah.
I don't think Houston, by and large, is like that. Not as much as they do it up there.
I'm going to give you a 3 for your delivery on how you told this fella.
Yeah.
Because what you should have said is, I don't think people outside of the New York area understand how annoying they are to people everywhere else in the country. So, like, if you go and, like, if you try to be 100% full-bore New Yorker in Houston, it does not play well.
Okay.
It doesn't play well.
You...
Like Patrick were doing his show in New York. It would be awesome. Patrick Creighton would be the full bore, like 100% guy from the Bronx or whatever.
Yeah, because he already, amongst all of us here at the station, he already still kind of leans into that a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's also like, he's not like he's also lived in Houston for a long time. It tempers you for a while. You learn like, oh wait, there's a better way to live, isn't there? Oh yeah. Okay. I like this. I like this style of living much better than being angry all the time.
Are you ready for some takes from the text page on this?
Yes.
Seth is nuts, and I love it. LOL.
I like nuts better than unhinged.
Seth going up. Save that. Seth going off is fantastic. Sean is the Joy Taylor of radio to get all these interviews with Barrett Sports people. All right, I'm saving your number.
Sean walked into the interview wearing a skin-tight wife beater, and
it's an odd outfit to be wearing over Zoom, Sean, but let's do this interview. Okay. Someone says here, love an unhinged Seth. I love when Seth gets unhinged, all caps.
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
Exactly, Seth.
Oh, wait, I got to write that down for a T-shirt.
You go
full Ted Bundy. Brandy was making fun of me this morning for how many actual T-shirt slogans I have. She wants I tell dumb jokes and ramble on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
The laugh is the best. The laugh is. What's the other brand? What's the other Brandy hockey?
Oh, he's a notoriously slow starter.
Oh yeah. You should just.
I'm gonna silent treatment her so hard when I get home.
You should just get a T-shirt that says "notoriously slow starter" on it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Southern Belle is my favorite. Seth, don't change, Seth. So there you go.
Okay. We haven't done the Southern. We haven't done Southern Belle in a while. We don't have anybody right now that's really much of a Southern Belle type of that old Bill O'Brien trying to play dumb type of character in Houston right now.
Yeah. The closest we got, I don't know. Does it feel like there's been any Southern Belle coming out of the Texans when it comes to the offense at all? Like where they're like, oh no.
No, I think with D'Amico, I would more go like he's more like like genuinely nice SEC girl.
Yeah.
Not the fake like pretending to be virtuous SEC girl. He's more just like a genuine like, oh yeah, that's just yeah.
Yep.
There's no fanning like fanning himself on the porch drinking sarsaparilla while talking down on people to him.
That's fair. That's fair. A couple more quotes here from this article. I say we talk everything. Seth and I had our best ratings as a duo the month the Astros won the World Series. I did lean into that. I do feel like while we still get painted like by some people like they're just talk Texans all that. I don't think that's necessarily. I mean, now during the season we talk a lot of Texans, but I think we as a station have gotten very proficient at the outside of the season stuff. I told them that.
There was a while at the station when everything got really big with the Texans back in 2011 where it turned into like, wow, the thing that works in the ratings is just talking about the Texans every single segment. Yeah. And then it almost became like written into the Constitution for a while, like long past whether that was an actually smart strategy. And I'll credit previous program directors for kind of recognizing that.
Yep.
So that's they like, oh, all right, guys, let's be more like a normal, You're not a podcast. You're not a Texans podcast all the time.
Yep.
Just 75% of the time.
Yes. Okay. Text message. Sean is an arrogant, self-absorbed, preppy weenie, and Seth is an uncontrolled idiot. Seth is an uncontrolled idiot. Love you guys. Have a great morning. We love you too.
You say uncontrolled idiot?
Uncontrolled idiot.
I like that better than unhinged.
I thought unhinged was good, and the people seem to.
No, it is. It's fine.
Someone's wondering if I'm going to come back from the break on the YouTube with a black eye. No.
It was no. I think one of the worst things I ever did professionally was recognize, address, and to a large degree conquer my anger management issues. Mm-hmm. It's been very good for my mental health and probably like actual physical health.
Yeah.
It's been a knock on me as a radio host,
so for radio, yeah.
Yeah. It's there's a little bit of like sometimes I miss the days when sometimes in all that frothing unhingedness, you come up with some brilliant moments.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know what I do? I feel a little bit like Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest after they lobotomized me. They're kind of like, sure, I'm not causing problems for anybody, but God, I don't want to talk to this guy.
He talked?
What a boring sap this lobotomized fool is.
There must have been a deleted scene where he was expounding on what it felt like to be lobotomized, because when I saw the movie, he just had his eyes rolled into the back of his head.
That's how I feel like I sound sometimes.
You do?
For the people that want the old unhinged Seth. Now I'm only moderately unhinged.
I think you're being a little hypercritical. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
Or perhaps a little too. Maybe I'm being a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Thesaurus.
The
maybe I'm
opposite
being
of
a little
unhinged?
too generous in my own assessment of myself.
Oh, maybe.
As far to how much I've conquered my anger.
Perhaps. Maybe we'll find out.
Son of a bitch.
We got 2 more segments to find out. Let's see. Did my best to kick that bee's nest. All right.
Go for all 9.7 out of 10. I just did the math.
You added it all up?
Sean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Regular season award debate around the league, and thank you for that high score, Seth. I appreciate that. At a fever pitch, who's the MVP? They're doing it on TV right now. Allen and Lamar, do they have the same Super Bowl pressure? Who's the MVP? Who are the Texans team award winners this year? MVP, Rookie of the Year, Offensive Defensive Player of the Year, Best Position Group. We'll try to run through as many of them as we can, and we'll do that coming up next.
on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Game on Saturday, 3:30. Texans countdown starting at 12:30. Texans and the Chargers. Playoffs are here, baby. Playoffs are here.
I'm excited, man. I'm way more. I knew intellectually that I would get excited as the week went on because you try to, but in the moment you're thinking about, like last week, say, before the Titans game, I'm like, we're not going to learn that much about this team. And but then you get up to it, and just like the players and the coaches have said all week, man, you wipe the slate clean and you hope for the best. You know that the Texans have their flaws and blemishes, but it's not like they're facing the Ravens this week.
No.
They're facing a very good football team, but one that's not in that same echelon of the genuinely elite teams. And it's I felt the same way after the last couple victories by the Texans in the divisional round. Like, I enjoy the moment. You know what? It's here to enjoy playoff football at home, and I try not to think too far beyond the first round, and you just enjoy that battle, and then you worry about the next one after that. And it's just cool to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, it is, man. It's fun this time of year. I just hope, man, playing the first game of the weekend, I hope to God they win, because watching the rest of the weekend of playoff games when your team gets knocked out is miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not miserable. It's fun, but it's just, it's FOMO, man. You got your face pushed up against the window and everybody's having fun inside the candy store.
It's like that story you told me about how, like, in junior high, they always wouldn't let you play spin the bottle. All the girls were like, no, he's not allowed in.
They would let me play at the first party of the year, and then all of a sudden, the whole rest of the weekend, the rest of the year, for some reason, I don't get dialed in.
Is that the guy that thought tongue kissing was involved? I think it is. Like, make him go stand on the outside and watch from the outside.
Hey, these are the ABCs of me, baby. That's what I would say. Yeah, hey, man, these are the ABCs of me. Do they still play spin the bottle these days, these kids, or is it?
God, I hope not. I don't know.
Maybe
probably just
COVID might have squashed that one. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever actually played spin the bottle.
I did.
Now that I think about it. Did you?
Yeah.
Did you try to game it? Like you're spinning the Coke bottle?
I was nervous just to be playing in the game. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I did not have that level of game. I'm like,
there's never that's a level of, that's when I knew I was never be a porn star.
Here we go.
My first time I played spin the bottle, and I was like, this is way too
Hope
much.
It lands on a girl. The debate season is at a fever pitch right now when it comes to MVPs, individual awards. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Before we get into the Texans, are you a Lamar Jackson or a Josh Allen guy if you had a vote for MVP?
I'm a Lamar Jackson guy.
You are?
I think partly because I feel like Josh Allen has gotten a lot of appropriate credit for doing more with less. But I feel like that's unfair in some regards, because it's not like Lamar Jackson has an all-time elite cast of wide receivers.
Right.
And it's like, okay, I mean, where was this energy when Pat Mahomes was throwing to Tyreek Hill and all the rest of it? So, and in the modern NFL, I know the run game has made a resurgence this year, but you're actually sitting there and saying that the quarterback Lamar's performance isn't as good because he's got a really good running back next to him.
Yeah.
And I just overall I'm more. This is what I'll say, and maybe this is just because I saw the Texans beat the Bills. I'm more scared of the Ravens than I am the Bills.
Yeah.
And especially in a lot of that is just flat out Lamar Jackson and everything he's able to do.
Yep. You took the word, literally took the word like the word I was going to use, which is he's just scarier than Josh Allen to me. They're very similar statistically, although the stat that we keep gushing about with Justin Herbert, those 3 interceptions, Lamar Jackson only had 4, but he threw like 18 more touchdowns. And I know we're not comparing Herbert to Jackson in this argument. I'm just saying, like, we just spent time gushing about a quarterback only throwing 3 interceptions and what a great season he had earlier in the show. Lamar Jackson only threw 4 and threw nearly 40 touchdown passes. I'm with you. I have the same view on that. Like, I think he's more of an alien than Josh Allen. They're both aliens. He's the scarier alien right now.
They're the Lamar Jackson is like Freddie or Jason or something. But then the Josh Allen is scary, but more like in a Chucky doll type of way.
Okay.
So like, I think
I like
realistically, all right, I could boot that little bastard, right? Okay, that's enough. I know he's got a scalpel, but look at him. He's 2'1".
Yep. MVP of the Texans. Who's your MVP of the Texans this year?
I guess it would have to be, you know what, immediately my mind went to Nico, but I can't do that. I can't give it to anybody on the offense.
He missed 5 games,
I would say
too.
It's going to have to be Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley. Okay, I was going to say Danielle Hunter's mine, but I think Derek Stingley's a great choice. Danielle Hunter, and you can't go wrong with either one. I think on this team, one of the biggest things they both had is they were there for every game. You know, like they were out there. You know, Will had a great season, missed a few games. Mixon had a great season, missed a few games. CJ didn't have as good a season statistically as last year, didn't miss any games, but, you know, CJ's the most indispensable player on this team, but I don't think had a season where that's worthy of labeling it as an MVP type season.
Mm-hmm.
But Stingley, I guess where I would agree with you on the valuable part is like, wow, happens Derek Stingley Jr., that secondary is flawed, and losing Danielle Hunter would be a blow, no doubt about it. But I still feel like they'd cobble together a pass rush with Will Anderson and whatever combination of Derek Barnett and Jerry Hughes and Danico Autry and whoever else.
Yeah. So it's a good one. You know, I don't need to power rank them by like how scary they are as a movie villain or horror show character. But I think with Stingley, I think it's been a more consistently dominant performance. And part of that's just the nature of the position. You know, pass rushers are going to have days where they get 3 sacks, and then they're going to have a couple stretches where they don't get hardly any hits at all. That's just the way it goes. But it just feels like Stingley's been so rock solid, and maybe part of that is a little bit of like loyalty to a guy that's a draft pick and has been here for 3 years and will hopefully be here for many more.
Yeah. How about? I think Rookie of the Year is basically 2 names, and you take your pick. It's the 2 guys who play in the secondary, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter.
I'll go Kamari Lassiter just for overall polish. Kalen, it was a build throughout the season where you saw the flashes of the really athletically amazing things that he's capable of doing, but he really had to learn how to play safety, where Kamari Lassiter came in and They named Kamari Lassiter a starter right off the bat.
Yeah.
And at first we were wondering, like, all right, well, you guys are kind of forcing it, right? What about his 40 time? And then he just showed up and was very ahead of the curve. So, this could easily swap next year. Not for negative reasons, but maybe Kalen Bullock just becomes the consummate veteran at safety.
Yeah, that I think the biggest compliment I could pay to Kalen Bullock is that they've lost Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward for the season, and the safety position isn't something that jumps to the front of my mind as this major concern, at least going into this game against the Chargers. Like, look, eventually, if the Texans keep winning games, they're going to come up against a team that may expose the fact that Eric Murray and a rookie are your 2 safeties back there.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock's been really, really good, man. Like, that's like that.
Well, the biggest thing is that he's been able to. He makes up for some of his rookie errors. Like some of the big plays have been because he's out of position or wasn't as good at anticipating things as a veteran safety. But then at the same time, sometimes on the very same play, he's been able to reel a guy in and make a tackle. Mm-hmm. And it's just he's gotten a lot better at that. And D'Amico talked about this last week or earlier this week, just about him on understanding the angles, anticipating based on formation, all those things. There were a lot more times early in the season where, okay, by the book, he's in the right spot, but a veteran safety would have aligned a few yards more inside or outside or had his eyes on a different side of the field. All those kind of finer nuances that he's showing all the right growth and progress in that regard.
We beat the Bills. We got dominated by Lamar. Lamar for MVP. I can see where if you polled Texan fans, it'd probably be heavy skewed to Lamar.
It's just there's a lot of personal bias to it. Yeah. I'll admit to that. And it's I'm not ashamed of it. I've seen the scariest version of Lamar Jackson for like 4 straight games now. Mm-hmm. Then when the Texans have played Lamar Jackson,
yeah.
I've had to think about that. Like I feel I feel the best about the Baltimore Ravens right now in the playoffs, but this is exactly the same way I felt after the wild card round last year. I do think it is a different and more complete offense this year for two reasons. One, Lamar Jackson's in Todd Monken's offense for the second year, and two, Derrick Henry.
Yes.
And it just all of the headaches and nightmares that ensue because of those two in the backfield at the same time.
Yeah, I said this when the Texans played before the Texans played the Ravens, and I stand by it, which is I think if you take all the teams in the playoffs, and I'll even include the NFC, but let's just keep the AFC for now. I know the Ravens are the 3 seed. I know they lost 5 games this year. The best version of the Ravens is the best team in football. You know what I mean? Like their A-plus game is better than Buffalo's A-plus game. It's better than Kansas City's A-plus game. And I certainly think it's better. I mean, I don't even know that we saw their A-plus game when they played here against the Texans, but they wiped the floor with the Texans.
Well, the one thing that people are sleeping on a little bit with the Ravens is that how much their defense has improved in the second half of the season. They're one of the best scoring defenses in the league in the second half of the season. But there was a stretch there really right up until they played the Texans where people weren't acknowledging, and I did it like I had to figure it out during that week. My take from Monday through that week, whatever it was, like from the week before until Wednesday.
Yeah.
I kind of, from watching them, I realized, okay, no, they've figured some things out defensively. This is a much better defense than they're being given credit for.
Yeah, moving Kyle Hamilton to free safety was a big thing for them.
Yeah.
They had him playing around the line of scrimmage like Jalen Petrie plays for the Texans, and they moved him to free safety. And if you watch that, who did they play? The Browns. On Saturday, they did the splits on Kyle Hamilton, the Ravens defense with Kyle Hamilton not at free safety, and then with Kyle Hamilton at free safety, and all the stats underneath the free safety column looked like a normal Ravens defense. You know,
yeah,
really
that's
good.
yeah, and like their defense has been allowing 15.4 points per game over the last 7 weeks, which is the best in the NFL.
Yeah, that's 2 points better than the Chargers' season-long total. Chargers have been the best in the league. So
hey, real quick,
yeah.
Just because it reminded me of a stat that shows like where this Chargers matchup with the Texans is way more even than I think maybe even like a lot of people in Houston want to believe. The Chargers have been very bad offensively in the second half of football games. Sound familiar, anybody?
Oh, okay. Sounds to me like
10.3 points per game in the second half.
Sounds to me like Gambling Seth says take the under in the second half of the Chargers and the Texans, right?
Is that an option? Yes.
You
do
can.
that.
At halftime, you can do that, yes. All right. You might even be able to do it before the game, too. Not sure. I don't know. I'm new to gambling. I don't know.
Well, a lot of pick'ems you can do half, second half.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. All right.
I'm only a pick'em guy.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right. The disrespect for the Texans. Is this the silliest one that we've heard yet? We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. A reminder, we talked to Nick Caserio earlier today. That's up on the podcast on the Odyssey app, or you can check it out on the Odyssey app on the Rewind feature. Check it out later on today or tonight, whenever you want to. Good conversation with the Texans GM. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Bronco Power Boost. It is still
Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, let's get to a reminder here. I'm got to make sure we keep pounding this theme of disrespect for the Texans. If we're going to feel like they can win this game, then maybe some bulletin board material is a good thing. If you recall here,
we need that Bill O'Brien drop of being tired of the disrespect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here was Rex Ryan saying the Chargers weekend.
Yeah, Chargers basically, I never realized they get a bye. Oh, wait, they got to play. What's the difference? Texans offense is struggling so bad they can't protect the quarterback. But look, the Chargers' #1 scoring defense in the NFL going against that offense. Woo! Get ready for the next round.
Okay, so, I mean, the whole bye part. Now, is his point valid, Seth, with the offensive line going against, quote, that defense?
Or just the offense in general going against that defense? No, because the Chargers, I mean, the Chargers defense has shown signs of wear and some blemishes over the second half of the season.
Yep.
And most notably against the Bucs a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the scoring defense, I think, is more of it's impressive. I'm not sitting here saying they're a bad defense, but there's other defenses that I'd be more intimidated by. My biggest concern would actually just be that the Chargers have a solid run defense. And the Texans, every time they faced a solid rushing defense this year, they have not been able to, really up until the final Titans game, which wasn't the full complement of starters there the entire game. But by and large, Joe Mixon has averaged 2 yards per carry against the better rush defenses in the NFL.
Yep.
The Packers game, they were doing well. It's been rough.
But they only threw for 86 in that game.
Yeah. So no, that part of it, 100%. I think if anything, though, and I'm surprised that Rex Ryan would forget that the Texans have a defense too.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that the Chargers have been rolling. But a lot of the numbers that make it look like, oh, they're hot at just the right moment, they played a couple of patsies the last couple of weeks. So it was a really good victory versus the Broncos. I don't mean to take anything away from that. But, like, Rex Ryan, honestly, is talking about this game like the Texans are facing the Ravens. And it's just, that's not the case. The Chargers are a really good wild card team.
Yep.
I think they're a better team, or have been a better team than the Texans. But the Texans are a 3-point underdog. This is not... Like, the fact that there's no reason for you to think, oh, yeah, it's going to be an absolutely devastating blowout of a game. You might feel that way, but the way the handicappers and the objective observers look at it is like, yeah, the Chargers are a better team, but it's not like it's going to be a gigantic upset if the Texans win. It's a very, very winnable game.
How did Joe Mixon look at it? Joe Mixon was asked yesterday in open locker room about Rex Ryan's comments. Here's what it sounded like.
There's a lot of national media saying this is a bye week for the Chargers. Y'all are not ready to play. How do you all side this thing?
I mean, to be real, like, wait, who said that?
Rex Ryan said that this is a bye week for the Chargers.
Look, bro, I mean, I'm just here to let my helmet and shoulder pads do the talking. I'm not, finna comment on it.
I wonder.
You know what the bogus thing about Rex Ryan is?
Yeah.
This is the bogus thing about Rex Ryan. He's working on. He's taking shots like that from his pulpit there, his bully pulpits on ESPN, and yet he's also actively thrown in the ring to be a coach again,
dude.
So like honestly, like Joe Mixon, veteran player. Like, how's he supposed to answer to a guy that might actually be a head coach in the NFL the next time Joe Mixon's looking for a team or something?
Yeah.
You know, that's like, now, on the flip side of it is, I do think that Joe Mixon could flat out just call Rex Ryan a fat clown, and Rex Ryan really wouldn't care. Like, it would end up, like, if anything, he might want to sign Joe Mixon because of it. But it's, like, this whole Rex Ryan throwing his name out there, like, in an RG3 type fashion, I don't like it. And I like Rex Ryan as a coach, but, like, some of the stuff he does is like, honestly, his take about the Chargers having a bye this week.
Yeah.
Knowing how physical the Texans defense plays, he doesn't believe that. He's just throwing it out there because he knows the producers like it, and they give him good feedback on it. So he's being disingenuous. Like, to call it a bye week, he didn't even see basically or virtually a bye week. He said it's as good as a bye week. he doesn't actually believe that. And that disappoints me, Rex Ryan. You fat again POS. Yeah, like what the hell?
He's called him fat again?
Yes, he's fat again.
Rex Ryan?
He defeated the bariatric surgery.
He did, man.
The doctors told me, when people have those stories about like, well, the doctor said I only had a 1% chance of surviving. Ha! And they survived. This is Rex Ryan. Like, the doctor told me this would keep me skinny forever.
Yeah.
Ha! Fat chance. Get it?
That would be great. Get it?
My fat chance was 99%.
Yep. Here was Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. And again, this is, I hope this is bulletin board material for the Texans. This is him breaking down the Texans and Chargers game coming up on Saturday.
Everyone sort of laughs about the Texans getting the Saturday early game. It's kind of the Texans saw, and everyone sort of assumes that they're going to come out and lose. And I know that the Texans have looked uneven this year, but if there's one perfect opportunity for them to give everybody the metaphorical middle digit, this would be it, right? I mean, the Chargers are good, but surely the Texans have been just as good. The Texans have been a little uneven offensively. C.J. Stroud has thrown too many interceptions for anyone's liking, but the talent for sure is there. It is a perfect opportunity for the Texans to come out and get a win that absolutely no one expects them to get.
See, that's weird because it's like two extreme comments that are just not true, that they're going to come out and lose and absolutely no one expects them to win, wrapped up in kind of a compliment about them, that they've actually got the talent to win.
I feel like he was just framing him. I think he was trying to frame it as a hotter take than it was.
Yeah.
That, like, he's basically saying, hey, the Texans have a chance of winning this game. Right. They're 3-point underdogs, you idiot. They're at home with a defense that's played very, very well at home and has managed to get really bad performances out of good quarterbacks other than Lamar Jackson. So so it's a little bit of a straw man where he comes off giving a very tepid take, but he's framing it like, hey, I'm the guy that's telling you it could happen. And then if the Texans pull off the upset, the very small upset, he gets to say, everybody said no chance the Texans are going to win, but I said that they could win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. He gets to play both sides. Oh,
yeah.
Rappaport.
He's a both sideser.
He's exactly what he is. Here's C.J. Stroud yesterday on blocking out outside noise like Ian Rappaport and Rex Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, noise is always going to be there. It's always, it's part of sports, always evident in the sport. And they said the same thing about us last year, so playing the Browns. And I'm not saying this last year, but, we went out there and we did what we had to do to win. And that's ultimately what the playoffs come down to is like, it's 14 teams now and, the microscope is on you. We're the first team to kick it off with the Chargers and, so everybody has their own opinions, which they're entitled to have those things. So, I really don't mind. I mean, it's part of it. Guys are smart. They probably can see film and see that, whatever they want to see. So, and for us, we know we have faith in what we can do and know that we're motivated to play. I kind of like being an underdog. I've been an underdog a lot of my life and my career, so it's actually comfortable for me. So, but yeah, I don't really think too much about it.
The Browns last year, just for reference, were 2-point favorites going into the wild card game.
Yep.
But it did also feel emotionally kind of like this game, I think, but especially because the Browns had walloped the Texans previously.
Yeah.
It felt emotionally like a bigger spread than that. But in terms of just the objectivity of it, there's a reason the Chargers have been a better team than the Texans. They're a more complete team than the Texans. And they're on the road, so that basically the odds makers are saying field, they're 6 points better than the Texans.
Yep.
But again, like I get really frustrated when people that have been in the NFL for decades act like a 3-point underdog is like a huge and massive upset.
Right.
Like it's just
right.
when all the time double-digit very, very frequently double-digit underdogs have upsets. Like, that's an upset.
Yeah.
Not a field goal margin. That's not an upset.
Yes.
Like, not a gigantic upset.
No. And if we're just comparing it to the vibe going into last year's game versus the vibe going into this game, they had just come off. They weren't even supposed to be playing a home game last year after they beat the Colts. The thought was they were going to be a wild card team because Jacksonville's going to destroy Tennessee and the Texans will be the 6 seed or the 7 seed or they'll have to go on the road. Like, that playoff game last year felt like this found money, like, holy crap. I was hoping for the playoffs. I didn't think they were going to win the division in this whole thing. And so this year, the division's been clinched for a month, and they quite honestly haven't played very good football over that month since clinching the division. So it's a strange dynamic. Speaking of strange,
hi, thanks for the introduction.
What's up, Reggie and John? How you guys doing?
Is this the unhinged John Lopez?
I'm unhinged.
Did you hear that earlier?
I did not.
Supposedly that's a compliment. Sean called me unhinged in an interview.
I think you're fairly hinged.
I read that. That was good.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let me read the exact quote here about Seth C. Payne. Let's see. Unhinged. I'll find it here in just a second.
Yeah, but you control F unhinged. It's only going to once. You call anybody else unhinged.
I feel like unhinged is getting the word unhinged is getting a bad rap.
You think?
Because literally, it can be a compliment.
Yeah.
It's like ignorant. Like all of a sudden, you say something. Someone was ignorant of something, and people immediately think it's an insult.
Yeah, there's negative connotations.
But there's also it could be like I am just ignorant of that.
Hosting.
You know?
And by the way, I didn't just call him unhinged. I said he was very self-aware, Seth is, about his unhingedness. Yes.
Which is always the first step in conquering mental illness.
Hosting
is just accepting that you're mentally ill first and foremost, and then you can start to address
Hosting
it.
with Payne.
Knowing is half the battle.
Hosting with Payne, who he affirms is smart, compliment, while also self-aware that he is somewhat unhinged. The duo has fostered intrigue and impact in their discussion surrounding local sports.
All right, that's not the good unhinged.
It's not. What are you talking about? No.
I don't know. I feel
in my mind, it was the good unhinged.
Yeah.
It's a sell for me personally, but I got to understand.
Thanks,
how
Reggie.
that can be taken.
Thank you for not trying to drive a wedge into the show that comes right before you.
I appreciate the author injecting his own words after Sean admitted to using the actual word unhinged. Then the author steps in and says, "Hey, but but they do a good job."
Yeah.
You know?
Said we don't. Yeah. He said we do a good job. Yeah. That's it.
Sean Pendergast, after using the word unhinged and then slamming down his landline telephone set, concluded the interview thusly.
My favorite text on this, I haven't read it yet. I'm going to read it now. In depth, you just tell 30 people to go die every day on the radio.
No, but that's different because I really do want them to die. It's not like just. It's not like me just, throwing it out casually or something like an unhinged
So
person.
that makes you less unhinged?
That's less unhinged. That's his honest feelings, yeah.
That's premeditated right there,
That's right. How you guys doing?
Terrific.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in a meta world where now I'm trying to identify what in fact the hinge is.
Yeah.
Is that the tether to reality? Is that what we're doing there with the hinge?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's where you kind of just go flying off into the ether.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I start making metaphors about World War I and everything. Yeah, that's the unhinged part.
That's the unhinged part.
But that is the nougat filling of the show, though.
It is, yeah. It's what people like. After I read that line, the texts were rolling in.
Yeah.
That's the version of Seth that we love.
Yeah.
Like the peanuts are the sports, and then the nougat filling is the unhingedness.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't think Seth liked
that was a rescue.
No, I didn't. No, I knew what Sean was saying. I was not offended by that.
He wasn't. He was fine. He was fine. All right, fellas. So this toss was really all about me, just like that whole segment was that we did earlier.
No, I managed to take an article about you and make it about me. So kudos to me.
Good job.
I am off to a rip-roaring start in this media career.
Yeah, way to go, you unhinged bastard. You.
Day one of journalism school. Make it about yourself.
Yeah. I use the word I a lot.
Me. Use pictures of yourself in the articles that you write.
Before you hand this off.
Yes.
What is hanging behind you? Because I kind of love it.
That's a T-shirt. That's from Houston Stressens.
Good.
Yeah, to us, and he posts videos when we talk. He posts a lot of videos from the station, but especially when Nick Caserio comes on, he takes the bite-sized pieces and puts them up on social media. He was very excited to see that shirt hanging back there. Got some good shirts. Yeah, Houston Stressens. Yeah, it's a really, really cool shirt. We got that on one side. We got ready to roll on the other side.
Let's do it, baby.
All right, so we're ready to roll within the loop. Seth, I will see you tomorrow.
Mañana. Hasta la hello. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Nailed it.
Anybody.
Hasta mañana.
Unhinged, this guy.
Unhinged and illiterate in many languages.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. KIL, let me pull up the actual FCC approved.
I got the alley-oop if you need it.
No.
Right,
I want to do this myself. I typed it into the rundown. Unfortunately,
I'm proud of you.
I have to page up from the article about me, which takes about 11 pages.
Sure.
So here we go. You're listening. Keep going here. Keep going here. You're listening to KILT AM and KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. They're unhinged, and they start now.
I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of hingedness.
I just want to talk about Sean all 4 hours.
I love these guys.
I'll stick around.
Let's do it. Overtime. Overtime. I love these guys, but they're not beating any of the allegations. Like the dismount there was unhinged as well. But you know what? You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those guys, fortunately, will continue to permeate because they had a fantastic interview with Nick Caserio, the general manager of your Houston Texans. Want to get into some of that because there was a lot of insight to be garnered from that conversation about this weekend when you face off against the Los Angeles Chargers in the wild card matchup. And nobody cares. This is a me thing, and that's been the story of today. Is just make it about.
And I feel like I need to start talking about myself.
Yeah. Do you need me back on?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very proud of myself for saying Los Angeles Chargers and not Los Angeles Clippers because I don't know why that's where I go whenever I see LAC in my mind, but I did say it right. It is the Chargers.
I've only said San Diego once this week.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. Yeah. I missed it. And then shout out to the text line where you can always get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. Reggie talking about nougat means that Seth is going to eat 10 candy bars now.
This is true.
This is true. Immediately, I'd like to apologize to Seth Payne and the entirety of the Payne and Pendergast audience for causing him to fall off the wagon, I imagine. But regardless,
he's never on the wagon.
Is that also part of the unhingedness?
He's never on the wagon.
You got John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Wednesday. It does feel, I heard Seth say this earlier, it does feel like we are a lot closer to the weekend, a lot closer to this game, but no, we are, and maybe that's also the slid schedule.
Yeah.
That is a day forward where today is their Thursday on what would be a normal week.
I think it's because Wednesday is usually the day when we turn our attention to the next game, but the regular season doesn't matter anymore, and certainly matters. We've been turning our attention to the next game all week.
Back-to-back AFC champs.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, this game is clearly the most important thing on the docket. It's what we're all working towards, even as we hit this. I hate saying hump day because it feels weird, but we hit this hump day on the week. And
hump day.
Wow, that was loud. Woo. Okay. But yeah, with this game, I think yesterday I was asking what your confidence meter is in Bobby Slowick. But I think it's fair, or let me ask this a question, right? Instead of making it as a flat out statement. Would you say that it is fair to say that this offense, will live and die with the performance of CJ Stroud?
Well, yes, and not only that, let's sort of read tomorrow's headlines today.
How would you do that? How would you even read tomorrow's? What are you, a time traveler?
Well, you never know.
Do you have a crystal ball?
If CJ Stroud and the Texans don't get it done, obviously everybody here and everybody listening, well, most everybody listening, I saw a Chargers text on the YouTube, which was interesting.
Okay.
Maybe they're listening from L.A., maybe it's a displaced Chargers fan. Either way, most everybody listening wants the Texans to win. But let's say what we've been talking about pretty much all year and going into this game, and you heard Sean and Seth talking about, everybody thinks the Chargers are going to lose. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Let's say it doesn't go well. I think this is a defining game in the short term. Now, I'm not going to be over dramatic here and say, it defines C.J. Stroud. No, in the short term, I think it defines C.J. Stroud because if it doesn't go well, if he gets sacked a lot, if he throws the ball into the dirt a lot, if he misses targets, doesn't get it done, as we've seen on occasion this year.
Not in Week 18, baby. Not in the most recent time that we saw him on the field.
Not in those 6 passes. But
6 completions, sir.
6 completions, that's right.
Put some respect.
If it doesn't go well, I think in the short term it kind of defines him for what we're going to be talking about going into the offseason, in the offseason, and going into next season. What was it? What was it with CJ in 2024, 2025? I really do. So it kind of makes me start thinking about what are your reasons and reasons not why he can indeed flip the switch when it matters the most here in the postseason,
Okay. I think that's an interesting place to look at it, and just generally what's the confidence
Do you not
level?
think we'll be talking about that?
I think that the season that was put on display, especially when you have that stretch kind of in the middle towards the backside of the season for him, where, I mean, you're seeing just a complete, I don't know, lack of confidence, I think is what is a fair way to describe it from C.J. Stroud. That is not going to be easily erased from my memory. Like, as you were talking, I was wondering, what is the C.J. Stroud performance that takes that out of my memory? Not hanging that around his neck as some level of anvil to hold him down. I still have lots of, good thoughts and, good expectations for C.J. Stroud as a quarterback in this league. We've seen him be good, and I am holding on to that belief that he is going to be a good quarterback in this league.
Absolutely.
But, though whatever happened in the middle of the season, I don't think that gets wiped away by just the most exquisite of playoff games in the course of
it helps.
It does. Yeah. It does help. But I think that, I will still have some conversations or some thoughts about that portion in the season. But with that being the case, what it would be necessary for him? I think one of the things and one of the reasons why that one drive, even though I think some of us would have liked to be a little bit longer, but still, one drive where he looks really good, is that it looked like he was getting back to some of the things that are innately what make him good, which is getting the ball out on time, but really putting the ball, maybe not even pinpoint, but in the places that it needs to be to make completions easier, not flat out missing guys, and then also seeming like trusting his teammates. And maybe the right way to put it is reevaluating the situation and putting the right amount of responsibility on himself, not too much responsibility.
Correct. Like if he wins, it's a big salve. It's a big way to start feeling better about him. And if you ask me, do you have confidence that C.J. Stroud is going to be a great quarterback? You said very good. If you ask me, do I think he's going to be a great quarterback in the NFL? My answer is yes. But there's another question. If it doesn't go well this weekend on Saturday, what is our conversation going to be about C.J. Stroud for the entirety of the offseason going into next year? I think that's a different answer. I think it's those questions of, what happened? Was it Bobby? Was it him? Is he what we thought he was? All that. So
how does CJ get his groove back? Is the major motion picture that you'd be trying to make all season?
Just like Stella. And I think this is, at least in the short term, kind of a defining game for CJ Stroud. I really do believe that.
Also, I guess one of the things that it could be, right, and this is me kind of throwing stuff at the wall in some ways, is as much as I hate it, and I know you see me rolling my eyes, especially if you're on the YouTube or the Twitch, when we start getting to the better quarterbacks in this league historically, we start talking about what the playoff resume ultimately is. And again, he is incredibly young. What is he, 22?
23 still.
23 years of age. Right, there's a lot of time that still remains in here, but when we start pulling up playoff records and all those things, those are going to come up. And again, I don't subscribe to the notion of quarterback wins,
but it's going to be out there.
That would be another thing. So having CJ in that place playing better would be great. On the text line from the 936, not trusting CJ, although his facial expressions have looked better since last Sunday's walking into the stadium. His face says it all. I'm interested in what you're going for there, because are we doing the thing we're reading too much in this stuff, or is that maybe some idea of trying to point to one of the things that I'm talking about, which is where it feels like he is at some points taking on a lot of responsibility on himself? And I think there is something to be said for really good young quarterbacks, and I think I've tried to make this point a few times this year, where there is going to be a moment where, hey, we're not just playing with the natural ability or whatever, or playing on All Pro. Now we're playing on All Madden to make the video game. We're adding more to this. We're reading more of these defenses. We're trying to learn more of what this takes at this higher level. And that is more pressure onto you and more responsibility onto you. And maybe you're seeing his face and seeing those wheels turn, I guess is the way that you might be seeing that. But I don't know that I'm fully going to the place of looking at his face and seeing it all.
Well, I agree with you on that, but I think we're in the business of not just us fans and actually people in the NFL overreacting to these type things, because that's all you're seeing. But excuse me, if you want to see what the narrative might be like with C.J. Stroud if things don't go well, look across the field. I mean, it's going to be a mini version of Herbert.
That's interesting because Herbert exists in this place where he's
great, man. He's great. But
And I mean, so much of that is
he's got the skill. Boy, does he have the skill.
So much of that is context. Like so much of that is.
But that's what we're talking about.
Him. Yeah, absolutely. And
he can make every throw, but
Yeah. And what's funny is that there is kind of a narrative kind of argument there, but then there's a lot of people who either are film nerds or numbers nerds or whatever. I say that affectionately, mind you. I'm trying not to be a jerk at least. Will go to their graves, talk about how, hey, no, understand, Justin Herbert is still one of the best quarterbacks in this league.
You're sitting across from one.
So yeah,
I've been saying, and we said in the I really like Justin Herbert.
100%.
But even when I've said that more recently, I've also said, and that's kind of the atmosphere that C.J. Stroud is going to be living in. If it doesn't go well,
it's kind of like that Peyton Manning thing, where Peyton Manning was always good in the regular season, and at one point he couldn't get over the hump in the playoffs. Remember, it took a long time for him to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and that was always the conversation.
John Elway.
But and I guess here's the thing, right? That is more of our domain. Like you ask yourself for the actual team themselves. Is that something that you should or that you do kind of keep track of? Because for him, he's just got to go about. He's got enough to worry about, right? We're trying to get a win. And even he was kind of asked in a similar way because there's been a lot of noise around this game, a lot of it being doubt towards this Houston Texans team. That is about a 3-point underdog at home in this one. And so C.J. Stroud was asked yesterday in his media availability, how are you able, and not just you, but you all as a team, able to block out all the outside noise?
Yeah, I mean, noise is always going to be there. It's always, it's part of the sport. It's always evident in the sport. And they said the same thing about us last year, so playing the Browns. And I'm not saying this last year, but, we went out there and we did what we had to do to win. And that's ultimately what the playoffs come down to is it's 14 teams now and, the microscope is on you. We're the first team to kick it off with the Chargers, and so everybody has their own opinions, which they're entitled to have those things. So I really don't mind. I mean, it's part of it. Guys are smart; they probably can see film and see that whatever they want to see. So, and for us, we know we have faith in what we can do, and that we're motivated to play. I kind of like being underdog. I've been an underdog a lot of my life and my career, so it's actually comfortable for me. So, but yeah, I don't really think too much about it.
I mean, flat out said. They said this about us last year. All right, it could be. It goes one of two ways now. Why wasn't he the guy last year that sort of shocked a lot of people and got that win? Or is he the guy that? Well, what happened?
That's interesting. Take me through that thought process one more time. Like the idea of why wasn't he the guy last year?
If it doesn't go well. Is what I'm saying, because last year they came off this huge win against Indianapolis, got the home playoff game, and all of a sudden just destroyed the Browns.
Yeah.
And now here's similar but different, if that makes any sense. Had a nice little feel good moment against the Titans, seemed to be maybe getting things going, and then he comes into this game. If he and the Texans lay an egg, it's going to be a different narrative.
I think last year was a little different though.
Oh, it was.
Because last year he was a rookie quarterback, and for some reason people just was waiting on the rookie to come out of C.J. Stroud because he didn't look like a rookie last year.
Well, you say for some reason. The reason is because this is what rookies do. Like rookies will look like rookies in the playoffs, and that is not. I mean, that's the idea. Like this moment becomes what we weed out the lesser teams, and in theory you're only playing good teams, and the stakes of this moment make them a little bit more difficult, and that's why we talk about the idea of experience and all these things. It's for moments like that. So it is reasonable to be like, hey, is a rookie going to look like a rookie in this moment?
Against one of the best defense in the league last year, and I think a lot of people was feeling the Joe Flacco fever too. Let's be real.
Yes.
And he turned into a pumpkin. So I think that's why people. I think this year I don't look at the Chargers as like the Browns of last year, because I think they're a good team, but I don't know if they the best or best defensive team or anything like that. So,
I think like it's just a different circumstance. I think that like obviously if you're inclined to actually look at the context, I think those answers will come through a lot more cleanly, and maybe you can easily lean on people that you can look at as certain levels of experts. Now, would you consider one Jim Harbaugh as an expert?
Yes.
I called Jim Harbaugh to the witness stand. This is Jim Harbaugh talking about C.J. Stroud yesterday in his media availability.
You know, from the moment, watching him on tape, you know, as a high school player, I was like, wow, you know, it really intrigued. And then flew out to Los Angeles, got in a rental car, and drove up to Rancho Cucamonga, and just watching him play in person, you know, from the side. Then I started watching him from the end zone. I'm like, this guy's the real deal. I mean, he's going to go all the way, and wish we would have got him, but to come to our school. But he's a great player. You know, just there's I mean, all the talent is there. I mean, he's got the courage. So many times I've seen, like, you know, defender coming right at him, and he just stands in there, you know, lets him get close enough almost. Those are going to hit him, and then he's able to the ball up over him, around him, and we're talking 16, 18-yard in breaking dig routes or routes to the sideline. And he's a great guy and tremendous competitor.
Is that what we've been seeing?
It sporadically, which feels like that's kind of been the name of the game with this Texans team, is that in moments you see flashes of what the pieces are that make this team a good team.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't put it together consistently. And I think going back
that goes back to C.J. Stroud.
Right, going back to the original thought is like, hey, what kind of would you want to see from C.J. in order to kind of put your best foot forward? Those types of things, right? That level of confidence where you can stand in and feel comfortable standing in, and, you know, showing your arm, and again looking a little bit like your 6-for-6 drive there in Tennessee, where you're getting the ball out, throwing with anticipation, and hitting your mark. Because when he does that, we've seen how good he is, and if he does that on Saturday, actually, you know what? When he does that on Saturday,
okay,
you'll be able to live with the results, which honestly, if he does that, are probably a favorable one.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to bring up something totally different. Is it a little scary that I kind of forget Jim Harbaugh actually coached against C.J. Stroud in college?
There are a lot of,
and he has some of his rougher games was against Michigan.
There are a lot of coaching stories that are sort of intertwined in this game. And I'm sure we'll get to them. And I'm sure we'll get to, like, I want to make very clear, there are reasons why, and he kind of alluded to it there. He said it's there, you know, with C.J. Stroud. There are reasons to believe why it will happen, as you said. There's also reasons to believe.
And to all of the things that you point to as to why this team can be good or great. And this is why I wanted to see them play good football coming in. And this is why it's so important that, you know, you get that out of him. Because, again, this is a team that you're playing against that is coached well, that does not make a lot of mistakes. And it feels like this Texas team, when they're the best, they're also doing that. Are they going to be that version of themselves, or are they going to be the version of themselves that it feels like they have been more often than not?
And that's what makes them a scary team, man.
Yeah.
For me, too. They make them scary. They are a scary team for opponents and for me watching them as well.
Either way, but the talent is there, and it's like, man, I don't know what CJ we going to get.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going on a Wednesday here in the loop. We're going to get our guy Adam Spillane live from, I believe he's from our nation's capital, as the Rockets played out there yesterday. But before we get there, let's get to our question of the day here next. What's your niche sport of choice? Nick Caserio had an interesting answer. We'll discuss it next.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is scary.
Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. That number to call, or text rather, is 713-572-4610. Let us know how you feeling about this question of the day. What's your niche sport of choice? And I don't know why saying that word.
You can say it either way, by the way.
Yeah, niche or niche.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I find myself somewhere in between. And
it's more elegant.
No, it's not.
Data.
Yeah,
exactly. That's fair.
Tomato.
Well, nobody says tomato.
Are you sure?
That drives me nuts.
Are you certain?
Yes.
No tomatoes.
Name one person.
Let me get a junior Whopper cheeseburger with no tomatoes.
No tomato.
I'm gonna do that one day.
Name one person in the history of your life that has said the word tomato. 713-572-4610.
That's fair.
Never, ever, ever.
Say it without going.
It says potato.
Toddlers probably. To be honest. Potato.
Yeah.
That's not the question. The question of the day is, what is your niche sport of choice? As Texans All Access, always a good product, always a good thing to listen to. Both when they have Coffee with Coach on Mondays, and then also you'll hear Nick Caserio later today. And one of the things they like doing, they kind of add a little bit of personality, a little bit of humanity to it by asking kind of a fun question on the backside of the interview. And this week's was kind of about kind of playoffs in other sports, like what are the ones that they tap into that they're interested in. And interestingly enough, Nick Caserio likes him some NFL, or all the wrong sports, some NBA basketball playoffs. I was like, oh, that's not what I anticipated. Now, in giving his answer, he kind of pointed out to one of, I guess, what I would consider a niche sport because it's outside of the major the Big Four, the major American four sports of NBA, NFL, MLB, and NHL. And this was Caserio's answer.
I'm all in on anything golf related. I was watching the Century Classic over in Hawaii to kick off the golf season.
Right.
So
That's
I'll
right.
watch golf anytime, any place, any time of the year. Ryder Cup has that just the juice is flowing.
Baby, that's my guy.
Okay, golf.
That's my guy right there. That's what I'm talking about, Nick. We can talk golf anytime you want. Guess what my number one niche sport is, by the way. I can watch golf every weekend. Usually every Sunday for sure, and oftentimes on Saturday as well.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Like the John Deere Classic. I don't care.
I will tap in for some majors. Like obviously the Masters is just it's a very particular thing. Like the Masters,
it's its own sport.
They got, I don't know how they got us wrapped around their finger like this, man. Like I can remember being in college, being in classes, like streaming the Masters as someone who doesn't like watch that much televised golf. Like I got the leaderboard up and everything in a way that is completely different than these other things. And yes, 281 probably fair to put college football in there as well. Technically not professional sports, but also it is professional sports.
It is.
But yeah, I was interested that he said golf, and since you mentioned golf, before we get into some of the other niche sports that people are into, and actually like spend time going out of the way to watch and such. Did you see the TGL? This thing that ESPN has gotten into, Tiger Woods has a level of stake in it, Rory as well. I know I saw them both heavily televised during his broadcast. Did you watch their first match?
I watched highlights. I'm not going to lie to you people, but I watched.
Who is you people?
You know who you are.
What?
You people. But I think it has potential. I'm not saying it's there yet. But especially in today's world where it's fast, Top Golf instead of golf, and the what's called 9 that the afternoon guys always play
East River 9.
East River 9, and I think in today's world where you want to be quick through it, driving range instead of playing, it has potential.
It does, and then I realized that it was going on forever.
Well,
it did go on for a long time, but it was fun in the minute, like when you dropped in. Like I did appreciate the idea of controlled environment and being able to kind of see the ways that they're making this. Like there's a physical green in this stadium area that morphs depending on the hole that they're playing. One of the things it didn't feel like I didn't love. It feels like they're playing on a golf. I mean, they are playing on a golf simulator in some ways when they're driving and chipping and maybe hitting out of sand if they end up in a bunker. Which it is nice that they have actual fairway, actual rough, actual green that they're hitting off of. But then it goes into the screen and it feels like the ball doesn't react naturally as it would. Yeah. And that's a small nitpick to I guess throw out there. But I was real interested in that. I was surprised because it was just a kind of a thing that was on after college basketball, and I was like, I would tap back into this.
Yeah, it's got potential. So golf, far and away, is mine. A couple of others that people will argue if they're even sports, but you're talking about niche sports that kind of hook you when you're,
That is a pun, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, yes, it is. You know what's coming when you're surfing. Fishing tournaments.
You watch fishing tournaments?
All the time.
God bless.
All the time. I've absolutely watch fishing tournaments. And a little bit embarrassed to say this, kind of been tapping in on some pickleball.
Playing or watching?
No, the competitions.
That's asinine to me. those feel like sports that, like, hey, you go do those things, and shout out to you. I am not watching at those things. I mean, I got a lot of them that I think a lot of people will consider, and no, I don't consider NBA basketball in that. But like, if you would consider women's basketball, I like a lot of that. Well, soccer is probably the big one
me
for
too.
me. Which, I mean, again, outside of the major, I know we were talking about a pre-show, the idea that
I wouldn't count soccer as one because it's a huge sport.
It's enormous.
Fair enough. But
maybe a little bit more niche here, but the ratings are pretty dang good.
Yeah, it might be niche in America a little bit.
Gaining.
But a lot of people watch soccer too.
By the way, Manchester U and Liverpool with a tie this weekend.
They did. And really, Manchester should have won. Y'all was playing like some jokers.
What are you talking about?
Y'all look sorry. Hey man, if Harry Maguire didn't, all right, nobody cares. Somebody said those are sports for unathletic white people. Hey, there's unathletic black people playing them things too.
Hey,
come on now.
I'm Hispanic, I'll have you know. Anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like me and Figgy have one in common as well, which is one that came in from the 832, tennis.
Of course, yeah.
And we're getting into that season here soon.
Yeah,
like we're coming up.
I tap in on the tennis channel. So
you really?
Wow. Sometimes I just put it on there, just see who, like what old matches on and stuff like that. Yeah, like I'm really into it, man.
I'm real interested in what the AG73 is coming with here. Curling, curling
only 4 years.
Every 4 years. Like when we get to the Winter Olympics, right?
It hooks you though.
Curling is probably the one thing that if I see it, or now where you have the option to go and just watch whatever. If I can find curling on, I'll usually put it on. Like that, but the other competitions of curling, I'm like the stakes aren't there for me.
No,
I kind of get hooked, and this is I'm using this loosely. I'm not tapping in like for hours on this, but table tennis kind of hooked me a little bit.
All right, well, don't make
just to see every 4 years,
and this ain't not playing table tennis at the bar with a girl or something.
The good stuff.
Like I'm talking about the competitive sweating and going 20 feet back, hitting the ball. Like, that kind of hooked me a little bit.
A couple of more on the text board, which I used to be much more into this, and now I just kind of tap in for the big races, and that's NASCAR.
I'm in on NASCAR.
Yeah.
And this is where the pandemic changed our lives in many ways that we couldn't have foreseen. Me being all in on NASCAR. Like, I remember there was a time when, I was in my grandmother's house out in West Houston, right? And she didn't have cable. And so you put on just whatever's on the low, in the summer when it's just like there's nothing on TV in the middle of a Saturday. And I remember like watching some races, and that's just being a kid bored finding something on.
Yeah.
That was the closest I got to like, oh yeah, I really rock with NASCAR, or just like, hey, everybody knows what's happening with Jeff Gordon, right? Like everybody knows certain names. But then actually getting into NASCAR where I'm checking out points, I'm seeing what's happening, I'm understanding who these people are. I could have never imagined. Here I am betting, not betting, entertainment only dollars exchanging with my friends about NASCAR races.
Speaking of racing, how y'all feel about horse racing? Because it just started up last weekend.
Sam Houston.
Sam Houston. I actually went out there.
I saw your videos. Excellent, by the way.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Only the big races, and that includes if somebody invites me to one of the stakes races out here at Sam Houston, I'll go.
I've never had the money to participate in that. Like one of those things where if you ain't betting,
Hey, it get loud in there too, man. I was in there, and all of a sudden, you know, I was kind of moseying around, and all of a sudden, go, yeah! I'm like, what's happening?
I do appreciate the name.
What I was doing.
The naming conventions are good though. Like, hey, wait, how'd you come up with that name? I like just kind of creating some other stuff. Tennis, or sorry, not tennis. I mentioned that. Darts. Darts is elite watching.
It can be. I mean, their skill level is just.
Well, yeah, the skill level, but then I feel like just the environment. Like some of these things are just carried by. The event looks fun, and a darts event when I don't even know what the pool or what the hall is called or whatever, but when they're in there, it's just people. Apparently, all our education system in America stinks because then people know exactly what the scores are as soon as that dart hits the board and everything, and they are cheering, they're excited. I'm like, yo, this is incredible. They get that might be some of the. It looks like the Waste Management Open in there.
Yeah.
Whenever they have a darts.
Another good one is bowling.
Oh,
bowling on TV.
Yeah.
No.
Nah, sometimes that get competitive too, where a guy miss a strike and he's just like, man, I need to get another one, and like, oh, I know I screwed up on this.
Bowling is one of those sports that you have to understand the competitive aspect to get what's happening here. Because if you're just like, yeah, it looks like a lane and they curving that thing in there, it's like, oh, but they have different oil patterns to make it more difficult for you to spin the ball into certain places.
They use different balls.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Some other things that have come in, volleyball. Yeah, especially like somebody mentioned that they have a daughter, so college volleyball. College volleyball is
intense.
Very competitive, man.
Especially at those high levels. Somebody said the World's Strongest Man. I feel like we done lost some recipes on World's Strongest Man. I think like ESPN dictated a lot of this with their kind of, the things that they would have on in other circumstances. World's Strongest Man is one of those things that I feel like they do less of. That used to be, if it was on TV, that you might stop for a few minutes and just be like, hey, let me see them carry this boulder and put it up on that high place right quick.
Yeah.
How do you feel about poker?
Poker was fun. I
like
watching poker. I'm never intentionally trying to watch it, but it's one of those things that if you're like, I don't know, does Space City Home Network end up having
it's
that?
All
like,
over. I think it's all over the place.
It's just like you're up at like 2 a.m.
Once in a while, you see some celebrities and athletes in there. I think I saw the rapper Lil Pump. I think he took all the he was on there with Adrian Peterson, which is so random, man. He actually beat Adrian Peterson.
Nick has been on a couple times. Nick Wright.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. He seems exactly
Nick Caserio, man.
Poker after hours.
Who do you think would be better at poker? As I've now expended way too much of our time here between Caserio and Nick Wright.
I think Nick. He's got more experience. He plays all the time.
I think Nick. When I said Caserio, Wright. Okay, very good. Way to
Nick Caserio might have the poker face.
I think he's got the poker face, and I also think that like he might be out here doing like the calculations, like
for sure.
Rain Man-esque.
Yeah.
I feel like that is part of it. Poker's not a sport. Okay, very good. And then I guess you're going to be mad at the 832 said competitive cornhole. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I didn't already take too much of his time, but let's go to our nation's capital, talk to our guy Adam Spillane about these Houston Rockets. We'll do it next.
And let's talk about D&M Auto Lease.
towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want. Baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo.
Yep, the man. I was about to say the myth and the legend. I don't know that he would appreciate all that. Well, we'll see. His name is Adam Spillane. He joins us. I believe, actually, are you still in the nation's capital, Spo?
I am on the corner of New York Avenue and 7th Street in D.C.
Look at you.
Very good. Wait, what are we doing on the corner there? Or should I not ask those questions over air?
So I'm outside a restaurant where I'm eating lunch, and I decided that I would come outside to do this so I don't disturb all the people inside the restaurant.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So we won't take too much of your eating time, but we did want to talk, obviously, about.
Damn, what's going on out there?
I mean,
get out of the street,
just
man.
DC happening, man. DC stuff happening.
Get your ass out the street.
Hey, man, it did look like, I don't know, what was happening with the Rockets early last night, because it looked like maybe they were having some, I don't know, walking through the streets, walking through traffic type moments. It did not look good early. What did you see from them early that kind of limited their ability, one, to score the basketball, but two, really more importantly, to actually stop the Wizards from doing stuff?
Yeah, I looked at the thermometer on my phone, and it was higher. It was like at 26 degrees, and it was higher than the Rockets' shooting percentage at one point in the first quarter. They just kind of it just were sleeping through that first quarter. Washington played okay. They got a nice boost off the bench. I think Washington scored like 16 points off the bench. A lot of it was Corey Kispert, and the Rockets bench didn't do a whole lot. Fred VanVleet kind of kept them in it offensively. Jeff Green did a really nice job coming off the bench. I don't think he was the 10th guy that they used in that game last night. I don't necessarily think that he was going to play, but Ime Udoka, I think, thought that they needed some sort of a boost from that bench and some sort of a spark. He gave that to them, and then all of a sudden, Alperen Sengun, who started the game 1 for 7, he started to get hot. Give a lot of credit to Fred VanVleet for making sure to keep getting him the ball and like setting up easy shots for him, whether it was in the pick and roll, giving him layups. That got his confidence going. And then Jalen Green started the game 1 for 8. He hits a 3 with 0.3 left on the clock in the first half, and then like started 9 of 10 in the second half. So I wish I could take credit for this, but Kurt Goldsberry, who's been a front office guy in the league and a big analytics guy, he said last week on a podcast that the way every GM envisions their team is how it looks when they play against the Wizards. And in the second and third quarter, like that's exactly what Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka envisioned when they put this roster together. They played fast. They got after it defensively. They forced turnovers. They got out on the break. They had 35 fast break points off of 18 turnovers. Ridiculously efficient in that regard. So just a good win against a bad team.
Amin Thompson, is he gonna Wally Pip Jabari?
I don't. We're too early in this process to really start to figure out, what things look like whenever Jabari does get healthy. But I mean, to me, he's not there yet, but he is quickly becoming their best player.
Oh yes.
And so I don't know. Like he's still got some things that he's got to clean up. Obviously, the shot being one. The other, he's got to get a little better just with his handle. But it's really hard to keep him off the floor, and I don't know what they're going to do, just because they're not going to sit VanVleet. He's too important to how they run their offense. They're not going to sit Jalen Green because he can be their best scorer when he's right. Dylan Brooks, obviously a great defender. Sengun is Sengun, and Jabari was playing really well before he got hurt. So I don't know what they're going to do. It's a good problem to have, though. You kind of look at it he's kind of their Eric Gordon from 6-7 years ago, where they just called Eric Gordon. Eric Gordon was just their sixth starter, and that's kind of what Amin Thompson is right now. It doesn't matter who doesn't play; he's starting in that spot.
We're talking to Adam Spillane right here on Sports Radio 610. And we go from the Wizards there to the Rio Grande Valley Vipers in Edinburgh, because Reed Sheppard, he got the G League assignment. I was happy to see it. I didn't realize I was going to be this happy. What at least for the Rockets, was the biggest part of him playing? I know that you couldn't get a full accounting of the evaluation of what he did, but what were they looking to see? Because I definitely was happy about some of the things I saw outside of just 49 points on the stat sheet.
Yeah, they sent him down there with basically a list of things, everything. You know, it's running the offense, it's getting up shots, it's creating shots. They basically took the approach of, and you see a lot of teams do this in baseball, where you draft a guy, you sign him, and then you basically give that player 30 days and don't touch him and let him do things the way that he wants to do them. And then after that 30 days expires, then you can really start to work with the guy. They wanted to see Reed Shepherd, 20-25 games, see what he had, and then really start to get a feel for what he needed to work on. And he wasn't going to get to work on that stuff at the NBA level right now. They just there are too many other guys. There's just not enough minutes. They've gone with this veteran rotation with Aaron Holiday getting a lot of minutes. So they wanted to get him some minutes in the G League, get him, I think they wanted to probably get his confidence up a little bit too, and certainly scoring 49 will do that for you in your first real game in a while. So it's a good sign. The players, his teammates in the locker room last night in Washington were watching highlights, just like very excited, seeing what he was able to do in the G League last night. But I don't know how long he'll be down there. I did ask Ime Udoka last night, but do you still envision him as being, a major part of your rotation moving forward this season? And he very bluntly said yes. So they expect him to be a contributor at some point as the season goes along.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little worried about you.
Are you holding up a bank?
I'm a little worried about you. But
I mean, it's okay if you are. I just feel like you should move before they get there. You know what I'm saying?
I'd rather not incriminate myself.
Fair enough. You know what? This is why I can't be a criminal, because I would have told everybody on there.
That being said, shifting to baseball, Justin Verlander is a Giant. I'm not going to lie, kind of a mini confession here. It didn't really affect me very much. I mean, I didn't expect it, and I don't know how good he's going to be.
Yeah, I didn't expect the Astros to re-sign him. I am concerned. I was already thinking last night, who are the prospects that they give up to get him back next July when all their other starting pitchers get hurt? I think the writing was certainly on the wall, just seeing how many other guys they do feel like they have. You look at the price that he signed for, $15 million. They obviously weren't going to pay him that when you consider that they are right up against the CBT at this point. So not a big surprise. You hope for their sake, because they've gone into the last two spring trainings saying that we've got enough starting pitching, and then they inevitably did not have enough starting pitching.
Yeah.
So you hope for their sake that they do have enough. But at some point, they were going to need to move on from Verlander. I still think he has something left. Just in hearing him talk at the end of last season, how the injury was a lot more than what they let on, and that's kind of where the Astros really do their players a disservice, is not coming clean about injuries, because this was a 3-month injury that he had. So he came back earlier than expected, but they didn't tell anybody that it was a 3-month injury. So you're seeing him out on the mound earlier than he should. He's not pitching well, and you're just thinking that he's cooked, when in fact he probably just came back a little too early. So I hope for his sake that he has something left with the Giants. Obviously one of the best pitchers in Astros history, and we'll see how things go. But I know he wants to keep pitching for a long time. He's got that magic number of 300 wins that's still there for him around for a little bit, and he's really the last pitcher of this era that has a chance to get to 300 wins.
Adam Spillane, unfair expectation here. 10 words or less. Gray Kessinger for Atascocita High School and Rice alum Matthew Linsky. 10-word analysis.
I have no idea who Matthew Linsky is.
Very good.
So
excellent. No more words. You did it. That was it. You made it happen. I understand the apologies that you have to Mr. Linsky, to the Rice Owls alums and fans, and to Atascocita High School alums. I understand, but that you did it. You nailed it there.
Blame Reggie.
Yep. Fair enough. Touche. I think he had like an 8 ERA in high A last year, which was a little. I mean, he wasn't in high A for very long. I think it was 6 games. But regardless, and then one more thing, because people are bringing up the fact that Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green seem to have a little bit of beef of some sort. Is there any level of insight there?
I don't have anything on the Whitmore or Jalen Green thing. Obviously, I did see Whitmore. I was like right below Whitmore as he walked off the floor, and just he was the first one off last night. It's something, I guess, to watch, especially after his weird leave session last week. But I don't have a lot for you on that.
Okay, all right.
Stay low, man.
Yeah, stay low, get inside, stay warm, and eventually, do some digging. I kind of want to find, like, the Cam Whitmore space feels like something we need to watch, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely been bizarre the last week or so.
Yeah.
All right. Not bizarre. Always when we get a chance to talk to our guy, Adam Spillane, whether he's in here working out or in Washington, D.C., having lunch, or maybe me being a cost service. Be well, my boy.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you on Saturday.
There he is, Baseball Spo. And when he mentioned Saturday, it's because Baseball Spo don't just cover baseball. He covers basketball, and he is always at the home games.
Hopefully he make it by Saturday. I don't know what's going on with this standoff.
Not Secret Service will let him out. Secret Service will let him out.
I need to Google bail bonds in D.C., man.
Oh, buddy, I don't know that we're talking about regular municipal or like. I feel like that's the feds might be coming after us. I don't know what he's been doing, but yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, look, the coaching carousel keeps churning with a whole bunch of weird stuff. Plus, I feel like there's something else that the Colts made some bad decisions about. We'll talk about that next.
All right.
it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, roll with me here. I know that you sure doing. I appreciate you. And I appreciate all you fine folks. I imagine a lot of people are in their cars, but you don't have to be. But, in this instance, for what I'm about to say, it's necessary. Appreciate all the folks that roll with us every day listening right here on Sports Radio 610. But going back a couple of segments, we did our question today, what's your niche sport of choice? Nick Caserio is a big golf guy, and various things came in. But I feel like the 3-4-6, I don't know what our relationship is personally. You know what I mean? I hope this does not put any level of strain on it, but I feel like I know a little bit more about you as a person. As you said, slap boxing is fun to watch. And I'm like, what? Are we just talking about like when you were in school and you like just slap boxing?
Or that brutal one.
Or yeah, the one where, or like
the actual sport.
The slap fight where they just come down and on with the crazy big slaps.
I got to tell you, I don't like that.
It makes me uneasy.
Yes.
To be completely honest.
Yeah, I was intrigued when it first came out, when the video started going viral. I'm like, man, what is this? But it is uncomfortable. We was I grew up slap boxing.
Yeah.
But we was not doing that,
Not
man.
that.
No, at that point, we got to fight.
Yeah.
Shout out to the people who mentioned, the idea of boxing, MMA, those types of things. Speed climbing is one of those came up. We feel like it's really fun for all of like 5 to 7 minutes.
That's the right take. Yeah, it's a nice little, that's kind of cool, and then change the channel.
Yeah.
What about the competitive eating?
Competitive, I mean,
like that
only
Joey
on the
Chestnut.
4th of July.
Yeah, only on 4th.
Because some of the other ones made me uneasy. Although one of the things that is wild is seeing them like eat chicken wings quickly because they be just whoop. They get the protein right off the bone.
Yep.
And then the other thing that somebody mentioned MLS, and then MLS is cool, and then also gaming, competitive gaming.
I've never gotten in. But I understand it.
Surprisingly interesting.
I'm a weird person. I mean, I don't really do the competitive gaming, but I do like. I'm that guy that watch people play games on YouTube.
Okay, I see you.
Like not sports. I don't really care. Watch people play Madden, but like actual like Resident Evil and little games like that.
Wow.
Pillow fighting is a televised sport. That's crazy. Spades. Yeah, spades, you don't even need competitive. Just every game of spades is competitive because house rules and arguments and table talk, all that's fantastic.
Yeah, smack talk. Yeah.
That's right. All right, let's go around the NFL. That's interesting. Why'd I go
kind of inside?
Yeah, you're going inside the NFL a little bit, which is brought to you, though, by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find you the best price on the market. That's QUICK ASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. I would like to begin in the AFC South, as I often do, with the Colts. I feel like this is an interesting thing that I saw come up, which was Michael Pittman Jr. You're familiar with this gentleman. Wide receiver. It's pretty good wide receiver, I might add. I'm fond of his game, not fond of the team that he plays for. But apparently, he might need surgery. Why, you might ask? Because he played the entirety of the 2024 season with a fractured back.
That sounds awful. It reminded me of Mike Tyson.
My back is broken.
I broke my back. But that sounds just miserable. I mean, not just playing, but the day after playing.
Yeah, well, just back pain, period. I know my back ain't broken, but shoot, I still be having back pain, man. So I can't imagine with a fracture.
Debilitating. And not only is that, like, you talk about going through your daily life, they're playing the car crash sport.
Yes.
Competitive.
What?
Being competitive out there.
So according to Joel Erickson of the Indianapolis Star, Pittman said, quote, "When I first had it happen, they said it almost certainly was going to get worse and not better. It's all about as long as I can make it happen, and I did finish. I was hoping he would be playing longer than this." So he said that he found this out. He first noticed this during training camp in August.
Oh, man.
And then it was discovered in week 3. versus the Bears, and he still elected to play through it. Hey, man, you either really tough or really stupid or some combination of both.
I would have hit a Tyreek Hill. Hey, I'm out the door.
Some Vontae Davis here, right quick. Rest in peace.
The game ain't in me no more, man.
No, man, I'm done. No, look, I've said it multiple times. These guys are from another planet. I just don't understand. Obviously there's a lot on the line, financially and otherwise, but I just don't get it.
I don't either, but this feels like it falls in line with quite a few of the decisions that have been made by the Colts. Like obviously they're deciding to keep Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard. It just feels like another one of those. I feel like one of those decisions that makes me question their. I guess I was going to say their decision as a team, but I feel like that was more an individual decision for Pittman. But sometimes those are the types of things that you have to kind of intervene and be like, hey, this might not be the best decision for you as a player or as a team. Yeah.
Make the decision for them. And just another, you mentioned, the hierarchy of Indianapolis. Like every team in this division has some level of incompetence. Like every one of them.
Correct.
I mean, it's crazy. Like the Texans, it's just wide open for the Texans to just dominate.
Correct.
Yeah.
What a time. And in another way, I guess relating to another Houston team from the 713, from the 346, he must have a Tempur-Pedic bed to help with his broken back.
Shout out to Mattress Mac.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing well.
I was about to say
I haven't seen an update.
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming.
Although I still hear the commercials and stuff like that.
You're
but
gonna hear the commercials.
That's right. Yeah. I'm assuming no news is good news on that.
Just finish up heart surgery, but you got to go to Gallery Furniture. And I'm sure those was pre-recorded before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, so we continue around the NFL. More coaching carousel things, including yesterday, pretty soon after we got off air, Las Vegas Raiders did something that I think we kind of expected. With letting go of first-year head coach Antonio Pierce. He had made the jump. I guess his first year, a good way of putting it, because he had made the jump that interim. very few coaches make, which is interim to actually getting the full-time gig. After they had fired, who was it they fired?
Gruden?
Was it Gruden when they fired him and got Antonio Pierce? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And then Antonio Pierce, and funny enough, even as they fired him after this season, it seemed like he still had a lot of respect from the locker room and such. But this feels like another step in the direction where it feels like we're leaning into the NFL also being one of those places where you have to make things happen quick, fast, in a hurry, or you are out of here. And this one felt particularly unfair, at least in my estimation, because they gave him who to quarterback. Like this was the situation was not really built well for him. And I understand that, like when they talked about this, they talked about the idea of not necessarily seeing the development, especially defensively. But man, this feels like a real nasty precedent, for lack of a better word, to be setting in the NFL.
But it's not precedent; it's happening everywhere. But I get your point. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're absolutely right on that. And you got to win now. Etc. But I also think there's something else.
Win now with what?
Yeah, exactly. But it's, again, you're not wrong. I think you're right. But I think there's also something else at work here, and that's Tom Brady.
Yes.
Tom Brady saying we're going to clean house.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting to see just how much
it's a not a lot, but a little scary if you're in the AFC West because Brady ain't going to play around. They say he's going to have a say. He's say.
Why are we assuming? Well, just to see how much. That's one of the things I'm interested to see how much his hand, how much his hand weighs in these conversations. But also, where was I about to go? Why are we assuming Tom Brady is going to be good at this?
I think just because he's Tom Brady.
Yeah, I don't trust that. Michael Jordan was a GM.
And it's not even that I don't trust. I'm just like, why are we so sure?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure at all.
I'm not sure, but I think because he's Tom Brady and where he comes from and the organization. Both organizations, to be honest, but really the Patriots, it matters. He knows everyone. Everyone respects him, and I think this is a little bit scary.
I think it comes down to relationships. The relationships Tom Brady have with the league. So a coach that might not have gone to I was about to say Oakland, but Vegas. Tom Brady might be the person that could get them to go to Vegas.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to 832 keeping me right here. It wasn't for Gruden. Remember, they had Josh McDaniels out there, which, man, talk about somebody who just kept getting jobs.
Comes at you fast.
You remember when he left the Colts at the altar? You remember that?
Yeah.
Still ended up getting a job out there.
Went to Denver.
And then they had to get him out of Denver was earlier on where he had the audacity. And honestly, he still owes me some money. I got to get together like a class action lawsuit for him foisting upon us the Tim Tebow experience. That's his fault. Why would he do that to us? I thought I was losing my mind the way that people were talking about Tim Tebow being a winner. I was like, he is awful. Look at him play. So yeah, man. Yes, thank you for reminding me that Josh McDaniels was indeed the person who messed us up. Someone said Vrabel to Vegas. I think a lot. We were talking over on the Bull, the idea of, hey, wasn't that one of those places that Deion said that he might want to?
Yes, yes. Deion is another. But again, I think Brady is going to have the final say, and who knows where his mind is headed.
Is it a little troubling that he's still like on the broadcast team and all that stuff, and he got? I mean, I don't know how much say so will he have in this, but it seemed like he kind of toting the line a little bit.
I promise you, the rest of the league hates it. They'll never say it, but they hate it. They hate having Tom Brady come into their facilities.
Yeah, and that's why there's the rules that he cannot engage in
but
those
just being there,
meetings
they hate
and such.
Yeah.
Somebody said maybe Brady will be better than Bagwell. Maybe, or maybe it'll be worse. Possibilities still exist.
Look, Michael Jordan was a GM or owner and making decisions. Man, was not good.
Yeah.
I was about to say he's been pretty decent in the NASCAR space, which again comes back to the niche sports. We continue around the NFL with another coaching move that I think leads to maybe a possibly larger conversation. Oh, by the way, going backwards, the Raiders are keeping Tom Telesco, though, the general manager there, who just recently they ported over from after he lost a job with these Chargers that we'll be seeing recently. But yeah, the San Francisco 49ers, who have been a mainstay in the NFC at the top of the NFC, got rid of Nick Sorensen, defensive coordinator, and this was his first year after they very quickly dispatched of Steve Wilkes last year.
Yeah.
In his first year as their defensive coordinator, obviously they're trying to make up for DeMeco Ryans obviously leaving there, but it feels like for me, I'm looking at them like, is this the of their window as a team, because they've come up on that time where they're not having to pay players, they're having a lot of injuries this year, obviously, or am I being overreactionary with the down season that the Niners had, or does this feel like the beginning of the end for this particular era of that team?
No, you're not wrong. There are cracks in the foundation. To use that analogy, you got to pay Purdy. You've got cap problems coming down the pike, if not here already. You got personnel issues. Some of your best players, are sort of fading a little bit. There are cracks in the foundation in San Francisco. No question about it.
Yeah, so I found that to be really. I was like, oh, okay, this is an interesting space. Like, and I mean, I don't know how much that matters for the Texans, because ultimately you're trying to focus on the AFC side, and there's a lot of teams that are bolstering their strength as new real contenders, or as just continued contenders in the AFC. I mean, you think the Ravens are going anywhere soon? The Bills,
right?
The Chiefs, like they're those teams that are at the top look to have a pretty solid foothold.
Well, they're not, are they? Had to remind me of that.
Sorry, my bad. You know what? We'll move along quickly to this. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, had this interesting thing. I know that somebody talked Vrabel to Vegas. It feels like if there's a place that Vrabel has been pretty much penciled into, if not put in pen on a lot of people's imaginations for a head coaching job, it is where.
That would be New England,
right? You immediately they got out of the paint. The dude who they had agreed to be the heir apparent for years in one single year, and it seems like you do that because all of a sudden Vrabel is available. Pelissero seems to put that up there as like, hey, that may be factored in, but Vrabel is supposedly not a shoo-in for this past job. He even said that Ben Johnson intends to and is interested in interviewing for this patch job as in addition to the Bears job. But are you interested by this, like this new kind of development of reporting? I understand, like reporting can be right. We have to consider who's the source and all these things.
Right.
But the idea that, hey, they're not necessarily just jumping at Vrabel, the possibility that they might try and go get someone else.
I have a very in-depth one-word answer to that report. Sure.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, you know what word I thought you were going to say? And I do wonder, have you used this word in the last, 2-3 years? Hokum?
Hokum.
I thought you look like a dude who would use the word hokum.
I've used in the past. I haven't used it in a while. Yeah, sure, Tom Pelissero. How many agents have called you on this? Trying to get their guy more interviews and more buzz and get them more money. because just think about it. Even from a Vrabel perspective, especially from a Vrabel perspective, he's a shoo-in in New England. And then his agent calls Pelissero and says, hey, man, he's gonna interview here. He's going to interview there. Same thing with Ben Johnson. It always comes back to what? It always comes back to money. Vrabel is going to be the Patriots head coach. So my answer is sure.
On the text line for the 281, Niners have over $50 million cap space, and they're probably going to rehire
down the pike,
Saleh.
though. It's coming.
I mean, Saleh as defensive coordinator is not a bad look by any stretch. Like, obviously, he did a fantastic job when he was there. I'm still shouldn't say if he ends up as a head coach somewhere. Like, he clearly, it feels like he's one of the dudes.
He's one of the Jacksonville guys, isn't he?
He is. He's one of the, what is the list of almost 10? Yeah. And he should be given a good look because, again, it feels like he did a good job with that team outside of, the quarterbacks that were given to him. And it seemed like he went along with the Aaron Rodgers thing, but that, I think we all felt like that was, well, I'm not going to lie. I thought that there was a chance that would go well. Now, in hindsight, I feel very dumb. But, yeah, that's a possibility. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Around the NFL for this Wednesday. Coming up next, you're facing off against the Los Angeles Chargers. And one of the things with any matchup, particularly when you get to playoffs, is like, what is the coaching matchup? And we could get into that. But I kind of just want to take a second to have a comprehensive recollection of Jim Harbaugh just being a huge, consummate weirdo. So, yeah, let's do that next.
Ready? Playoff. game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's talk some more about. Let's talk some more just generally. That's what we do.
Let's talk some more.
It would be a problem if I worked in
talk
talk radio.
a little more?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we should. I think that we absolutely should. My boss definitely thinks that we should. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're going to talk a little bit about coaching, and particularly the very, very weird coach that the Los Angeles Chargers bring into town on Saturday. His name is Jim Harbaugh. But before we get there, we were earlier, our question of the day, which I guess the day is still here.
It's still going.
So keep responding, I guess, was about your favorite niche sport, your niche sport of choice. Nick Caserio's is golf. Mm-hmm. Yours is golf as well. Figgy, yes. I think if I had to put one up there, tennis is the one that came up for you.
Yeah.
I was talking with some folks about competitive gaming. And then 323, I'm surprised that this didn't come up earlier because we talked about NASCAR, but it feels like the one that is popular now, the one that's popping, that all the cool kids like is F1.
Open wheel, baby.
Yeah. Formula One.
Yeah.
I like NASCAR better.
I do too.
I've realized this.
I do too.
Formula One did a great job with the Drive to Survive. And now everybody's trying to copy that formula on Netflix with these narrative kind of documentaries about them or whatever. They did a great job of introducing the people and getting all that, and you get the radios and everything. But the actual racing itself, I don't feel
so much better.
Yeah, I don't feel like you get as much of that stuff. And maybe I'm wrong. Just tell me I'm wrong.
No,
on the
you're
text
not
line,
wrong.
713-572-4610. What I know I'm not wrong about, and you're not going to convince me any different, is that Jim Harbaugh is just a big old weirdo. He is. And getting to know your opponent, right? Their tendency, their trends, that stuff is important. But you know what? Sometimes you got to take a second to stop and appreciate just how much of an actual weirdo we are dealing with when you have Jim Harbaugh coming in. Now, I would like to make sure that I'm sportsy enough here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I want to make sure that I'm actually giving some information, some news that you can use, as the people like saying sometimes. And one of the things that I found really interesting, I follow Ben Baldwin on Twitter. He's a fantastic analytics dork. And again, I say that with affection. I'm not good enough. Or smart enough.
You're an analytics dork.
No, I'm not smart enough to actually be like a real analytics dork. I'm an analytics.
It's your niche sport,
I guess, if you say so.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does a great job when it comes down to like getting down and deep into the numbers and such. And one of the things that, as he does a dump weekly of just like, here's a whole bunch of, he probably does a dump weekly just generally, but here's a bunch of like information and stuff that maybe this is pertinent to you, maybe it's not. One of the things that he put out this week that I found to be absolutely fascinating was decision making on fourth downs. And it kind of it's a graph, as they all are, when it comes to the percentage of times that you in situations where it's like a toss up on the analytics model,
right?
And then the times that you go for it, or the percentage of times that you go for it in situations where it is like a clear go for it situation according to the model, right? And interestingly enough, D'Amico Ryans is in the quadrant that he dictates as confused, where you frequently go for it in situations that are kind of toss-ups, or more frequently than not, and then you just don't go for it very often.
Yeah.
In the times where it is a clear go for it situation, and that's one of the things when we start talking about like head coaching matchups, especially outside of like play calling, which Jim Harbaugh does not do in this instance, like. What are the game management things that you do? And I was trying to figure out how I view these two coaches.
Yeah.
Just to give you a little insight on Jim Harbaugh, he is more conservative going in toss-up situations, and he is literally the most conservative on going for it on clear, at least when it comes to a model, clear go for it situations. How does that strike you when it comes to these two guys, and how do you compare D'Amico and Jim Harbaugh when it comes to game management?
Look, I think part of that, and I'm sure he included this in the in his data, is like how risky it is. You just mentioned the more likely ones, but how often you go for the more likely to happen.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like
Dan Campbell is, the little Lions logo might as well be off the chart on going for it in situations.
Like, he's nuts.
He's just like, we going.
Yeah.
Fourth down, it's another down, ain't it? Go play football.
Yeah,
like, that's the way that Dan
and that's what I'm talking to me was more measured and is going to say, okay, the odds are that much in our favor, then we're going for it. So I'll bet you D'Amico might have a better batting average there.
And you know what? I apologize. You know what I'll try and do is I'll try and see like how often you actually convert on those 4th down situations, or how much those situations end up benefit. But like it feels like early on that was one of the things that we were happy about with Kaimi Fairbairn setting records on 50-yard field goals, but we were kind of a little cautious about was, hey man, you don't want to fall into the trap of taking all these long field goals instead of putting your offense on the field. Well, when I say it like that, but instead of putting your offense on the field and like actually trying to make sure you get 7 instead of 3. That is one of the ways in which Jim Harbaugh is a weirdo. How about these other ways? And there's a lot. And I realize that I leave myself a lot of time, so we're going to try and really get through this.
They're just come flooding back.
How about the time earlier this year that Jim Harbaugh, became the head coach of the Chargers and apparently fulfilled what seemingly was a lifelong dream of living in an RV?
For a long time. Like throughout training camp, hell, he might still be living in an RV. I don't know, but like into the season, he was living in an RV.
Yeah,
it don't even surprise me, man.
No, nothing he does surprises you.
Very exuberant about living in an RV as well. How about this? Jim Harbaugh and his obsession with milk. Like just in 2019, apparently, he in doing a house visit with a player, outside linebacker, he spent time playing chess with them in the living room, and Murphy noted, and his siblings noted that he was going and grabbing milk out of the refrigerator. He just drinks like I think the people that drink milk just as a beverage, like without some other like added, like doing cereal or using it to cook some oatmeal or something, or cookies. If you just drinking milk outright, I'm sorry, I kind of believe you to be a sociopath.
Well, except for teenagers, like when my boys were
including teenagers
in high school,
especially who are the teenagers that want to drink anything outside of like soda?
Dude, 713-572-4610.
Y'all just drinking milk straight up?
When you have teenage boys, we were going through 4 gallons of milk a week.
That is,
and I know I'm not alone.
And
I've had this conversation.
They were eating cereal though, right?
No,
they were just drinking milk.
Pouring milk down.
Remember they actually used to have milk commercials?
Yes. Yeah. They needed it. They needed the propaganda so you would drink milk because they were like, nobody's going to do this regular, right?
If you've had teenage boys text in, at least 4 gallons a week.
That is insane.
Insane.
We can't even buy a gallon of milk now because they go bad.
Oh, now there's just us. We buy the little, sometimes pints, but usually those quarts.
Yeah, we do a quart, but we then drop down to a pint.
Yeah.
How about this when it comes to Jim Harbaugh being weird? Jim Harbaugh had, and to his credit, and maybe this is giving him too much credit, Jim Harbaugh has reversed this stance. But at one point, his stance when it came to chicken was that he didn't eat chicken.
What did he call them?
He said that chickens were, quote, nervous birds.
I ain't eating that. Those are nervous birds.
Yes. Like he said that they were nervous birds, and then like by eating them, like, basically the idea is that, there's like those that are in there and you eat the nervous birds and that's not good for the humans or whatever. He eventually, and you want to know how he got over this and changed his stance? Apparently, he purchased some chickens around Easter of 2022.
Of course he did.
And he was responsible for caring for the chickens, and then he found a newfound respect for the chickens. No, he didn't take some time to think about it and be like, no, I was wilding. He was like, now that I have consulted with the chickens.
I understand chickens.
I have lived amongst the chickens.
Yes.
I have become one of the chickens. I respect the chickens.
You know, one of my favorite Jim Harbaugh moments, and it's been a while. It might have been when he was in San Francisco. Y'all remember when, and the clip made the rounds, but like imagine watching Judge Judy, and they panned to the crowd, and Jim Harbaugh was in the court watching Judge Judy. Apparently he's like an enormous judge. So he woke up one day and said, I'm going to go to the taping. I'm going to go watch Judge Judy. And they're like panning, and this guy is arguing about so-and-so owes him $500 or whatever. And they're panning, and this Jim Harbaugh with his hands crossed in his lap watching the show.
Hey, that's a good show, man. That's entertaining. I would love to go to a taping to Judge Judy.
I feel like it would ruin the magic.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of y'all that had the, yeah, man. You were right in this instance. A lot of people talking about their teenage boys just guzzling milk.
Guzzle milk.
One of the people though said that their son is a baseball player. He drinks a gallon every 2 to 3 days, but adds chocolate, is trying to like add weight or keep weight.
Maybe that's it, but man, it's ridiculous.
All right, how about some more Jim Harbaugh being a weird 2 gallons a day between 2 boys? Oh my goodness,
I'm telling you.
Whew. All right, how about more Jim Harbaugh being weird? Apparently, so in Ann Arbor, and this was a quote. In fact, I will. You probably have already seen my note on this, though, have you?
I have not. Maybe I have, but hit me anyway.
Who do you believe this quote to be about? I love his attitude. He attacks every day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. I've kind of modeled my behavior after him. We all should. What a great employee he is. He's a go-getter. He's always got a bounce to his step. He's got pizzazz. He puts the heart and soul into making those Krabby Patties. I think he's awesome.
All right, well, context to cafeteria work.
That was a serious conversation that he had about SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, when you say Krabby Patties, I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That's our boy.
I've kind of modeled my behavior after him.
Over SpongeBob.
This is why you can't lose the football game, man.
But even like when he was serious, we played some Jim Harbaugh audio in the first segment, and it was a serious conversation about C.J. Stroud, and it sounds like he's about to say something nutty. Like always. Anytime he has any conversation, it sounds like he's about to say something funny or crazy or weird.
Well, apparently he said something weird, and just to tie this all in, this is what got me really thinking. I've always think about how weird Jim Harbaugh is. Justin Herbert was talking in his availability about Jim Harbaugh, and this is the latest addition to Jim Harbaugh as a weirdo.
First time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different.
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was the day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
He doesn't. What in the world? He remembers the day he was born. It was a cold, snowy day.
Yeah, I remember coming out of my mother. And looked out the window.
He was like, man, I was just chilling. I was like, you know what? It's about
First
time
thing
to
I
get up
seen
out
was
of here.
the doctor.
What's that light? Why are there hands coming at me?
He said, and knowing Jim Harbaugh, he's probably like, saw the doctor, put out my right hand and said, put her there.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jim.
Who has it better than us?
What is this place?
Nobody.
He's had sleepovers with recruits when he was with.
He did a prom. What do they call it? The prom. Invitation or whatever.
Send off a promposal?
Promposal.
Oh, promposal.
He did a promposal for one of his recruits.
There was one time where he was with a recruit where they were playing catch, and then he decided to climb a tree. And also, all of this, skips past the fact that he dresses like a cartoon character. He wears
the same damn khakis from Walmart. I think it was Walmart khakis,
He said that. I think he said Walmart, yeah.
Maybe
we saw about that 10 years ago.
Maybe he is like SpongeBob. Maybe he really did take that from he's like, SpongeBob wear the same thing every day. I can too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Man, that's crazy, man.
I'm glad I'm glad that at least there's some people on the text line that are recognizing that they didn't grow up with people that were drinking milk like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
crazy.
It is. And I guess shout out to Harbaugh on Saturday when they come to town. I was interested in the fact that hey, he is real conservative on fourth down. So of course what that's going to come down to, and they're pretty good at getting into third and manageable.
Mm-hmm.
Early downs will be important, and if you can get a stop, I don't think you have to worry nearly as much about them than being aggressive and extending drives on fourth down, which I thought was cool. It'll be interesting to see how the head coaches match up in this management-wise in this game on Saturday. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And actually, as we're talking about the playoffs, gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'd like to thank our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend with our new Ready to Roll playoff shirts and Division Championship hats. You can get yours at your local Academy Sports and Outdoors before this weekend. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including what the hell did Reed Shepard get into down in RGV? We'll talk about that and more next.
costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I think I have to be on the lookout for the dairy farmers of America. Like, do they got hitters? You know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, you know what I mean. Is there a long arm of the dairy farmers of America? Because I might have upset them. I've definitely upset some
Big
people.
dairy.
So now I'm kind of curious too. Are y'all drinking whole milk or 2%?
The kids, when they were teenagers, again, it's mostly boys in my experience. Whole milk.
Whole milk.
Yeah. Whole
Okay.
milk,
Yeah, whole milk is good. I'm getting older, man, so I switched to the soy milk.
I go to 1% or skim.
Lactate.
Yeah.
I did not think that I was going to be lactose intolerant. I don't even think I'm actually, or maybe I am. I'm just talking out of my keister in this moment. But I realized
that's lactose intolerant.
There you go. You know what? We just diagnosed it. God bless it. But yeah, I realized that I felt a lot better when I drank the Lactaid, and I was like, I might as well just keep buying this. But even then, I buy very small.
So
amounts.
are you bad enough? Like, can you have ice cream?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good on all that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, I don't think that I'm actually lactose intolerant. But I just recognize that, hey, I feel better.
I know some people can't even eat.
Right.
Yeah,
cheese.
That's
yeah,
tough.
man.
But man, a lot of y'all out here just consuming. Which again, thank you on behalf of the dairy farmers of America.
Hey, forget sports. Let's talk about milk.
Let's talk
about milk, baby. And again, salute to Texans cap in particular, who he's doing his part. He is doing his part.
What do you say?
He's drinking a lot of milk.
Can you be more specific?
All right. Well, I guess he put it on Twitter. I don't know. It feels like dry snitching. I'm going to be honest. But he said that he drinks 2 gallons a week solo. And that is so much. That is so much milk. He's like 4% milk as a human being. I'm certain of it.
No, the thing I think about is just imagine being at the dinner table. You got your chicken breast and your steak or whatever it is.
You got some broccolini
and
on
let me
there.
get a glass of milk with this,
dude. All day, every meal.
Man, I never had no milk with an actual like dinner.
I guess it helps with it for Jim Harbaugh in particular because I feel like all his meals are steak. Like that's another part of him. He's just like I eat steak and I drink milk.
That's a man for you.
Which look, that also made me wonder as we detailed many but not all of the reasons why Jim Harbaugh is just an unrepentant weirdo. And somebody texted in, damn, I think I'm gonna have to root for the Chargers this week. And I'm like, what about what we just said made you say that you wanted to root for the Chargers?
That ain't weird at all.
They like the weird guys.
He's like, I do that myself.
Yeah.
One of the things that I could never do is what Reed Shepherd did in RGV last night as the Rockets were playing in our nation's capital against the Wizards. They handled up very nicely against the Wizards. We'll circle back around. I would like to start with Reed Shepherd going off in his G League debut. This was an incredible game. 49 of them things. 49 American points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 8 of 19 from 3, so he was getting them up.
Yep.
And I was really. Did you get to at least see any of this? I went and watched.
I just once I saw Adam Spillane tweeting about it, I went back and looked.
Okay, so did you see the cut up that was done?
Yes,
3 minutes of everything Reed Shepherd in that game. I also watched that, and what's funny enough is I was not nearly as impressed is the word I was looking at for, as impressed about the points as I was about some other things. Like clearly, as we talked to Adam Spillane earlier, he was talking about speaking to Ime and kind of getting an idea of what the objective was, and they clearly working on everything, but like being a ball handler, getting shots up, on ball, off ball, all those types of things.
Yeah.
And I got a feel for all of that. Like I loved seeing him on ball again because I was wondering if he could actually be a point guard type guy. Like I don't know if he could be an on ball guy. Maybe he needs to be an off ball shooter. Being able to be on ball, get the ball to your teammates, set them up, but also find your own shot is such a hard thing and difficult thing to do as a rookie. And you saw him have some struggles with it early, and understandably. In this game, I was like, okay, I see the vision again. And in his time in RGV, he should develop there. Was there anything that you saw?
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
I asked myself this question. But yes, everything you said, absolutely, from what I saw of those highlights. But I also started on the one hand, Adam Spillane, who joined us earlier, and you can listen to it on the Odyssey app.
Rewind.
If you want to go back to Rewind, yes. But he was talking about, like, he used to feel like they may have even told him, like, they're still very much in on Reed Shepherd being a very key part of this team.
Yes, I believe he said that he asked, and at least they gave the implication that he will be a part of the rotation this year.
So that's good. But I also started wondering, And maybe it's unfair of me because it's just one game and there's a lot more left to play
a lot of games.
At the D-League
and
level.
Don't get me to lying because I don't know. One, I don't even remember who they played against. Oh, no, I do. They played against the Oklahoma City Blue. I don't know if the Oklahoma City Blue, what challenges they posed. I don't know none of that.
Oh, and it got me thinking about this, and maybe it's just being a little bit inquisitive, maybe skeptical, whatever you want to call it. Is he a 4A player, to use the baseball analogy? You know, he's one of those baseball players that is really good in the minor leagues, gets called up to the big leagues, and ends up going back to he's a 4A player.
Hey, dropping 50 of them things or one shy of 50
a lot
of them
to
things.
see.
I don't, and again, as you mentioned, it's one game.
Size,
but being able to immediately do that, I think it goes beyond the idea of a 4A player. I think, honestly, for him, if he was in a different circumstance on a different team, he would be playing at this level. Maybe. Like, one of the things that siphons away his ability to play is that you don't have another ball handler that he could play with so that he is not – you don't have two small guys on the floor. That's one of the issues that's tough, is that this team needs defense, and you can't play Reed Sheppard and Fred VanVleet at the same time. Like, there's other circumstances outside of his individual play. But one of the things I loved about this game as well, obviously seeing him knock down shots, but the ways he was. It wasn't just spot-up shooter. He was a movement shooter. Elevator screens, flare screens. I think those are the things that if he gets a lot better at, more comfortable at, those are things that really make a defense have to use their eyes and not just be like, hey, I'm looking at the ball and I know where my defender is. If Reed Sheppard can at any point move and then just catch the ball and pull up, you have to keep eyes on him, and I think that makes it easier for guys like Jalen Green, who had a night of his own, or Fred VanVleet or Ahmed Thompson, whoever else might be on ball or has those instances to have a better go of it. Speaking of that, Rockets get a victory in Washington. Were you at all concerned about them in this game?
No, no.
Early on, they were letting a bad Washington.
Washington is a bad team, man.
They've won 6 games,
total. It looked like I was watching some guys in the YMCA, man. The way they was just jacking up shots.
Yeah, they're not good.
They're not good.
That was
By the way, when we talk about draft picks, not necessarily doing a lot of things on the NBA level.
My man, what's his name? Sarr?
Alexander Sarr.
Yeah.
2 points shooting.
Man, they already trying to run him out of town. They like he need to go to the G
where?
League.
Hey, you are the town that people run people out of town too.
They trying to run him out to the G League.
Yeah.
Like, buddy, you might do a better job.
The Go-Go don't want him.
Yeah. No, that was a classic. Hey, let's just mail this in. Oh, I guess we got to try. Type game from the Rockets' perspective. Second and third quarter, put it on them. Much better defense, much better out on the floor, and it was a piece of cake win.
Only thing I didn't like is that there was times in the game that it felt like there was no fear from the Wizards going into the paint, which made me again be like, all right, so I see this places where Jabari really helps this, right?
He is missed.
Some of that rim protection, if he had, or at least some of that additional size in the paint. We'll see how that continues to go as the season moves along. Some other things that happen that are popping. Justin Verlander.
Here you go.
No longer a Houston Astro. He signs a 1-year deal with San Francisco Giants. Thoughts?
Sadly, my reaction was, no big deal. I get, again, as Adam pointed out with us, he kind of rushed back, and so maybe it's still in there, and he can still be very, very good at the major league level. But I just was like, first of all, I didn't expect him to come back. I don't think anyone expected him to come back. And I'm not so sure how much is really left in the tank.
No. I thought we were at a place where it's like, all right, this is just.
Yeah,
you're gonna need to find other pitching, but yeah, it's still just sad to see.
Yeah,
this is not something I plan on talking about, but it's one of those things. You know how you have some things that are just perpetually in the back of your brain that pop back up. Alex Bregman, just still out there, buddy. Just still out there.
We're waiting.
Where's the fit for?
See, you keep saying that, and I think
where's the fit?
I don't think he's worried about finding a fit.
I think he'll find a fit.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna find that money.
That's the thing is the fit feels like it's Detroit, but it seems like Detroit is unwilling to go to the numbers that we're talking about.
I do, having seen so many of these things, and I'm not trying to preach or whatever, but he'll
go ahead and preach that, preacher.
He'll get his money.
It's kind of looking like a little bit of Correa. Talk a little bit because we thought Correa was going to get a boatload of money, and I know he had some injuries and stuff going on where he didn't get exactly what he wanted. Maybe he might find a little 1-year deal or something. I don't know, but I don't know if he's going to get all of that money we thought he was going to get.
I do think he's going to get it. There's too many pelts on the wall, man.
All right, so some other things that are happening in we're in an award show season. I was talking about that, and I love the actors that are like, you know what, or the creators or creatives that are like, you know what, I don't need the validation of others. I find that validation within, and then you get that award, and you're like,
hey,
so happy. But sometimes, what really is more important than that is like the validation of your peers. And I wonder if that lands here as the NFLPA has put out their 3rd annual Players All-Pro. You know who I'm about to talk about. Go ahead and say it.
Derek Stingley.
That's right. All-Pro Sting is one of the cornerbacks on the Players All-Pro list. He is across from Patrick Surtain. Yes, that is also a good point.
Yeah.
The money will flow in for that young man. But it is. I think that bodes well, right? That bodes well for us seeing All-Pro Stingley in a official capacity. I mean, not saying that this is unofficial. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was appreciative of seeing Derek Stingley in this instance getting the opportunity to get some love there.
They like that more than anything, even though you get more bonuses from the AP All-Pro. I don't know if you even get a bonus. Yeah, you get Players All-Pro. I don't think so, but they appreciate the recognition like you're talking about with the peers.
Okay, yeah. So super excited for that. And then also, just to let you know, Isaac Paredes, he's been playing in the Mexican League, Pacific League, and
it's a big league, by the way. A lot of major league players go over there, not just to.
And he's a Mexican national as well, so like being able to play at home.
Naranjeros de Hermosillo.
Put some salsa on that. And so did Isaac Paredes, who had a big time homer in that game. So just. I don't know. You're getting ready for baseball season. I'm at pitchers and catchers not far from reporting. We're already in that time of year where you have to hear that phrase a whole bunch. Isaac Paredes look like he's gonna be ready to go right off the jump. At least that is what I'm hoping and praying. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, where we got a text on the text line that said, "Interesting tidbit: we are the only mammal that seeks out consumption of milk after infancy." Thank you.
After infancy.
Thank you to Jay and Freeport.
So is he pretty much saying milk ain't good for us?
He's saying y'all the weirdos out here still drinking milk. Yeah, y'all not babies.
What are we doing?
Y'all the weirdos.
Yes.
All right. Coming up next, we mentioned Nick Caserio was on with Payne and Pendergast. There was some really interesting stuff. I want to kind of get into some of it, including the idea of Azeez and Christian Harris and Henry finally being able to play together this weekend, and just what we're looking at in Justin Herbert. We'll talk about that and more next.
Texan.
official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all really serious about this milk, man.
Man, we got milk going on.
There's real
People
milk
drink
beef.
that milk.
There's real milk beef.
We got Peter on the line, on the text line?
I don't know, but if they were on the text line, they'd be getting this smoke too. That's 713-572-4610. We will get into the Nick Caserio conversation with Payne and Pendergast from earlier this morning. Spent a good 45 minutes on with them boys, as he often does. Like, always he's very comfortable with those dudes. He talked a lot, but that is not inherently a bad thing because I think you get some interesting nuggets from it. But yeah, man, real milk beef on the text line, where I had mentioned, Jay in Freeport let us know the interesting tidbit that he had about us being the only mammals that, and not us as a show, but like us as human beings, being the only mammals that seek out consumption of milk after infancy. And Ronald on the YouTube was like, if other mammals could figure out how to farm and keep livestock, they'd do that. And somebody else took that to a whole different level where they were like, we're also the only species that builds jets and cars and nuclear power plants and spaceships. Maybe those other animals should stop being dorks and drink milk after infancy
animals.
too. So in your face, tigers. Hold that, otters. How you feel?
We might have to put this on the list with like religion, politics.
Can't talk milk. Milk is off limits. Yeah. It's too divisive. In fact, I thought about it. I was like, how did we get here? Because I was talking about Jim Harbaugh. He is already dividing us as a Texans fan base to try and sow discord. We cannot let him, my brother, separate us from ourselves. No, I'm just playing. But also, and I guess we are in that lunchtime time, so I will try and do the discourtesy. If you're about to eat, if you're a little squeamish, give me about 45 seconds. All right? You ready? Yes? Okay,
ready.
Cool. From the 281, bro, found out I was lactose intolerant while I was on a date. Had a 44-ounce chocolate shake from Whataburger, blew up her toilet. That was next to her. Oh, I hate how that happens. The text went away. Went next to her room.
Oh,
yes,
man.
yes.
Oh.
That was the end of that date.
That was the first date?
First date.
I don't know if it was it first
or just a date.
Just a date.
Yeah.
Would it be worse if that was a first date or if it was like a fifth?
Oh,
date?
well, it was the first date.
Oh, you're done.
You can't blow up a girl. You can't.
Yeah, but isn't it worse if y'all kind of vibing and then you get to like date 5 and it's just like, actually, no. Actually, can't do it.
We got a deal breaker.
Not gonna be able to do it.
And you over here dropping the deuce and you
open the window. Dumb and Dumber.
Light a match. Are people still lighting matches? Does that actually work?
I don't know if that even works.
Yeah, nah.
Or just hold it.
Somebody that's lactose?
Yeah, just hold it.
Nah.
Yeah, the milk beef continues in the text line. Incredible. All right, let's talk Texans. All right, let's not talk milk.
Let's get back to sports, fellas.
Yeah.
Let's get back.
I'm surprised I ain't see that on the text line.
Well, I mean, when you talk about sports, milk.
That's how big the milk topic is.
I ain't seen none of that.
Yeah.
Also, great point. Great point by Nick's Lazy Narrative on the YouTube, which will be a fantastic segue in 30 seconds. They went to Whataburger on their first date, the very first one.
Oh man,
these are questions.
That couldn't have been the first date.
It can't
right?
be. It can't. Well, sometimes some women like to keep it low key.
All right, that's an easy way to kind of,
That's a very Texas thing too, man.
It's very much
because
like
also it don't hit the same if I say let's go to McDonald's.
No.
But Whataburger is like that's a very Texas.
Well,
thing.
actually, how much does she like you?
Yeah.
Because if she really like you, y'all going anywhere. Y'all going anywhere together. All right. Again, from hopefully not Nick's Lazy Narrative as a name to Nick's conversation with Payne and Pendergast earlier today.
Transition king.
I told you he was going to be there.
Telling you.
There were some really interesting things that he got into in the 45 minutes. It's worth going back and listening to. I'm sure it's on the podcast page for Payne and Pendergast on sportsradio610.com, but you can also use the Odyssey app to rewind. But I was interested in a few things that jumped out to me, and one of those was Nick Caserio talking about something that I think we're all excited to see, which is Azeez Al-Shaair, Christian Harris, and Henry To'oTo'o finally having the opportunity to play together.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think during the course of the year, there's always going to be an ebb and flow. Players are going to be in, players are going to be out. You're going to have to deal with a number of different situations ultimately during the course of the year. So those are three good football players. Christian played a lot of good football, last year, and as the year progressed, he was probably playing at a peak level, and we saw that in a playoff game really against Cleveland. And then he's missed a lot of football, so it's been a little bit of a work in progress, and he played a couple games there, didn't play last week. So, we'll go through the course of the week, we'll kind of see where we are. But Henry and Azeez, those two players have played really good football here over the course of the year. Henry led us in tackles this year, over 100 tackles, so he just built on what he did during the course of his rookie season. And Azeez is a good football player, as we know, which is why we signed him and brought him in. And I think last week was good. He was able to kind of get his feet underneath him, played a number of course of the game. And it doesn't matter who you are, how much football you played. When you miss time, it sometimes takes a game or two to kind of get your feet back on the ground between practice and going out there in a game and then coming back the next week and practice and going out there and playing again. So regardless of your level of experience, but those are three good football players. I'd say overall that linebacker group, we felt we built decent depth during the course of the offseason. So the three players that you mentioned, and then including Neville, Jake Hansen, brought Devin in there, a little bit different points. We got some snaps from Delshon, and even with Jamal Hill, he was coming on there late in the year, gave us some plays in the kicking game. So, part of our job and responsibility as best we can, try to build as much depth across positions as we can across the team, because at some point, and we've talked about this on the show, you're going to need everybody that's in your building to go out there and play in a game that matters.
Very interesting right there. I like that one because he touched on made me think about a couple things. Number one, do you see all three of them on the field at the same time? How often?
We saw a lot of base, and of course, Christian didn't play in this game on Week 18, but we saw a lot of base in that Week 18 game, and that's one of the things that we've thought about, right? What does that nickel look like, or how do you handle that kind of position in there? Because you don't have Jalen Petrie, you don't have Jimmy Ward. So what is your solution? Is it indeed bringing Miles Bryant on the field, or is it putting Kamari Lassiter in the slot, or is it, especially with the versatility and the fluidity and the movement that Christian Harris brings, is it with him maybe having some consideration for that slot? And it would be cool seeing all three of them together. But the particular challenge that exists is Ladd McConkey. Like he has the second most yards from receivers out of the slot. Like having to deal with him is going to be very interesting in this game. So I'm really keyed into how they get him. But did you notice that one of the things he said was he's putting the brakes a little bit on Christian Harris, talking about we'll see throughout the week, which remember harkens back to what D'Amico said, which he was like, Christian.
He said the same thing.
Christian is still working back, and I was like, I didn't realize that we were still in that place with Christian Harris.
Yeah, okay, so that was another point that I was going to make, and I think that's more gamesmanship than anything. Christian Harris is. Again, I don't know why I remember this number, but 82% of the snaps.
And I'll now never forget it.
In his first game back against the Dolphins, that's a guy that's ready to go. The other thing that made me think about, okay, if you don't have all three, or who knows how much you do it, on the field at the same time, think about the options it gives you in obvious passing situations. Because I don't know if you want to put Christian Harris on Ladd McConkey.
But I also am not sure if you want to put Miles Bryant on Ladd McConkey.
Well, maybe Kamari Lassiter pops in there.
And then who ends up on
the outside. But it does give you better pass coverage, by far. So it gives you some options, and, I like that.
Yeah, so I just that thing that pops in my head was like, oh, man, okay. But I feel like you're right. There's probably gamesmanship, and if it's not gamesmanship, they'll find a way. Yeah. Right? If there was a game,
if not now, when?
If there was a game where a good old Toradol shot don't come out and fix everything, right, as a panacea, it is. Hey, first round of the playoffs, or just playoffs in general. These are the winner go down, winner or go home situations. It reminds me of a player that I will never forget, and his name is Thomas Davis. Played linebacker. In this instance, what was that? 2015. For the Carolina Panthers when they went to the Super Bowl, except in the NFC Championship game, he broke his arm.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks later, he was out there playing football with a broken arm. Like, we are going to make it happen. And it feels like that is the time period that we're at, even though I understand that this team tends to play from, err on the side of caution. Is the word I was looking for. Man, my pronunciation getting real crazy here because of all this milk.
Need to drink more milk?
No, I don't. I promise you I don't. I can tell you that for damn certain. All right, how about this as we move it along some of the Caserio cuts here? Do you want to talk about Justin Herbert?
Yes.
Because that is the quarterback that you are facing. And I found it interesting, maybe not interesting, but the amount of respect that was given by Nick Caserio about Justin Herbert. This is how he talked about him.
He won't win the MVP, but honestly, you can make a cogent argument for why he should. You're talking about a guy who's big, who's strong, who's more athletic than people think he is, that can make plays with his legs. his attempted, 500 passes, whatever it's been, 3 interceptions. I mean, do that math. Like, I'm not good at it, but that's a pretty good ratio.
It's the second fewest ever behind Aaron Rodgers in that freakish season that he had.
And can get the ball basically wherever he wants to go. Some of the throws that he's made into tight quarters, I want to say I was watching the other day against Kansas City. They had Ladd McConkey doubled in a red area. They kind of had a double calling and out call. You couldn't see Ladd, but he threw the ball to a spot where Ladd can make the play. And whoever is talking about Justin Herbert, I would tell them, go watch the film. This guy's played as good a football as any quarterback in the league, who's smart. He's tough as hell. He plays hurt. He makes throws with players draped all over him. So, this guy is a damn good football player who probably doesn't get as much credit and respect as he deserves.
You're not going to hear Nick Caserio be more effusive about a player than that. He did everything but call him a football playing Jesse, like he did, I guess it was Aziz, wasn't it? Or it might have been Danico Autry. But either way, that's big-time praise right there. And you can tell what their singular focus is somehow, some way throw him off his game.
It's part of it. It's a large part of it. That is distinctly, if you're going to come up with anything on this team or any maybe individual or small group of this team that you go, hey, this is the first thing that we circle. He's 1.
Yes.
And 2 is on defense, right, in Derwin James.
Correct.
And so, yeah, man, this is going to be real interesting, and I guess I would like to go ahead and play the keys to the game because I think it ties in, but, that's going to be a huge part. And keeping him corralled is really the big thing that I keep thinking on because the amount of a focus on going and rushing the quarterback, the pressure that you can get on him. And we were talking about this yesterday. Pressure is going to be a big name of the game, but whenever we talk about players like this, when we talked about dealing with Josh Allen, when we talked about, who else did we, Lamar Jackson, right? Hey, man, going and applying pressure is super necessary because their arms are dangerous. But not too much, right? In a way that is, you have to be very disciplined. Discipline is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, 100%
for this game, for this defense. Because also, when you talk about Justin Herbert, he's really good without pressure. So you need to get pressure. But if you don't, he has the mobility. He's big and strong and fast enough to hurt you with his legs. In addition to that, this team is really good at using play action. He uses play action at a high degree, and his numbers out of play action are very good. So, that is where the linebackers that we were talking about, Aziz, Christian Harris, Henry To'oTo'o. Henry probably the biggest one of those. You guys have to be super disciplined because the play action is generally as a construct made to trip you guys up and to get you guys to take that step up. And now Ladd McConkey, who has been fantastic in the intermediate areas, boom, now you go boom, boom, that's 15. That's 20, and those are the ways that you get eaten up.
And Justin Herbert, widely considered as the best in the league with play action, his fake.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the focus. There's the discipline.
All right, so let's get to Nick Caserio's keys for this Chargers game.
This game's going to come down to turnovers and red zone efficiency on either side of the ball. So you're talking about first in the league in red area defense at Chargers. They've done a good job of minimizing points. And then turnovers, this is they turn the ball over the least amount, among the least amount. I think Buffalo or somebody who had 8, and they had 9. So they don't turn the ball over offensively. They play good red area defense. Whoever manages those two situations the best is probably going to be in the best position to win the football game.
Preach. That's what you just mentioned it, earlier, and I think that's absolutely it. The red zone to me is even more key than anything. Obviously, turnovers is going to be huge, but hell, the Texans have played a game in which they got 5 turnovers and lost this year.
Why are you bringing up Olsen?
But
I don't understand.
Red zone for the Texans, I said this yesterday, we're kind of glossing over the fact that this team has had a really hard time for a long stretch scoring touchdowns in the second half.
Been kicking a lot of field goals, baby.
Long stretch.
Been kicking a lot of field goals when you do get into the red zone or even in the gold zone before you get into the red zone. They've been kicking a lot of field goals, and now you are actively going against a Chargers team that has been really good.
The best.
And I was trying to go through, admittedly, in listening to Caserio on Payne and Pendergast. Afterwards, I was trying to, get ready for the show and everything, but I popped up, the film, and I was trying to look at some of their red zone tape, and they've played 150 red zone downs, and I was like, I'm not getting through all these. So I was running through the last few games of them. There's a lot of man in the red zone, but it's very disciplined, and they using swarm. They trigger and they swarm well to the football. If you do run in those instances, you're going to have to be on your P's and Q's because this feels like another instance, and just in general in the playoffs, you can't be turning potential sevens into threes. Like that's just not a good trade-off. So yeah, man, that's going to be a huge part of this as well. It was really, really in depth. There was a lot more happening there, and we'll bring some more of that back. But man, fantastic sit down with Nick Caserio with our guys, Payne and Pendergast this morning. 7:30 was the time if you want to go back and find it. I'm certain it's on the podcast page there. Appreciate those fine fellows, those nice milk drinkers on the morning show.
Seth strikes me as a big milk drinker.
I mean, you don't get to be that
farm.
Big. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He probably drank milk straight from the cow.
Straight from the
Someone did ask if we've drank raw milk, and I was like, absolutely not.
I have.
Oh yeah, I have. Straight from the cow.
I haven't.
Yeah. Rich. Tastes like cream.
Okay.
But it's warm and kind of off-putting.
And please don't take my reaction as some level of indication of how I feel about you. I just don't know how I feel in general about that description. Not that you described it incorrectly.
I've done it from a goat.
I just need you to clip that for me. just that audio for me, if you don't mind.
I have.
Hey, Andre Johnson got some milk, huh?
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, wow.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
That's unfair.
I'm done here.
No, that's unfair.
I don't want any more of this at all. I'm done. My hands are up in the air. I'm throwing my hands up. I'm done. All right, coming up next, we're about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. Hopefully no more goat milk confessions. We'll do it next.
It's free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Everybody loves a good, wholesome story, and my confession is the wholesome story you're about to hear, it made me think, I don't think anyone in the league deserves better than Myles Garrett. I tried to actually think of other players who deserve to be in a better situation more. I couldn't think of that more than Myles Garrett. But just listen to this exchange from I think it's a backup that started or was on special teams or whatever, offensive lineman.
No, I'm a nobody, but if I get that jersey after.
Hey, you in the league, y'all winning games, y'all looking great. Yeah, never nobody. I got you. Got me? Yeah.
So if you didn't hear it, he said, I know I'm a nobody, but can I have your jersey?
Sure.
That's basically what he said. And Myles Garrett could have said yeah or no or just walked on. But he actually took the time to say, hey, you're in the league. You are not a nobody. You ain't never going to be a nobody. And said, yeah,
that's like a Disney movie.
Yeah, exactly. It was like so wholesome and cool. But
which is why I'll never forgive Mason Rudolph, because he had to say something to the man.
Yeah.
He had to say something.
I was about to say,
you just out here swinging helmets to do it?
It's the same Myles Garrett that swung a helmet.
Yeah.
And people wanted him out the league and charged.
Which and the tough thing about it is that there's players that were on the field that were like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I heard anything. But I'm like, ain't no way.
He never came across as like a violent person.
No.
Hell, he got punched in the face on the street of Cleveland one time and didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
he deserves a better situation.
I mean, absolutely. I'm trying to think. You threw out there, maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, a really interesting hypothetical that I want to get to the bottom of at some point. I might need to just write it down. Like who is on the the all deserves better list?
Yeah, no, that's somebody that deserve a Super Bowl.
Yes,
somebody like it's players that that's good, but if they don't win, it's still cool. But he deserve a Super Bowl, man.
Absolutely.
These are my confessions.
Sorry, I'm over here trying to figure out. I'm writing down all deserves better list.
I guess that counts as a confession.
No, actually, I mean
segment coming soon.
Yeah, my confession is I really and truly did not believe and realize that this many people were milk drinkers. And I say that is not a pejorative, by the way. I want to get this clear before somebody comes out here and try and cancel me. That was just a factual accounting of the situation. You guys drink milk, therefore you are milk drinkers.
But you've never had teenage boys.
I have been a teenage boy.
You've been a teenage boy.
And now that I'm thinking about it, there was one, like, you know how you got cousins that aren't cousins. Y'all just, y'all moms hang out all the time. Y'all be at each other's house.
That's your mom best friend's kids.
Yeah, exactly. I got some cousins. At their house, there was at least a couple of occasions where I remember like milk was the drink, but otherwise it was mostly just, hey, go get you some water, right? But yeah, man, y'all are out here really drinking milk. Like from the 832, I love drinking milk with my dinner. Guess I'm minority as well.
No,
I'm
you're
41,
not.
and what I'm learning today is absolutely not. Like I think that my confession is this might be one of those conversations where you never considered that there was another way and that people did the other thing. But then as soon as you find out, you're like, oh my goodness. And I could tell you one of the other circumstances. And I just told Lopez about it. I just told Figgy about it. And what's funny is they're on opposite sides and they had never considered the other one, which is, do you stand or sit to wipe? And I apologize for anybody who, again, if you're eating or whatever,
it's lunchtime, man.
It's not the I'm trying to be very vague and general about it. However, I bet you had never thought about the idea that someone else might stand or someone else might sit to wipe.
You stand all day. Only weirdos like Jim Harbaugh sit.
I bet you Harbaugh stand though.
That's what I'm saying.
I bet you he stand though.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
And I'm on the opposite side, and I'd never considered it until it at one point had come up as a conversation. Where? Mind your business. But it had come up, and it was just like, wait, really? And then you find out that, and yes, shout out to the 713. I also agree bidet all day. But yes, that was just one of those things. I was like, I'd never considered the idea that people did the other thing. So now I have to write milk, drink or no drink, as one of those conversations. Thank you.
I have a hunch that milk is going to be prevalent in this confession segment.
These are my confessions.
I think damn right. Because while we was talking about milk and everybody sending all their text messages in, somebody mentioned, I don't know if it's on the YouTube or on the text, but somebody mentioned about, we talked about it briefly, which is why I'm making this confession. Somebody had a first date or just a regular date at Whataburger, and they talked about how they had they got a milkshake. They went back to the girl house and they pretty much blew up the bathroom.
That's how they learned that they were lactose intolerant.
Yeah. So when y'all read this text, I think I came across like 3 or 4 red flags, man. So we just kind of breezed past it. So I want to reel back in. I wish this guy could probably call in so we can kind of.
You got questions?
Yes.
All right. First, I will send that person a text and ask them specifically to call in so that we can get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. First of all, like, you really had the first date at Whataburger?
Yeah.
Was that the first date? I kind of want to know a little more about that. What's the backstory on that? The second thing that really caught my eye out of all of this, you had a 44-ounce milkshake.
Big
You're
milkshake.
asking for it.
Dog,
You're asking for it.
Yeah, man. Even if that's the only thing you got, that's a lot of milkshake, man. That's more milkshake than Khalees.
I don't think I can.
I was waiting for Khalees to come.
Hey, that's a lot of milkshake, man. And
Great
I'm sure
Instagram follow, by the way.
Yeah, yes. Speaking of farming, I'm sure she got a lot of cows out there.
She
but
does. She got goats and stuff.
Yeah, but
you good? You gonna be all right over there?
She sure does.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, the 44 ounces. I'm at a meal there too, and he probably washed it down with 44 ounces of milkshake. That's a lot.
I don't think I could finish 44 ounces.
Yeah, and my other red flag was going to the girl house and like taking the deuce at a girl house on the first date.
Hey,
sometimes you gotta go, man.
That's a red flag on her like from her point of view.
Yeah.
Like, man, this brother, like,
He's
we don't even know each other.
Yeah.
Like, and he blew up the bathroom. So that's my confession. I kind of want to know a little more about this guy, this date.
These are my confessions.
I kind of hate saying this, but it's confessions and it's what you feel. I don't think I want Cam Whitmore on this team anymore.
Wow.
Dude, it's getting bad. Man. You know, he's been asking basically for a trade. Apparently, no confirmation. He pushed Jalen Green. They've got some sort of beef. There was a clip making the rounds. I'm sure you guys saw it. Team's going nuts on the bench. He's just kind of sitting there with his shoulders down, not celebrating with his teammates on the bench. And at the buzzer, everybody's sort of, slapping hands and going to talk to each other and see some friends on the other squad. He just makes a beeline to the bench. That is a sign, man. That is as clear a sign as you're ever going to get. He's a problem, or there is a problem.
That's tough because I'm hesitant to go right to the he's a problem, but I think it's hard to deny that there is a problem.
Right.
I think the question then you have to get to in trying to diagnose that is it a problem that is foundational, that is irreparable?
Yeah,
and I don't know if that's the case.
Either or.
I mean,
either he's a problem or there is a problem.
He's still really young, and there's still opportunities maybe, but you would have imagined that, hey, now the big problem that we probably could see or that we would imagine is you weren't getting playing time. That's been remedied. If for no other reason, then there's been some injuries, and boom, there's some playing time, and that does not seem to fix it.
And he's still not shaking hands. He's going straight to the locker room.
But I do wonder,
sulking on the bench.
Yeah, it's a lot here too, man. Yeah. Because I don't want to say it's all on him. Because to me, his playing time been so weird since he got here, man. Because they keep sending him down to the G League, and which I kind of understand. But I'm like, man, I felt like he'd be a fire person off the bench to give you some scoring.
He was really good last night as well.
Yeah, because I felt like they bench wasn't that great. Where he was just the guy out of luck, like just sorry out of luck type of person. But I wonder if it's him, if it's the front office, if they don't want to. Kind of, I guess, is he the same type of player as Jalen Green a little bit?
Yeah.
And he's just sorry out of luck, or is this the reason why he slid so low in the draft?
This is probably part of it. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to find those places, but this is the human element. This is why sports in general, but particularly basketball, you can't just do this off of the spreadsheets, man. Like this is a human business.
Yeah. And you managing relationships.
Absolutely. And someone was like, Ime don't care if Cam is in his feelings, but you kind of have to, like, managing, especially in the NBA, right? This is one of the places where I'll agree to some degree with some of the folks that can be a little bit loud about the NBA and the issues that they have with it. Like, there's a lot of egos in here. Like,
that's the main thing.
That is sports in general, but
like,
the
it
NBA
can really tarnish the locker room.
Yes.
Man. It can really mess up a lot of stuff
because it's a smaller locker room.
Yeah.
There's only 15 dudes in there, right?
Yeah.
And a few of them carry a lot more weight. And so somebody who is not necessarily in the best way can really change this up. And so ego management or personnel management or however you would like to call that matters a whole bunch. And so this is going to be an interesting place to see. And it really could even just be something like, hey, man, that man's going through something, right? I don't know what all it is. But, yeah, that is something that I'm watching, but I'm not sure that I'm to the place where I'm like, yeah, I'm done with him.
It was bad. It's been bad lately.
Well, he'd be some good trade bait.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. But, yeah, I mean, for the time being, you really got to find a way to massage this and make it better. Because, yeah, that is concerning that he is in that place, even as he is getting more of the time that he should get.
These are my confessions.
Wow, yeah, that's a good confession. What am I thinking? My brain might be cooked. I was taking a shower this morning, and yes, it is pertinent. Because that's where sometimes thinking happens. In fact, I was listening to Payne and Pendergast talk to Caserio. And while that was happening, I randomly, out of nowhere, came up with Jim Caldwell. And I was like,
think about Jim Caldwell in the shower.
Yeah. Apparently so, because not this week, last week, myself and Lopez, I don't remember who was the dude that Peyton Manning gave a lot of credit for his success that ultimately was like with the Lions and coaching, and he didn't get at least in my estimation, kind of got a bad rap and fired, and then they couldn't find anybody good to coach their team until Dan Campbell. I was like, who was that guy? Not, a week later, in the shower, I'm like, Jim Caldwell. I think I'm cooked. Like, it took me a week for that to come to me.
That happens all the time, man.
Yeah.
I just can't figure it out.
Yeah, and the worst part is if you was talking to somebody about this and y'all never came up with the name, it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, Jim Caldwell. Let me text him and let them. Hey, it's Jim Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell.
Remember that conversation 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Jim Caldwell.
Yeah. In fact, that's basically what Lopez got. Was he walked in and I was like, Jim Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell.
He was like,
what are you talking about? I thought he was talking about the Rooney Rule stuff we were talking about yesterday.
Oh, Jim Caldwell.
He fits that conversation.
Nah, him, Marvin Lewis, the people that probably will never get hired as a head coach again. Yep. Let's bring him in and kind of see what he can do.
Yeah. So, all right. Those are the confessions here on this Wednesday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Apologies for all the milk talk.
No, I don't apologize.
All right, he doesn't apologize. I will apologize because, some of y'all are lactose intolerant, and I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but I feel like if we say milk enough, you might break out in hives.
Might have to go to the bathroom.
It's possible. All right, coming up next.
Or that.
There's been too much milk.
Like all this milk talk, let me go to the bathroom.
It's a lot. Yeah,
I got to go now.
Just in case. All right, coming up next. This is a little bit of a different detour. So yesterday on Figgy's mixtape, there was a few things that came up. Oddly enough, both of them came to bear yesterday. Let's talk about a Timmy Chan's run and tweakers next.
The Texans will from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Wednesday. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll get into some new wrinkles that we'd like to see, that you wouldn't mind seeing in this game versus the Chargers. Of course, wild card game on Saturday at, you know what time it is, 3:30. It's a wild card game. Come on. But before we get there, yesterday in the mixtape, which is a segment that you should listen to every day, 120 Fig holds it down. But in that segment, there was a few things that came up. One of those being, how did we even end up this? Because I don't think it was specifically a part of the mixtape.
No, you know, the Timmy Chan's conversation?
Yeah. Yes, Timmy Chan.
I actually brought that up in Confessions. So it was around this time yesterday.
Okay, so I messed it up then.
Yeah, because it was a whole debate with my guy Eric Eats.
Yeah.
HDX.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he said Timmy Chan's was ass. So that kind of got the
people
riled up.
No, it should. It should. It is a. Would it be too much to say that it is a Houston institution?
Institution?
Okay, so that's a yes.
I would take a back seat because I ain't grow up to Timmy
But
Chan.
I mean, it's one of those. It's one of those spots. It's a staple. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for the word, Mr. Thesaurus, sir. But yeah, it's a staple in the city of Houston, and I recognize that I hadn't had it in at least over a decade, since I was a lot younger. And Figgy, you said you ain't had it in a good minute yourself.
I ain't had it in a couple months.
Okay.
So especially as everybody got talking, the text line was kind of up and down.
It was built up pretty high.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that had there was a lot of people that had some support for Timmy Chan's, and there were some people that were like, nah, dog.
Yeah.
And so we just decided on air we're gonna go to Timmy Chan.
I saw your video. I was like, okay, before you go on, I kind of felt like this was gonna be such a build up that y'all were kind of disappointed ultimately.
That was a possibility, and that was one of the things that I vocalized.
Not that it stunk, but you built it up so much.
That was one of the things I vocalized.
We're going to Timmy Chan's, you know?
Yeah. Vocalized that with when we were handing it off to the drive with Clinton Ron. I was like, hey, man, I haven't done this in a long time. I'm going to be real concerned if, like, a lot of this for me is nostalgia.
Exactly.
Recipes change and all that type of stuff. But we hopped in the car, myself, Figgy, I got Leroy. We hopped in the car and we went out. And yes, for everybody asking, because text immediately came in. Timmy Chan's is great, depending on what side of town you get it from. We went to the original Timmy's.
Yeah, the one off of MLK.
Okay.
It says it on the sign. We were like, hey man, we gonna get it from the source. In fact, we were so eager that we forgot some of the very known rules of Timmy Chan's. Which, first of all, bring cash.
Oh,
cash only.
It's a cash establishment.
Yeah.
And we were looking around like, oh.
Yeah, we need some money.
We we cobbled up just enough money to get it done. In fact, I think we had like 3 cents to spare.
Yeah, yep. And we had exactly the price.
Exactly the price.
So y'all aren't good tippers.
Hey man, you tipping at the Timmy Chan's? You tip at Timmy Chan's or wherever else? That is not.
I don't even think they had a tip jar.
Yeah,
they wouldn't even talk. Like they had glass between us and them at all times.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you're supposed to tip in that instance. But we got our Timmy Chan's. What did you end up getting?
I got the 6 wings and fried rice.
I got
shrimp fried rice.
I got the same thing.
Good.
The shrimp was important, and it does sound good. Leroy, who has the palate of a child, apparently didn't get no vegetables in his. And I kind of want to stop.
No vegetables in the rice.
I kind of want to stop here right quick. Okay, so that's an answer. Person who changes the menu, jerk or no jerk?
Depends, but mostly jerk.
What you mean change the menu?
Changes the item.
Can you do this instead? And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends.
Especially this isn't a 5-star restaurant. It's freaking Timmy Chan's. You know what you're getting. You know what they serve. Yeah, jerk. Okay. Sorry, Leroy.
I'm
jerk.
I'm certain he's listening right now, and I'm sure he's very sad.
Look what you did, you jerk.
So we get that. And all right, what do you think was most notable when you first opened up the food?
The first notable thing, and let me be clear, it's different Timmy Chan's, so it's probably different recipes. But we opened that to-go container. The shrimp was pink.
It was pink.
Oh, the shrimp was hot pink. It wasn't even. It was a hot pink.
They cooked
shrimp.
it on the sidewalk.
What?
No, that's a thing.
What you mean?
Come on, hang around with me. I'll teach you some stuff.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. When you slow cook shrimp, and a lot of people, and this isn't a statement by any way, but it's certainly Asian people.
Oh no!
Cook.
Oh goodness! ISO.
No.
I can't be on the video when you say this.
Again, you doubted me on the milk.
Someone's gonna clip this.
You doubted me on the milk thing.
I just got here. I can't get fired.
Don't doubt me on this. 713-572-4610. This is the OG part of the OG talking.
This man talking about our Asian brothers and sisters.
It sure is the OG talking.
You better be careful, brother.
You better spell my name.
It sure is the OG talking.
You can cook. I almost said they, but you can cook shrimp on the sidewalk, and a lot of people do. And I've seen it primarily, again, not a political statement or cultural statement, by a lot of Asian people. You cook shrimp on the sidewalk. It's very, very slow cook, and it turns out hot pink.
I don't think that.
So on the actual sidewalk.
On the actual sidewalk. In the shell.
I don't think that they was actually putting it on the sidewalk.
No, I'm not saying they did, but that's what happened. It was probably a slow cook. It was probably a slow cook of shrimp.
I should have Googled this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
why is shrimp hot pink?
Yeah.
Why did the shrimp come out hot pink?
Oh, see, now you're in trouble. Tommy S. on the YouTube said, as an Asian person, I've never cooked shrimp on the sidewalk. You out here lying.
I said a lot.
But yeah,
that's John Philip Lopez right there.
Yes, people say you can cook shrimp with lime juice and those types of things. I don't know what ultimately the shrimp was pink. I will say I don't think that that's an indictment because I ate the food and I was like pretty good.
Yeah,
it was cool. Now the wings was hidden.
Yeah,
I will say that.
It was a good fried wing.
Wings were cooked well.
Yeah.
So shout out to Timmy Chance for holding us down. And yes, thank you for pulling up the website, The Gothamist.
It's just the first one I saw.
To let me know that there is documentation of people cooking shrimps on the sidewalk.
Yeah. It was also when we was there. There was also a situation going on.
There was,
man.
and we didn't get any insight into it because there was police in the parking lot, and what do I look like going and getting in the middle of what they're doing?
Was Adam Spillane there?
He was not.
Okay.
No, he was not. I think they had him on the phone like we did. But no. Someone got carjacked or robbed or something, but it was police trying to get the video from the store, like the surveillance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Serious.
We didn't know what was.
So we got
on.
dinner and a show.
It was serious.
It was dinner and a show. Yeah. But ultimately, somebody said sidewalk or sidewalk.
Sidewalk.
But
WOK or WALK.
Exactly. All right. So ultimately, I will end it here. The Timmy Chan's discussion, at least. Out of 5 stars, how many stars are we giving it?
Out of 5, I would say I would give it a 3.
I think also a 3.
That sounds
I think
about
a 3.
right.
Yeah,
it's a solid 3. And it hit for what it needed to hit for.
Yeah,
it hit for what it needed to hit for. And somebody said, "When are y'all going to Frenchie's? Is this going to be a thing? Are we going to have to do?"
Yeah, I was talking to Reggie about that. I think we're gonna make this a thing.
I go to Gus's all the time. Let me know when you go to Gus's.
When you go to Gus, we could take a car ride after the show.
I'd probably go there.
Somebody said, let's not forget y'all was on MLK. I understand.
Yeah.
That is fair.
I get it. No, I get it. I had no issue with anything that was going on around there.
I wasn't uncomfortable at any point. I was just like, okay, what's happening over here?
I actually felt comfortable. I kind of feel more comfortable around situations like that because that's how I grew up.
Speaking of being comfortable, the NBA has gotten very comfortable. And you want to know how I know that? Speaking of the Figgy's mixtape follow-up, right? Yesterday, Figgy was talking about a particular song that is going around.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't get it out of my head, and I heard it like 5 times.
Shout out to Jello,
LiAngelo Ball. The artist name that he uses is G3 Jello, right?
I know on the Rolling Loud cover they just put GELO.
Okay, all right. So LiAngelo Ball, who is the middle child Ball family, Lonzo being his older brother, LaMelo being his
By the way, people
brother.
trying to hop on that song, man. Lil Bootsy tweeted them and said, "Hey, send me an open verse."
I bet
Moneybag Yo,
for sure.
Send me an open verse.
Yeah, man. People because it is the hotness. You played the song yesterday, but I don't even need to play the song because if you were watching the Rockets game, you probably heard it, and maybe even a couple of times depending on the broadcast that you were watching. I take you to Craig Ackerman, who is the TV voice of the Houston Rockets on Space City Home Network. This happened on a Jeff Green dunk, which, first of all, yes, Jeff Green, still dunking. Uncle Jeff, still throwing it down. This is what that sounded like.
Rockets can get the lead back with a 3 on this trip. Here comes Jeff Green! Oh, baby, bend that corner, Jeff Green! Whoa! Oh, a little Jello ball, man.
Appreciate Ryan Hollins making sure that people know exactly what that meant, or at least as close to exactly as you could in that moment. All right, so now we're going to have to rank that. And I understand that there might be some bias here. However, I take you to Monument Sports Network, the home TV broadcast of the Washington Wizards.
Right.
In this same game.
Oh, wow.
There's a point where Amen Thompson dunks, which is a little bit more understandable, a little bit more common than Jeff Green. No offense to Uncle Jeff. But Amen Thompson dunked a little bit, like a few plays earlier, a few possessions earlier. This is Drew Gooden, who was the color commentator on that broadcast.
Look at Drew Gooden, man.
Drew
I didn't know he was doing that.
I didn't either. I had to look it up. But here's Drew Gooden responding to an Amen Thompson dunk. Remember, Amen Thompson of the Rockets, the on the opposite side.
Yeah. Brian Keefe to call time as Houston is on a 10-0 run.
Right here. I might swerve and bend that corner. Whoa.
All right, we know who won that.
Who won? Who won?
Shout out to Drew Gooden.
Oh wow! I thought you would give Craig Ackerman some love for like bringing the energy at least. With
I mean, you heard what I heard, right?
What, he was on key?
Yeah, he was better.
Okay.
Oh, baby, bend that corner, Jeff Green. Whoa!
We're not going to be able to get away from this.
Are you getting kind of fatigued of this now?
No, not yet. It will happen. It will happen.
It might happen really quick, man, because this ain't like everybody is jumping on board with
There
this.
was one more place where this happened. Oh, I did, because I sent this to you in the group chat.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it happened on one of those broadcasts. I think it was like the Bulls broadcast as well. Like, they're all doing this.
Yeah.
They're all doing
It's crazy. He might say the NBA. LaJello Ball might say the NBA.
LaJello. I like that.
I can't imagine. So, yeah, that was all of these things following up from, I was going to say from the mixtape, but one of those from Confessions yesterday. We went out and we made sure we were in the streets. And then LiAngelo Ball just kept.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I've never heard it and I'm sick of it already. Well, we just keep getting sick. Because one of the things also that's probably going to happen, you're going to hear it in this football as well.
Yep.
Like, it's going to be all
You're going
over.
to hear the music. I wonder if they're going to play that NRG at some point.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Without doubt. I mean, at practice yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they opened up practice, but literally the first tweet I saw from practice was, I think it was Jonathan Alexander talking about them playing Tweakers by LiAngelo Ball. You will hear this song. I'm not saying this as a threat. I'm saying this as a reminder to go ahead and get yourself prepared.
I can't wait for the remix. I want to see Bootsy on it. Little Bootsy.
All right, you're right. Waiting
Bootsy
for the
would be
remix
good
already.
on this.
Huh?
I hate to say Bootsy would be good on there.
Yeah, nah, he would.
Somebody said you buy, we fry. I love you buy, we fry, if we're going to be completely honest. Frenchies. Now people are just throwing out local Houston establishments.
Yeah, we gonna take some more field trips to these chicken spots.
Okay. And then also, Lopez, you're in deep trouble because from the 832, I'm Vietnamese and for 52 years old, never cooked shrimp on a sidewalk. None of my relatives either.
Well, I just responded to him. Noted.
All right.
I mean, I've seen it. I personally have seen it.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
Google it, man.
Coming up next, myself and Figgy, we'll see about Lopez. We'll
we see Parkin coming around the corner.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice. It's been good. Let's get back to this wild card game. Texans, Chargers. What are some new wrinkles that you wouldn't mind seeing from the Texans in this game? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We will discuss that next.
Ready?
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Adela.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. One more hour to go on this Wednesday program that has been fairly nonsensical, if I have to be honest. But shout out to intrepid reporter Jordan on the YouTube, who said 3 hours ago the Texans posted something with that round the corner stuff, and they absolutely did. 3 hours ago, there is a tweet that has Kamari Lassiter on it, and obviously the date of the Texans versus Chargers game, which is January 11, 2025, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. And the caption, hear us round the corner. That's us. So
we're getting inundated.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How about that? All right. Getting ready for that game as well. We're still getting to that place. By the way, actually, I realized I probably should give the injury report from yesterday.
Yeah.
Was one of the things that I was saying that I was going to watch for, and one dude in particular I was watching for. Do you remember who that was?
Was it Danico? No, Folu.
Well, I guess for the Texans, yes. There were some guys. I was interested in John Mechie. John Mechie did not participate in practice yesterday. Neither did Danico Autry, Shaq Mason, or Jake Hansen. Danico Autry is practicing today.
Okay.
I've already heard. And Mechie is as well. Shaq Mason is not.
Okay.
So we might still be in the place, and I don't know there are many people that are upset about this probably.
Yeah.
But we might still be in the place with the five that includes Juice Scruggs playing right guard. But the injury report for the visitors, the Chargers, the one that I was really interested in, because remember, Rashawn Slater did not play in Week 18. He was like a late scratch. Yep. And so I was very intrigued to see where he started the week at, because Rashawn Slater playing on one side with Joe Alt is very different than Joe Alt playing with Trey Pipkins.
Yes.
And as of right now, Rashawn Slater, he was a limited participant, as was Trey Pipkins. They were both in that same place. Rashawn Slater apparently was a need designation. So whatever that means, maybe you can still get a level of leg up on him, no pun intended, with the pass rushing abilities of Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, depending on who is lined up on what side. But yeah, that I did find that interesting. The only person who did not participate in practice for the Chargers yesterday was Joshua Palmer. But those will be interesting things to see as we go along. As I mentioned, we're getting some things out of practice.
Slater's going to play though
today. I imagine so.
Yeah.
I strongly, especially if he's just limited on the first of the three practices of the week. But elsewhere, going into that game, outside of who plays, how they play and what the schemes and the game plan is are going to be very important. And to that end, right, I think a lot of people would like to see some new wrinkles, particularly offensively. But what are some new wrinkles that you wouldn't mind seeing from this Texas team in this one?
Well, let me ask you that as well. I've got some ideas. So remember last year, going into the playoff game, D'Amico Ryans was flat out asked, hey, you thinking about traveling Derek Stingley with Amari Cooper? And Figgy, I know you remember this. He said flat out, no, that's not something we do.
Yep.
And then what happened?
He did it.
He traveled.
That man packed his bags.
That's right.
He got his ticket.
Yeah.
Went through security.
Yeah.
And then
and literally 3 days after, which is gamesmanship. I'm not blaming I'm not blaming D'Amico, but things like this happen in. You ready for it? Must-win game.
Whoa!
Must win. There we go.
It is a must-win game. You can use it this week. Feel free to say must-win game.
Oh, buddy, you don't know what you just opened
because it is. So we have a very recent example this time last year when they put a new wrinkle in, and it worked. And Derek Stingley was terrific against Cooper that day. So I don't know how much I even want some of these, but I think they're possibilities.
And that's worth considering.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
So let me bounce. Man, I got 7 of them.
Let's do it.
How about that?
Actually, you might have 6 of them. I might have added one of them.
Oh, there you go. You added one. Okay.
Yeah.
So Stingley traveling with Ladd McConkey.
That is interesting because when you talk about wide receivers that you have to be concerned with against this Chargers team, there is one.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Ladd McConkey. One of the names that I brought up, I'm not like I'm novel. There's a lot of people who brought him up, especially after having a big Week 18 game, was Quentin Johnston, third year? Is he already in third year? Wow. Receiver out of TCU.
Yeah.
Big, fast, bad hands. And so that is kind of limited, that has limited his ability to be productive and dangerous for them. However, when he does catch the football, that is big and fast, right? Like that is a problem. And then I think one of the things that is maybe dangerous about that is that if you're traveling Stingley, you're basically you're giving the game in that, hey, we're playing man.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're in man because he's following him. He's going to play him in man.
But that's a team that you can maybe get away with it a lot easier.
It does feel like that's the case.
So you in?
I'm interested.
Yeah.
I'm in enough to be like, if I see it, I won't be mad.
Yeah. How about this one?
I'm nobody's defensive coordinator, so that's one of the issues here.
What about this one as perhaps a new wrinkle that the Texans can unveil in the playoff game? Deontay Johnson returning punts.
Go ahead and sign it up. Like put it in there. Like he's going to be necessary to get going.
Get the ball in his hands.
I don't know if this is like something that you can use as an absolute. This is going to happen because we saw it happen in this other circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a sad day when Tank Dell gets injured. But in that game,
he was good.
You have him looking really good,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if it fully starts, but it feels like it was in part because he was getting the ball in his hands in punt situations, allowed to kind of get those juices flowing, allowed to get going, and you see all of that kind of break out. You need to be able to utilize your best talents, and if not Deontay Johnson, who else do you have returning?
Well,
punts?
Robert Woods is going to be a fair catch machine.
Yeah, and
I mean, that's not.
Damn,
I mean,
man.
no, that's not to be critical.
He can do a little move, a little cut and move.
That's not to be critical. Like he's back there because they don't want to lose the ball, catch the ball. But he's not going to, put some jelly on you and go, 20, 30 or the distance.
Jelly on you, okay.
That's one of my favorites.
I see you. No, I mean, no.
I hope Robert Woods listening right now. Put that on the bulletin board.
Okay, Lopez said he's a fair catch machine.
Don't sit steering guy said.
No, he's Deontay Johnson.
There's a possibility that he turns it into something. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with that wrinkle in particular. We saw a little bit of that in Week 18, but yeah, man, I would absolutely be in on that. Plus, it just feels like there's more speed, more explosion that's possible there. Yeah, for sure. They seemingly had kind of already gotten to that point when they cycled into putting Tank back there. So yeah. I like that idea.
How about this as a wrinkle, which maybe already, in fact, probably already has been.
Actually, real quick before you move forward, because we just got this text in from the 832. Robert Woods. They said Bobby Woods, but that's not his name. Robert Woods just had a critical fumble last game. He's had fumbles in 3 of his last 4.
Well, his nickname was Bobby Trees, which he doesn't like.
No.
But so we're not using that.
But you just said it anyway.
I did. Okay. This one already has probably been decided because he's not practicing for the second day in a row. But I think if you win, even moving forward, healthy or not, Shaq Mason is a backup at right guard.
That feels. Until proven otherwise, it does feel like that's the way that this one should go. Like I understand that when he was asked about it earlier today, Nick Caserio was like, "Hey, Shaq has played well or whatever, but Juice Scruggs, has kind of come in and with the necessity or whatever." But it feels like they've done a better job at like finding the assignments and getting it done. Now I don't think that there's the same. Well, not even think. It's very obvious that like physically there's not the same heft there. But I don't know that you've been doing such a great job of applying that heft anyways and like moving guys. And if that's the case, like I'd rather have. It feels like Juice Scruggs has more of the mobility to get some of these blocks at least, or get in between at the very least, in the defender and your running back. And that's enough. Like that feels like that's enough in this instance.
And D'Amico Ryans was very complimentary of Juice.
He was
in that role as well.
He was.
How about this as maybe a wrinkle? This would be a pretty dramatic one, but not altogether, outrageous. Will Anderson, especially obviously in a passing situation, slide inside to the tackle position and keep Derek Barnett, put Derek Barnett on the field. So you have really good game, coming off a really good game, but a really good pass rusher in Derek Barnett. Will Anderson, a pass rusher from anywhere on the field. That's a position, by the way, that he played oftentimes at Alabama, and then of course Daniel Hunt on the other end. What about sliding Will Anderson in?
I mean, I could be sold on it. I'm kind of partial to, hey man, go ahead and put that strength out there with on Rashawn Slater or whatever. Let Will Anderson Jr. go do something special.
Come off the edge too,
especially because
room.
But again, more room to bend that corner. Whoa. But then also in the moment, I understand.
I know.
But I also like you just have so much depth here. Like Nico Autry, if he does indeed go, which again he's back at practice, so I think that does bode well for the possibility of him getting his 2 days in between today or tomorrow, and then ultimately playing. on Saturday. Like, I do think that Danico Autry is a nice guy to come in on third. Tim Settle's been really good at applying pressure from the middle. So, like, I think that you've got a lot of good things here. If that's a wrinkle that you want to throw, that's cool. I don't think it's absolutely necessary.
Okay. What about Kamari Lassiter in the slot?
I don't love this, but I understand why you would have to do this. And it's not about Kamari Lassiter himself. It's about what that then creates on the outside. Now, I don't love this in a general sense. It's a little bit more manageable or palatable in this sense that, hey, Jeff Okudah on the field, look, love for Jeff Okudah, but it has not looked good. I have palpitations when I see Jeff Okudah out there because I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that the other team might look up and say, hey, number 11 is the mark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's the mark? You know exactly what the mark is. Like, throw it at him. See what happens over there. And, I mean, the thing that gives me a little bit of solace in this is that who are the other wide receivers that the Chargers have to attack that? If you have Ladd McConkey in the slot and you're using Kamari, the only thing I would say is like Joshua Palmer is a guy like that. He missed the first day of practice, so if he does not play, then hey, you have even fewer of those guys. But if he does, that feels like that's a dangerous proposition where you have someone like Joshua Palmer against Jeff Okudah that I feel to be susceptible, and now you're really putting pressure on the idea that hey, your front four or whatever has to go and get pressure. Otherwise, that feels like a possibility of explosive plays, which is one of the last things you need in a game like this.
I don't mind it as much because of you, not because of them. I mean, right now it's Miles Bryant, man. I mean, that's it. Petrie gone, Ward gone.
Yeah, and
it's more about the Texans.
That's a great point. And if that's the case, when you put it that way, yeah, I'd much rather have Kamari Lassiter on Ladd McConkey than I would
Miles Bryant.
Miles Bryant, with all due respect.
One more, and then I know you have one bigger role by Tegan Quatoriano, who is now active and back. Tegan Quatoriano, maybe even 2 tight end sets if you really want to establish the run, or at least using him in particular situations. What about Quatoriano? Dalton Schultz can't block.
No, that is true.
Yeah.
I feel like, and this is something we've talked about a lot just generally, I like to see them spread it out. One of the things I was looking at with this Chargers defense is that they're not like great against the run, and especially if you like outside the tackles, which I mean outside zone. Hey, maybe we can make some things happen there. Although the cutback possibility or whatever. Especially they end up really light in the box, and some of that recently is because teams are just like, hey, put these wide receivers out here, and then we can go beat you on a lighter box.
Yeah.
But it feels like the way that Bobby Slowick has this run game, oftentimes you have those tight formations when you have wide receivers and tight ends trying to help block. And I feel like you might be helping load this box back up by doing that. So I kind of maybe want you to spread this out in some ways, but it does feel like you might have some max protect type situations because for throwing the football, but running the football, I feel like you have the opportunity to maybe spread out and allow Joe Mixon to see better gaps against a defense that is going to be inclined to let you have a lighter box at times. One that I thought was interesting, and shout out to John Crumpler, saw him on Twitter talking about this, that there has been, and let me make sure I get this correct because I don't want to attribute it to him, but attribute it incorrectly. The Falcons, when they played the Chargers, had a great game plan for the Chargers. They held the offense to less than 200 total yards. And one of the things that they did was isolated pressure. This would absolutely be a wrinkle because it feels like with D'Amico's defense, it's a lot of what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
We're just going to make sure that we do what we do to a high level. But pressure
if it worked.
Right. Pressure on the defense is going to be big. And I do wonder if, like, hey, the idea of simulated pressure, showing blitzes in some ways and getting overloads or what have you.
Yeah.
If you can get an advantage on this very good Chargers offensive line to help this very good defensive line get a gap, get an advantage, and get into the backfield, those are the types of things that you need to try and get at a Justin Herbert that, one, is mobile, but two, has not turned the football over very much. And sometimes it's just a 1-2 turnover difference that can make a huge difference in a game. And so like the possibility of maybe adding some simulated pressure in here to change the game up and shift what the quarterback and the offensive line sees might be.
I actually think that's a good one. That we could see that. Again, I refer you to last year. No, that's not something we do a lot, and then they did it. Well, simulated pressure is not something they do a lot, but they've seen it on the tape. They've watched the game that you just referenced, so maybe we'll see a little bit of that.
Some other things that are coming on from the 832 on the text line. They said, go ahead and start off the game with the 80-yard shot to Nico. We talked about it yesterday.
That's not a new wrinkle.
No, it's not. Yeah, a la Week 18 last year. There were some people yesterday that was talking about the idea of, hey, man, how are they against explosives? And I went and looked against passes of 20 yards in the air or more. They're not that great, actually. So I do wonder if you can find ways to shots in there. That might be something that is a little bit of a wrinkle for this year because it hasn't felt like they've had a lot of opportunities to uncork it, which, I mean, obviously much to the chagrin of C.J. Stroud. And they also talked about, I'd like to see Deontay screens, mixing screens in specific, like creative quick game, middle of the field more. Like middle of the field for sure. But those screen games, like why have more of those screens not gone to the running back and those types of things? Yeah, getting Mixon just beyond that defensive line, getting the football would be nice if you could execute it well.
Yeah.
But it does seem like they threw like a bubble screen in that Week 18 game, and I don't know that you can extrapolate that, say that this is going to be something that happens to Deontay Johnson. I would be interested in seeing some of that, maybe early, and if it works or not, you decide on how you proceed, but that might be a good way to get the ball to your playmakers in space and allow them to do things.
I do think we are going to see some new wrinkles. Maybe, obviously not all these, but something.
Hopefully we see some things that are innovative, imaginative, and ultimately the biggest thing, things that work to help the Texans get a victory on Saturday in a must-win game versus the Los Angeles Chargers. How you feel? You good?
I agree.
Okay, excellent. 1. We will add more of these. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're right about that time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, fall of a Titan. We got to mourn a fall of a Titan. It's a damn shame what they did to that dog.
All right, that's next.
Later, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Everyone's doing okay. And we got to mourn. We got to mourn right now. Let me get my music.
We're mourning?
Yeah, we got to mourn. A loss of a Titan, man.
Oh, man.
The Tennessee Titans. They going through it right now, man.
Yeah.
Their fans.
What a shame.
Their fans are going insane. And we could kind of relate to that a couple years ago, but this is actually getting really sad, man.
Well,
for who?
Yeah, explain yourself.
I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
It's actually sad, man. Like to see them pretty much jumping out of the boat. The ship is sinking, and they jumping out this boat, man. So one of the guys that
they all becoming Vanderbilt fans,
pretty much, man.
Like, Vanderbilt football is going the right
direction.
Yeah,
they looking at the Volunteers at this point. Oh well, their season is over too.
Well,
they got a basketball squad.
Lost
by 30.
Yeah, I was like they got their first loss of the season in a big way. So, or was it first loss? But they got a loss.
Yeah,
first loss of the season. It looked nasty. So even that's going down in a different way, ain't it?
Yeah. So it's looking bad. It's been bad. So their last good year was 2021 when they went 12-5. And since then, they went 16-35, which led to Mike Vrabel getting fired, and 2 years later, Rand Carthon getting fired.
Which, by the way, did you see Rand Carthon on Twitter?
No, what'd he say?
He put up. He ain't say nothing, but yesterday evening, he put up a picture of just somebody pointed to themselves, basically like me. So. He's got a good humor about it.
Yeah, so it's a guy that's on social media a lot, and he like to tick off a lot of Texans fans. He go by the name of Morocco T.
Oh, you've heard him on our show.
Yeah, we played this clip a couple times.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to go through the highs and then get down to the lows.
Oh, this is going to be good.
So this was Morocco T after the Titans beat the Texans. They beat, I mean, it didn't, I guess they did it for Miss Amy.
Yeah.
Miss Amy. They like to call her Miss Amy. They did it for Miss Amy. And this is him after the win, after they beat the Texans, which I'm still kind of hurt about that loss, by the way.
Ooh, they get back a mug. Yeah!
Look how hype he sound.
Yeah, man.
Y'all chances up and say something.
Oh!
Yeah, I got my Houston had on today?
It's like that?
You fraudulent ass mother.
Oh, it's like that.
Oh, wow.
I told y'all that your team is some damn frauds, and now you sitting on this mother looking stupid. Share my mother all over Houston. Tighten the up. Sit y'all nasty down.
Damn.
Ass deal, mother. Hey, tighten the up. Let's go.
Hey, man, you can hear the spit coming out of that man's mouth. You could tell he's slobbing all over himself, man.
He's got
for
a
this
potty
win,
mouth.
man. Yeah, and this was.
Why you sound like a 10-year-old?
He's got a potty mouth.
Wow, man, it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
For a Week 12 game, huh?
Yeah, man, that was their Super Bowl. I see a couple people say that's their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, congratulations. Even though them winning hurt me a lot, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But they won it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And Morocco T is on a podcast called the Titans Colossal podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And this was them reacting to the win, and they were just pumping up Miss Amy. Miss Amy.
Oh, yeah.
John Lopez girl, Miss Amy.
Miss Amy don't play about these Texans, and last year it already has a bad taste in their mouth, and Hannah's been saying all this stuff. She's been seeing all that. Everybody's been seeing all that. She wouldn't have been happy with a loss here. You know that she came in there. You saw the intro coming up. Calvin and them was like, we got one for Miss Amy. You know
Miss Amy.
Talks like, hey, boys, look at here. Y'all can up the rest of the damn year. I don't give a I'll give y'all all y'all's incentive bonuses today. Go beat them Houston Texans. Y'all's got everything you need, but we gonna win this game, boy. Tighten up, toughen up, get out here and go get the damn W.
That win saved everybody's ass, especially Khaled, Will Levis, and
did it?
Oh, yeah.
But I told you, bro, she don't play about them Texans, man.
Oh, well, did it? Well, we need an update on that, man.
Yeah, we do.
So this was Morocco T after they lost to the Texans.
All right.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to guess it don't sound the same. I'm guessing the energy is not the same.
We going to check in a minute, but this is him after the Texans lost and them firing their GM.
We deserve to get laughed at.
Correct.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody got
it is what it
anything they wanna
is.
say about us, any jokes they want to crack, I ain't going to say nothing. I mean, they right. I mean, this is the reason people sit up and laugh at us and don't take us seriously.
Man, he sounds so sad. This don't even sound like
it's a stunt double. He got a stunt double.
Yeah.
He's like, hey.
I mean, is this the same person?
Get back a mob. Yeah!
Oh, my gosh.
Why y'all?
Is that the same person?
Yeah, it was a lot.
We deserve to get laughed.
Hey, man.
It's a lot less MFers. It's a lot less calling people
where all
B-words.
where all that bass at?
I'll say it again. What a shame.
Yeah, it was no bass. And this is them on that same podcast reacting to the firing of the GM. And they was talking about some things we was talking about a couple years ago. Not me personally, but when you start talking about sell the team, you know you at a low point.
I'm going to say this about the whole sell the team thing. I mean, it's her team, but the way the family got together and got Tommy Smith out of that, they need to get together and get Amy the up out of that.
What happened to Miss Amy?
Wow. She's not the only owner.
Hey, what happened to Miss Amy? It was Miss Amy. Now it's get Amy the F out of here.
Like, let's remember how this structure is set up, because everybody keeps selling and everybody keeps hanging on that word, but that's just a hot phrase word that everybody uses. We just want her out of here. And the way this is set up, when Bud died, this team was split up 3 ways, and the NFL says that can't happen.
This is
you
sad,
have
man.
to have a majority owner. So the other siblings agreed, we'll let Amy be the majority owner. She's not the only owner. At some point, somebody else got to come step up and like, what the are you doing with the team? What the is going on here?
Y'all got the Texans, man.
What happened?
Hey, what happened?
That took a turn.
It was all good just a week ago.
Yeah,
like, what happened?
man. What happened, man? What happened to Miss Amy?
I thought y'all said the one win was all you needed all year.
Yeah, man. Y'all won the Super Bowl.
Saved everybody's job. Hell, they don't even want it to save Amy's job.
Yeah, man. Y'all won the Super Bowl. Y'all rocking the throwbacks, the Oilers, and all that stuff. What happened?
Man.
It's a damn shame what they did to that dog, man.
I'm so glad to not have this. Like, all right, I understand that I sometimes I can lose sight of the overall picture and, get frustrated with, some slight disappointments, not living up to the fullness of the potential. But, oh, boy, please slap me if I ever end up like that.
Yeah. Those days hopefully are over, but we've experienced a little bit of that.
Hey, I ain't about to throw my hands and hide, man, because it was people. It was a whole bunch of carousel of team stuff.
Yep.
So I get it, but man, it was true that last game when they won against the Texans, that was in November.
I like when they go, there are other owners. Yeah, but there's only one majority owner. There's only one majority owner.
Titans fan, she ain't going nowhere.
She's going nowhere.
She taking that team to the grave, and whoever going to take over after that, they taking that team to the grave. She ain't going nowhere, man. She probably hiding right now, but she ain't going nowhere.
With an oil derrick on her tombstone, I bet, too.
Oh, 100%. Right next to her daddy.
That's pretty good odds, actually.
Somebody's asking where they can find these videos online. You got them on your Twitter?
Yeah, I'll repost one. I retweeted one of them some point this week, but Titans Colossum Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they actually do a pretty good job just with their content and stuff like that, but they hate Houston.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of back and forth between them. So.
Hate y'all back, baby.
That's right.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's damn shame what they did to that dog. We're going to get to some other news, man. So I don't know if you guys are fans of the show, one of the classic shows, Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah.
I respect its greatness.
But you haven't seen it?
No.
I totally understand.
I will say I've seen it in like passing, like when I had a roommate would have it on. You know how you kind of see bits and parts.
Yeah. So you kind of understand what's going on.
Oh yeah, for
this.
sure, for sure.
So Walter White, his the home from Breaking Bad is on the market. So this house is at Albuquerque, New Mexico, and it is listed at $4 million. That little old ranch-style house is $4 million, according to Zillow. But the estimate market value of that ranch-style home is $205,000.
Well,
who the hell is going to buy that house for $4 million?
Just someone who wants to say they have it and have more money than sense.
That house didn't look all that in the show.
No.
Yeah, but it's not about the house. It's about the sentimentality of the house.
Man, that is crazy.
Yeah, it's just rich people saying, you know whose house this is.
This is just the next.
You know what this is, right?
Yeah, this is the next level of the collectible, right? It's just a level collectible.
Didn't the Brady Bunch house sell for a lot of money?
I have no idea.
I think so, but that was a nice house though.
Yeah.
Like, if you watch the show, that was actually all right.
Yeah.
Like, I never looked at Breaking Bad and looked at that house and like, I can see myself.
Right.
Nah, that ain't no cool house. But I wanted to ask y'all this: what's a house, a fictional house that you would love to buy? Like, if you had the chance, any fictional type of house. Because I know when I was in Cali, I went to Cali on vacation a couple years ago, and I went past the house from Friday.
All right.
Oh, cool.
And they actually had little the people who was living in that house was very nice enough to like set up a little signs and all that stuff. But they also said, "Hey, respect. We still live here."
I got a recent one and a Wayback Machine one. The recent one, I love Only Murders in the Building.
Okay.
I'd like to have one of those New York, Manhattan, old building
apartments
from Only Murders.
Like a walk-up or something?
They're cool. They have the big Gothic, stuff out front and all that. And then Wayback Machine, Animal House. The frat house, from Animal House.
This man want a frat house.
Yeah.
I could not. Shout out to you.
I'm over here thinking about the house on Fresh Prince.
Oh, there's some good.
That's a good one.
That was the first one I thought of, and a lot of people on the text line came with. I think the right answer, as much of as an answer can be right from the 979. Does this count? Does it have to be an actual house? They said Iron Man's house, like the Malibu kind of look over on that.
That count. I would count that.
The one that I thought of immediately, I got a little uncomfortable, but some other people on the Twitch, on the text line, I think on the YouTube as well, brought this up. The Huxtable Brownstone.
Yeah.
That's
from
a
the
good
Cosby
one.
Show.
Yep. Because there's it, right?
No, it's in Brooklyn. Is it Brooklyn? No.
New York?
It's in New York somewhere.
It's in New York.
I can't.
Okay.
No,
I don't know why.
I don't think it's Brooklyn.
Oh, you know what? They went to school. Somebody went to school in Philly. That's where.
No, not Philly. They went to school in Virginia. That's a different world.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. I thought somebody went to school.
There might be a Philly connection.
Or maybe one of the daughters went to Philly. What was the one that got in
it was a spinoff.
Yeah.
No, the spinoff was in Virginia. That was Hillman. I think the actual. These are the things that I use my brain for. I think what you might be thinking is that Bill Cosby himself went to Temple.
Yeah, that's in Philly.
Which is in Philly.
Okay,
maybe.
So,
T. Mills says the Home Alone house.
Yeah, I thought about that
one. That's a big old house.
That's a big
old house.
I think that one might be on the market too.
Oh yeah,
that one might be on the market.
Sanford and Son house, hilarious. Full House from San Francisco house, Full House.
Okay, that's a good one.
I do wonder though, like
because that house is still there too.
Yes, it is. But
and you can take a picture where that hill was at. Yeah.
Some of these houses, like you're really just getting the facade because the interior of the house is completely different than the sets that they have.
Yeah.
And that one, I'm pretty sure that house is a lot smaller than it appears.
Yeah, because I think they use the outside of the house, but they film in like
a lot of
LA or something like that. Yeah. So yeah.
Adam's family house comes in. Bruce Wayne's mansion. Is there an actual house that had like that they used?
They had to have, right? Because for the movie I'm talking about.
Yeah. What about the house on Coming to America? You actually didn't see the outside of the house, which is crazy, but
that's what I'm trying to remember. Which house? The one in Zamunda? Or
the one in Zamunda.
Oh, yeah, the palace?
Yeah.
I don't think we call that a house.
With the elephants walking around.
Right. There was somebody about Sopranos mansion.
Jersey?
Out in Jersey.
Yeah.
I was like, do I really want to live in Jersey? With all due respect to Jersey. I know that Sean has been out to that house.
He does that all the time.
I think that's his bag.
Yeah.
Batcave, Soprano House, Amityville Horror House in Amityville.
Oh, hell no. I'm not.
Nothing from the horror movies for you?
No. Hell to the no.
Amityville Horror, no thank you.
Nah. It start off just like a typical horror movie.
Man, I'm looking at the Breaking Bad house now. That is
$4 million.
Ain't nothing.
Man, what sucker they gonna get for that?
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to the folks who said, Cliff also went to Temple as a character. So, okay, cool. But on the text line, as you guys are flooding in, yes, Cosby House was Upper West Side. Thank you. Actual house is in Brooklyn. Cool. Brooklyn Heights, rather. And I've lost it. There's so many texts that came in. Yellowstone Lodge came up. Someone said South Fork from Dallas. 89 Batman Manor is a real place, apparently. And then also, I think this person is wrong. They said the Home Alone house is not a real house. It was built in a gym for the movie. The exterior.
Outside, just the outside look of it. But they actually, he's right.
It's actually in
interior was on a sound.
I'm looking at it.
They had to build the inside where they shot the inside.
But there is an actual house that
it's
they
a house.
used.
Yeah,
it's in Winnetka, Illinois.
Yeah, and I think the inside is a little smaller too.
All right. I want the Family Matters house. No, I was playing. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media if there's anything that you want to see in these things. And see Sean Pendergast, of course, adding in the Sopranos house and Cosby's in real life. He went to Temple. So thank you for confirming what I was thinking. All right, coming up next, we're about ready to hand it off to the fellas, Clint and Ron, where I want to get their take on drinking milk and such, but also you have a few things that you think you would like to see from CJ Stroud in this game.
I do.
We'll talk about that next.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 for just a little bit longer on this Wednesday. I was about to say Tuesday, and then I was about to say Thursday. I don't know what day.
You're close.
Eventually, I just bracketed it in. Eventually, I worked my way to it.
Hump day.
That is what some people call it. Mm-hmm. That is what some people call it. We're working our way to a must-win game.
It is a must-win.
Saturday.
I'm not gonna pass judgment.
Chargers in town to face off against the Texans, and look, really excited for this one. And the guys are back at practice. I don't think I saw very much outside of that. I know Danico Autry returned to practice. John Mechie also returned to practice. Both of those, at least I was excited about seeing both of those because for me, John Mechie, he's become more valuable, more important. He's one of the probably three guys that I feel comfortable in routes where CJ Stroud has been able to
on a curve,
been able to get the ball to. Obviously, Nico Collins at a high level.
Yeah,
we haven't seen him throw to Deontay Johnson in the game yet, but I still feel a level of confidence with him, the route running that he possesses. Mm-hmm. And then Mechie has seemed to have a little bit of a rapport, even though it hasn't come out to a large degree.
Little bit.
So good to see him practicing, and of course, Danico Autry. Just you want your pass rush as full of a compliment as possible. But that practicing again for the second to last practice before they take on the Chargers. We'll hear from the coach of the team. In fact, today is their Thursday, so we'll hear from coordinators, won't we? Mm-hmm. That'll be fun as well. But CJ Stroud is, out of practice, looking good. It feels like it's going to largely fall on him, as all football games seem to in the modern NFL. What are some things that you're hoping to see from CJ?
Yeah, so we were talking earlier, really at the start of the show, about how this could, at least in the short term, be like a defining game for CJ Stroud. Because if he doesn't have a good game, if things don't go well, that's all we're going to be talking about. What happened in 2024? Can he respond? Is it the coordinator? Is it this or that or whatever? So I actually kind of started thinking, all right, so why might we get the good CJ, for lack of a better way of putting it? And why might we not?
Okay.
So you want the why we might not or the why we might?
Let's start with the negative and finish out with a rock stairs type.
Okay. Hands above the head.
Exactly.
So why we might not get CJ, the good CJ, as I'm putting it, in this game.
You can actively boo this man at this point of the program.
Feel free to boo me.
Mm-hmm.
That was one series versus Tennessee.
That is correct.
That was one series. I don't know that it can erase all the scars that he's wearing from this season.
No, especially because the scars feel like they are also inflicted because of pass protection has fallen, and the Baltimore Ravens game felt like in some ways a real. It was a point that opened my eyes to the idea. Oh, this might be more than just he's missing his receivers, because there's instances where you're blocking up pretty well, like the protection is actually there, and he's still missing guys. Like that felt like, oh, this is a real issue. This is a bigger issue, and it's why I really needed to see something outside of that, something away from that, something where he's actually hitting where he needs the football needs to go. And it does feel like fatigue might have factored into that a decent amount as well, in that that stretch, the 3 games in 11 days, what have you. But yeah, man, I understand what you're talking about. Like there's the possibility that this is this season long trial and tribulation that he's been going through in dealing with, the pressure and dealing with the added responsibility and dealing with, trying to avoid sacks, that could still be weighing on him and could pop back up as soon as you're facing a team that maybe is possible with Khalil Mack and with Joey Bosa. I had to make sure I got the right one coming after him.
So before the guys get here, I've got 4 why we might not get that CJ and 4 why we might.
Let me let you speed run them.
No, so let me just run through them.
Speed run them.
And then, certainly weigh in at the end. So that's one why we might not. Another one why we might not. Shane Day was the senior offensive assistant for the Houston Texans last year. He was sort of the older, not too old, but the older guy that kind of helped C.J. Stroud have an incredible rookie year. He is now the quarterback's coach for the Los Angeles Chargers and Justin Herbert. I'm not saying that that's the reason. What I am saying is he's familiar, and he was a factor that's gone. Number 3, this is just a Texans team that flat out outside of Buffalo has not stepped up against good teams.
That is true.
They just haven't. And number 4, that's why I was kind of hedging a little bit when you talked about John Mechie. I don't disrespect him. Obviously, incredible respect for him on a number of levels. But let's be honest. We might be expecting too much from these receivers. It's Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. Maybe Deontay Johnson, but that's a big maybe.
Without a level of rapport.
Right.
I mean, you have, 2 weeks of practice?
Yeah. So that's 4 reasons might not. Now let's get to the good part.
Goods.
Why we might see the good CJ. It's been hard to recognize this year. There have been moments, but he really is a gamer, CJ Stroud. Like you can go back to Ohio State. Everybody else talked about the Georgia game. Go back to the Browns game that we've referenced a couple of times today. A couple of big moments, big games last year in very meaningful and important games. Colts to end the season and clinch the division for example. And this is a game. Number 2, this version of the offensive line is probably the most confidence that CJ Stroud's had playing behind it. Number 3.
Sure would hope so.
Any semblance of a productive Joe Mixon changes everything better for CJ Stroud.
Agree.
And number 4, and I've kind of hinted at this a little bit, not because I necessarily know anything, but I really feel like D'Amico Ryans has gone into the offensive room in recent weeks and said, Bobby, this is what we're doing. I think he's kind of taking the some of the twists and turns and things about this offense and saying, throw those in the trash, do this. I think he wants to run the ball. I think that's why they've been so adamant about the offensive line, and I think he's going to try to rely on his defense.
And I hope you're right. Like that, that feels like what a head coach should do in these instances. Once it comes down to it, hey, as the leader of this thing, as the man who ultimately all this falls back upon, when it comes down to it, and when we absolutely need it, hey, let me make sure that I am adding some parameters to help you be your best version of yourself in a way that maybe you cannot or have not been able to do. And an additional one. CJ and his Texans, apparently, if they drank their milk.
They got to drink their milk.
They drank their milk.
They have to drink
It'll come
their
out.
milk.
I still can't believe.
I can't believe that you were that you can't believe. I can't believe that you were so shocked. Like, you have teenage boys, and Ron might be getting into this a little bit now with these younger kids.
Yeah, as Ron of The Drive is stepping into the studio, Clint will join us here shortly.
My boys and my daughter, my 2 boys were the main ones. We would go through 4 gallons of milk a week.
Good God.
And then the text board blew up, said, yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. And Reggie was like, really?
Yeah, I did not realize that people were out here outside of like very special cases. Just drinking milk straight.
We don't drink milk.
Clint.
Well, you better.
Yeah, I need your help here.
We don't drink milk.
As somebody who was a strapping young man is now a strapping older man. I guess I don't know the right way to.
I like
very good.
47.
I was like,
it beats the alternative.
Yeah, absolutely. Were you out here just drinking milk, just like glasses of milk, straight up?
No, I did not start drinking milk until recently because my daughters do every morning.
Mm-hmm.
And so I drink. I do a little bit of milk in a glass. Just because they're drinking milk and it happens to be there and I've got it out.
I have never been a milk fan. I can't just have
forever, but I guess I'm not. I guess it was
you just ain't rock with it.
I kind of am. I kind of am. No, I've never if it's milk, it may be some cereal with it or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that ain't and we don't, and our kids don't. We don't. That is not something that we have on tap a lot.
Man.
We got milk in there to cook with.
Right.
Well, what's the
so we were. I mentioned earlier. I think it was.
Oh, it was Jim Harbaugh. We were talking about how Jim Harbaugh is just a supreme.
He looked like he drank a lot.
He does.
Of milk.
He's huge into milk.
Yeah,
not chocolate.
Yeah,
Reggie was a little surprised that he drank and is so big into milk. And I said, dude, my kids drank 4 gallons a week when they were teenagers in middle school.
And I understand kids be eating cereal.
No, just milk.
Making oatmeal.
Milk said, you're surprised, especially people that have kids that age. They go through, and the text board, you would have thought, I don't know what, but like dozens upon dozens upon dozens of texts. Yep, all my kids, milk, a gallon a week or a gallon every 2 days.
That's what I was going to say, man. I'm with the whole idea that it's weird for milk to be around that much. But whenever I was a kid, dude, I drank milk like with every dinner.
Yes.
Steak dinner, milk. Yes.
I never drank milk.
Someone is on the text line talk about they were drinking milk with every meal, including spaghetti.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what I drank? Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we had a lot of
juice. I love me some juice.
Kool-Aid.
Sunny D.
Or drink if I can't get juice.
I'm sensing the two Americas here, boys.
It might look.
No, we drank. Well, this might be two Americas too, but we drank a lot.
It felt like a two Americas for a moment.
Like my man said, milk for dinner.
Yeah.
Well, in the 90s,
Like, I mean,
too,
like,
they
not when
promoted milk like the most healthy thing you could ever put
there's
in
a
your
lot of
body.
propaganda.
Not like out of a bottle. Once I stopped drinking out of a bottle, I wasn't banging out milk.
Well,
chocolate milk was all right. All right,
that's for school.
And that's
I'm not a fan. I'm not a big fan.
That was if juice was gone.
Exactly.
Yeah. I ain't got nothing, and I ain't ready to drink no water.
You know what my morning go-to is, guys?
What's that?
Coors Light.
Fresh grape. Well, fresh grapefruit. Fresh grapefruit juice.
Good, healthy.
That's a good look. Yeah. That's a good look. I always felt like an old person doing it, but it was a good look.
Come on over to the old side, bud.
My favorite cereal is Raisin Bran Crunch. You don't have to convince me of nothing. I'm there.
Hey.
I'm on the old side.
Hey, you know, there's nothing more attractive than the young old guy mature and thinks about things like that, Reg.
I agree.
Look,
nothing wrong with that, man. Own it, bro.
Look, man, people used to say that I was mature when I was young, and it was only until I was older that I realized, y'all were calling me lame. And with that, In the Loop is done for this Wednesday. We hand it off to these fine folks. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
It is live, and some of y'all nasty as hell.
What are they doing with
Frank
their
talking
milk?
about I meant milk for spaghetti, fish sticks.
Oh.
Dude, when I was a kid, I'm serious. Every meal almost milk.
I would bet a good chunk of money, Tyler. You're still hammering milk. Like late night,
no.
like come in with milk and cookies or something.
I go in on them Oreos and milk sometimes around midnight or 1.
You stop down here at this cookie joint. What's this cookie joint right down here? The Crumble. Chip Treats.
Oh.
I mean, you stop at one of these Primo cookie joints and grab you some cookies. You just can't wait to get home and get that milk in a glass.
Our fridge had Tahitian treat. Had a little.
What's treats you talking about? Tahitian treats.
Tahitian treats like a fruit punch, baby.
Oh, is it?
You talking about my man talking about milk for dinner?
A big fruit punch guy.
Is that knockoff Hawaiian Punch?
Tahitian treat. You don't know nothing about Tahitian treat? Is that not
sound like
Texas
knockoff
thing?
Hawaiian Punch to me?
I mean, I feel like Hawaiian Punch that came off a hit.
When y'all were
ain't
kids,
never seen no Tahitian treat.
No.
Oh man.
When y'all were kids, did you ever experiment with like all the different juices and stuff in the house and kind of mix them together and try to concoct your own drink for lunch to try?
I'm gonna tell you, it was Big Earn sweet tea in that brown pitcher. That was all we had, bro.
You ain't never had that?
I ain't never had that.
Oh man, damn!
I ain't never had that.
Maybe that ain't in Texas.
What about Tang?
Tahitian treat? Oh yeah, no. And Tang. My grandma had Tang. A little older folks had Tang. Oh man, Tahitian treat.
Yoo-hoo.
Get that? Oh my God, hell no, man. I can't believe I never heard of. Oh, on it. Somebody just texted Tahitian treat is absolutely the best drink out there. And it's not even close. Yeah, boy, I'm telling you. Boy,
amidst all the drinks that exist?
Maybe you should bring some in sometime.
But I was wondering if they still made it. But I was in there, baby. I was in there with them Kool-Aid packages. Let me get this pink lemonade and mix it with this tropical punch. And let me just kill myself with these sugars. Whenever I thought. Because we ain't have no real measurement tools. We had a small cups in the sugar.
Yes.
Dig it in there, put 2 in. Now let me add just a little bit more. Then stir that sucker up. Boy, I'm telling you, that's what it was all about. All right, The Drive is live. Busy show today here on The Drive. Well, you'll hear coming up a little bit later on in this hour, the defensive back coach. And he's got a big matchup ahead of him. At least his guys do. In the secondary, Dino Vasso will join us at the bottom of this hour. You'll hear from maybe the most talked about man in all of the Houston Texans, and that is the offensive coordinator who comes off of Bobby Slowick.
Love it, baby.
Do you love Bobby Slowick?
I mean, I love the audio. I love the thought of having a little audio from Bobby. I don't love everything Bobby says a good chunk of the time.
I'm about to say, do you think Bobby's going to leave you frustrated?
Bro, I love you, man.
Frustrated today, or do you feel like Bobby's going to have you feeling good?
They're going to leave me frustrated 9 times out of 10. I've already heard D'Amico Ryan stroke the offensive line and how confident they are in what they got to do to get this run game going, and I mean it's just wild. But the I'm sure Bobby will do the same. So I would imagine I'd be a tad bit frustrated after an 11-play 11-play drive, scoring drive, and nothing else. I would imagine that it's going to be on the frustrated side. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll enter it with an open mind.
Enter with an open mind. Just like you did this morning when you listened to Payne and Pendergast as they had Nick Caserio.
Well, they did a tremendous job.
They always do. Nick Caserio. If you missed that, he was on with them at 7:30, and I know there was something early in that interview that jumped out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Something early in that interview that jumped out to you. Yes. And Nick, I really feel like Nick just gave this really himself. I mean, he took the question down this route, and he talked about when he feels like his team, the Texans, play their best. This was what he had to say. Again, if you missed it, go to the podcast page, Odyssey app. You can go find that at 7:30. But this was Nick Caserio talking about what happens when they play well.
All you can ask is at the beginning of the year to have an opportunity at the end of the year that you can play meaningful games. And we've talked about this on the show at different points. When you're playing meaningful football in December and January, it carries a certain weight along with it. So everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us. We had a great sort of first day of preparation, first day of work. We were actually out there on the field yesterday practicing on a Tuesday, which isn't normal, but the fact that the game is Sunday, we've kind of structured the schedule. And what we've found is when we work, we play good football. So the players were focused. The players had the right mindset. It's not easy because you come off the heels of a Sunday game and you got to kind of turn the page. But everybody understands what's in front of us, and the awareness is heightened, and everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us against a good Los Angeles team that's coming in here on Saturday.
You heard him there, Clint. He said when we work, damn it, we play well. What he said. Now,
no strain, no gain.
Clint's fingers are, if you can't probably see it, the camera that low on YouTube, but Clint's fingers are banging a little bit on the table ever so slightly. What jumped out when you heard that part of the interview?
You tell me. You tell me when you hear general manager or head coach in week 19 of the season. We know when we work, we play well. We play good football, I'm sorry. When we work, we play good football. Tyler, you're a huge Texans fan. You cover a little closer than most folks, so I think there's strategy there of what do you hear right there? You tell me.
That tells me on the front end, and just so everybody knows, me and you haven't even talked about this, Clint, so I hope I'm right. But it tells me, hey, there's possibly been some weeks this season, this football season, where the proper work has not been put in. Is that what you're feeling
Absolutely.
with it?
100%. When we work, we play good football. Yeah, like that the fact that we're at a spot where our good football is dependent on if and when we work, and we work hard and we work detailed and we work well. The fact that we're there 2 years in, really, it's obviously with Nick, it's 4 years, I think. But with D'Amico and this team, we've won 20 ball games in 2 years, and here we sit, and we're talking about when we work, we play good football. Now, to be completely transparent, that coupled with because luckily, I mean, Seth and Sean and Nick do such a great job of the chemistry with those guys is really good. So it's a good back and forth conversation, but Seth came back and asked a follow-up question about ultimately the sports science behind this thing, which if you're not familiar with the sports science of football, it's they all wear these vests underneath their pads. And so there is so much data that's gathered during and after every single practice on every single player that they're monitoring throughout the week, take how many reps a player gets or whether he needs to go harder or they need to take the workload off or this or that. So they went on to talk about the sports science and all of the data and how Nick and the organization monitors that data, and they know when to pull the reins back on somebody and they know when to tell them to go full speed. And I'll be honest with you guys, this, as a fan of the Texans, the fact that this is a thing pains me. The fact that my team is one that is a when we work hard. My team is we're going to monitor this data to the degree of literally either asking guys to pull the reins back or push harder. It pains me.
They're all fixable.
To me, this is when Nick Caserio, the data guy, because Nick's always been a data guy. Nick's always been a gather as much data as you can and evaluate it and make a decision. And I admire that about Nick. I think he goes above and beyond and does a lot of things that most, even general managers that are getting paid millions of dollars, aren't willing to take the time to do. So I think it creates an advantage most of the time for Nick Caserio. But this is when Caserio, the data guy, in my opinion, hurts. Because when you couple, do I need to get my receivers to go harder? Do I need to take the workload off? Do we need to get a rep full speed? And then last week, Bobby Slowick's talking about depth of route, attention to detail, and you know the spacing and all these different things. This is when too much data to me is a bad thing. Give me the old school, true grinder. I don't give a damn how you feel. I don't care how fast you ran 2 reps ago. I need you to run this route right here at 12 yards on the button. And if we run it from the 5-yard line, it's easy to hit 12. Let's run it from the 7-yard line. Are you going to stick it at 19-yard line and bend it out, or are you going to stick it at 21 yards? You're going 2 yards too deep and bend it out, right? Or are we worried about your heart rate? Are we worried about your how hydrated you are? Are we worried about how fast you went or didn't go? Like, to me, there's something about that old school true grinder, let's just get it, that takes care of all the details versus what I pulled from that statement there.
Yeah, a couple of things. Sometimes I wonder if Nick was just rolling and maybe said that in a way that maybe that's, I don't know if that's exactly what he was meaning. So I'll give some wonder to that. But even to the crux of it, and hell, you've been around this more than anybody. You and Seth have been around this. Cecil, who comes on the show, Wade, who comes on the show, has been around. You all have been around it much more than us and the listeners. Like, is it abnormal? Because based on when I hear what he said, that is like, you telling me, man, it's a good 6-7 times this year that y'all ain't practiced well, or just judging by some of the play. Like, how often is that, right? That it goes up and down in terms of, basically how much you work or how hard you work. Is that because I could be sold like, hey, man, as he said in that interview, boy, we're in week 21 right now and 21 weeks of this game and how physical it is. Are you used to seeing, and even in college, 16 weeks, 17 weeks, is it used to an up and down type of a cycle the way that almost the way he described it? When we work, we play good football, because the other part of that is when we don't work, we don't play good football.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
From your experience,
my experience, we didn't deal with this.
I mean, y'all might have lost.
Like when I was playing, nobody gave a damn about your hydration until after practice. If you didn't take care of yourself, then obviously they tried to monitor it and figure it all out. But there was no, hey, this guy went super hard yesterday, and this guy gave us this and that. Maybe we can take some of the workload off, or hey, we got like whatever the week presented, whether it was a short week and you play on a Thursday or you play on Christmas Day, and so it's a 4-day turnaround, or it's a regular turnaround. Like, either way it goes, like the work and being detailed and getting it right and doing things in a winning way took precedence over all the other crap. And I just, it's easy to take this stuff into consideration when you don't have the problems that the Texans have offensively. It's hard to stomach, because to be completely clear again, I mean, Nick's talking about when we work, we play good football. The follow-up question was really good as well. Now, it's too long for radio. It's too much info, too much data. It's because he went into the sports science, and he even said, when you got to pull, a guy went full speed yesterday or didn't go full speed, we need you to go full speed today. Like, Like, again, so I go back to Bobby Slowick and Bobby Slowick talking about, did we rep this play or did we rep this concept at full speed? Well, now you're juggling this sports science of, well, who can go full speed today, Coach?
Dang it, Bobby.
Right? Who needs to pick it up today, Coach? Who's hydrated the right way today, Coach? I mean, who's available today based on the vest that he was wearing yesterday at practice? Like that's why when I talk about Bobby Slowick, like, it's real hard for me not being privy to all the information. It's hard for me to really sink my teeth into the details of this offense, or more importantly, the lack thereof, the details in this offense, because you really wonder, like, if the GM's talking about when we practice or when we work,
we play well.
I mean, how much does Bobby Slowick have to do with how much and when they work? Like that, I don't know. It's just it's the combination of those two things that, boy, it really, again, as a fan,
or to me,
it pains me.
And to me, like, and maybe he explained it a bit, but like, what prevents you? Like, what prevents the non-work? Like, what prevents
that question wasn't. What was it? That follow up wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just because that's where immediately when you say when we work, we play. And automatically the other thought is, well, when you don't play.
Mm-hmm.
And
we should be at a place. Again, I expected to be at a place with the D'Amico Ryans, given the way he is. I think the way he is literally wired, and the way that his defense is obviously coached on a daily basis. Like, I would think that one thing, good, bad, or indifferent, win or lose, like, one thing that a D'Amico Ryans coach team is there ain't no when we work.
We do.
Like, we've had some bad outings. We played some bad football, but it wasn't because we didn't work.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you. Like, you've been on some, and maybe the Cowboys teams was like that, but you've been on some teams that didn't win. But does that mean y'all got on the field and didn't?
I'll give you a perfect example. I played on some losing football teams, so I know a lot about losing. I stood behind a team drill. I stood not behind the huddle where the line is of all the guys that aren't participating at that moment, right? You know, the ones that we got to look through at practice when we go up there? Mm-hmm. Not those. I stood a couple yards behind those guys and talked to the head coach, Dave Campo, for a solid 5 minutes about Arkansas football while the offense was out there working, right? I mean, how detailed do you think that is? How much good work do you think was going on with that being the case? So I mean, I'm very familiar with the parts that why things don't work, and when receivers are running routes at the same depth and they're running into each other, when receivers can't run the right depth on a screen and a receiver can't block the right with the right shoulder or the right leverage on the defensive back, like. That is standing behind the huddle and not paying attention when stuff's being done.
Yeah. All right. Hey, remember this, though. Shout out to our good friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you're looking at us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see behind me, you got that ready to roll AFC South Championship shirt. Thanks to our good friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They can get you ready for the weekend, just like they've gotten Sports Radio 610 ready for the weekend and this playoff with those ready-to-roll shirts that I just talked about and pointed out, or the division championship hats. Get yours at your local Academy Sports and Outdoor before the weekend, especially if you go into the game like our man Sam from Pearland. Get your stuff, Sam. Go to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
In Pearland?
And get your stuff ready.
Get out of the rearview mirror, Tyler.
I bet there's a couple of locations over in Pearland.
Stays. So get on out there.
Like Jelly Roll said, man, windshield, bro.
He enjoys to stay there. It's all right. All right, Justin Verlander, he's gone. He is officially not us at all. Saw that coming, but I think there is a real conversation piece now that we're starting to see how this team is being constructed and what the real miss of a guy like Verlander is. We'll discuss that next.
Justin Verlander. It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we were rolling out of here, Tyler sent us that text that Justin Verlander to the Giants. Justin Verlander, 1 year, $15 million. 1 year, $15 million. By the way, I don't think anybody is surprised. I'll just go around real quick. Like, when you saw how much he signed for, you were good with that. You didn't. Did you think?
Very
damn,
good.
The Astros should entertain that. Were you ready to move on from Justin?
Oh no, I'm fine with them moving on from Justin. I would be A-okay with Justin Verlander being my fourth or fifth starter in a.
So if you heard like the Astros went 1 for $15 million with him, you would have been.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't. That doesn't tell me what. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell. Like, how does that compare to other guys? I mean, what are other guys that are on their last leg that are an all-time
like
great?
usually fourth or fifth starters are probably young guys or older guys like him. And you generally wouldn't think would be $15 million, but
yeah, no, look, I'm fine with it. Whatever. I just again, like with Carlos, like with Springer, like with Bregman. Just JV's one of those guys that brings, that level of leadership and alpha that when it walks out the door, not that it happens every time, obviously, because the Astros have survived it, but there's been a lot of times that bites teams in the ass.
And Clint, that's the conversation to me. Is like the texter just rolled in. JV wasn't worth the money anymore. Glad he's going. Astros need to get younger. Get that? To me, the conversation is, all right, man. Well, damn it, fellas, who is that guy now?
Yeah.
Who is that guy now? Because Clint, all right, you lost Springer, who was a voice there, right? But then you still had Correa, who had no problem stepping into the role. You had Maldi still there. Verlander was still there. All right. Then Correa leaves. You still got Maldi. You still got Verlander. And then Bregman started to step into the role. All right. You lose Maldi. You still got Verlander. And you had Bregman. We heard multiple cases about Bregman, especially with Spencer Arrighetti, talking about the leadership stuff there and how he had taken more of a voice. I believe Verlander was the one who took the reins from Maldi and called a couple of those team meetings. I remember he was injured and he came back and they had a meeting that he led. I'm dead ass serious. Who is that guy now? Like who are the guys now? Because I know we had Adam Spolane on last or a couple weeks ago, and he said as long as Jose Altuve is in the building, the culture is still there. Sure. But I mean, like, who is I just don't feel like they've got vocal. I feel like they got a whole bunch of lead by example tunes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which is no problem. Like, there's no problem.
Well,
but
it's a crutch.
But you also need, like, I don't think Jordan is the guy like, hey, let's get it going here. I don't think Framber is that. I don't think Altuve is that, and maybe he's the one who says, all right, I'll step up and be more vocal because all these others have, right? Like Bregman's gone, like clearly. I know people talked about the leadership of Christian Walker, but is he going to walk right in day one?
He's going to have to.
And take over?
That's where I was going. He's going to have to.
Is that what you're thinking? Because it ain't Jake, it ain't.
He's going to have to. Like you said, I mean, the guys that are capable, I would think.
Maybe Lance.
The most capable in terms of their production and their role with the team, the guys that are most capable in terms of what we know is Hunter Brown, right?
Yeah, maybe he steps up and grows in.
Jordan Alvarez, Framber Valdez, Jose Altuve, Christian Walker. I mean, these are all – I'm just naming guys that given what they mean to the team, the production level that has to be there for anybody to listen to your ass, you got to be a player. what's my man's name? The fireman, Lefty, the closer.
You're talking about guys that have done stuff.
I'm talking about guys, they're long enough in the tooth and they are veteran enough and have played well enough over the years to when they say, hey, man, y'all listen up, guys, stop talking and listen. Like Lance, I don't know if anybody's stopping and listening to Lance.
I honestly, I know you gave me that look, Tyler. Of all of the guys, the personality I feel like Lance has.
Now that's fair.
But I don't know. But you got to have played ball.
Yeah,
we got several.
We
guys
need
on
an
the team.
APB on this dude right now.
I mean, you got several guys on the team that ain't never played with.
Well, there's an opportunity there, and I think Christian Walker is the one to me that it seems like, again, long enough in the tooth, is established and very successful in the game.
Also Yiner.
Well, that's where it's going. Pena too.
And
Pena and Yiner are the two that could potentially step
because
up.
Because the natural position around baseball typically is that catcher position.
He's
It went with
controlling the whole
Maldi.
game.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd say maybe those guys have grown up and feel, obviously last year, Yiner's in here he's trying to. This is his first year as the catcher.
Yeah.
He's
batting 8.
I mean, he let Framber punk him. Remember, Framber's like, yeah, man, I ain't gonna throw these pitches that you call it. I'm gonna go rogue. When I said he punked him, that's me. But I'm just saying that was the space that he was in.
Yeah.
Like that ain't happening with Maldi, right? Like that was the space he was in. But Pena seems to be a guy that's vocal. And what are we now? We're 3 years in. He's a World Series and ALCS MVP. And maybe he's got enough, pelts on the wall that he steps into the role. Because, to me, it's got to be guys that we just don't know yet, that we haven't seen. Like, it wasn't you were saying it, Alex Bregman, just got to be you to step up. It wasn't a big leap to think that Alex could come in and take over that role. Maybe it is those guys. Pena's a good one. Yiner's a good one, just seeing if he takes the next step of taking ownership of it. But that's the other part. Boy, you just let a lot of the vocal guys have walked out of the door. And usually when they've walked out, there have been somebody else there waiting in the wings. And we'll see. We'll see if that person is there. All right, coming up, we're looking forward to at some point hearing from the defensive backs coach, Dino Vasso. He will join the show coming up as the Texans get ready to face the L.A. Chargers, and they've got some weapons there that they're going to have to deal with. We'll get his thoughts on his young guys in the back end and the plan for the Chargers. That's coming up next.
The Texans will enjoy their 23-14 win over the Titans. But according to Damian Pierce, they've got bigger things in mind.
We came into this
1-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
I want to keep it funky.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live and coming up here in just a bit. Big day right here on The Drive. Hell, a big day here at the station. If you missed it earlier, Payne and Pendergast, the morning show, they had Nick Caserio on for a good time. Had him on for about 40 minutes or so as usual and covered a wide range of things.
Pendergast and Payne.
Sure. And you might want to check that out. He was on with them at 7:30. Go ahead and find that. You can hear that in its entirety. And coming up in the next hour, in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll hear from Bobby Slowick. It'll be interesting to hear his thoughts heading into a playoff game, right? He's 1-1 as an OC in the playoffs. One game, he had a very, very, very great game and game plan and result against what was then the number one defense against the Cleveland Browns. And then they couldn't do anything against the Ravens the next week. So
Dang
1-1.
it, Bobby, that's exactly what we don't want.
That's right. You'll hear from him coming up in a bit. And coming up here in a matter of moments, we'll hear defensive backs coach Dino Vasso as he will join us, and we'll get his thoughts coming up in this game and his group as a big part of what's going to happen in this game with Derek Stingley. And I'm sure he won't give us this, but Clint, we know what happened last year. Last year in the playoffs against the Browns. Now, obviously, there was a previous game in which Amari Cooper just went roughshod. But they just said, here, Derek, man, you got him. And it didn't matter if he lined up in the slot, wherever he lined up. And they've got some decisions to make. Now, Quentin Johnston had him a really big game and has come on a little bit. But, damn it, he ain't nobody to me that makes me feel like, all right, man, I'm nervous. Ladd McConkey, the rookie slot guy who they got from Georgia, he has really come on. And I think there's probably at least a conversation of, should we travel Stingley with him? Because they throw it to him so often.
Yeah, look, he's so important to really what they do offensively, being a little bit more ball control. And the truth of the matter is, if you watch, and I hadn't watched every one of the Chargers games, but in the first quarter, he's got a chunk play. In the first quarter, Ladd McConkey has made a big-time catch that moved the chains, that flipped the field at the very least in damn near every game in the last month or 5 weeks. And so, he's clearly a focal point for the secondary for damn sure.
Yeah. All right, speaking of that, let's who is charged on the front line working with the secondary that will have to defend Ladd McConkey and the rest of the Chargers, along with Justin Herbert. Dino Vasso, we appreciate you joining us, man.
It's good. It's good to be here.
All right. Before we do get into some of the things in this game, you got a couple of a few young guys back there. Derek Stingley, who just made it to his first Pro Bowl. You got Bullock back there, who has had a great rookie year, and then Kamari Lassiter, who we had on a few weeks back, and he referred to himself as a dog, and I don't think anybody would disagree with him on that.
No.
For those three guys who are showing a lot of promise, and I know they're in individual stages, especially Stingley being in a couple of years in the league, what do you think is the next step for those guys in their games?
Yeah, I think it's different for each guy, just fine-tuning their craft. But I'd say the most important thing with all three of those guys is they're confident. And that's one thing that I can teach. All three of them were born with it. And it's, in my opinion, one of the most undervalued traits that a DB can have, because a lot of times you're out there by yourself. There isn't a lot of help. And all three of those guys are, along with some other guys, they're super confident in their ability, and they're ready to work when they're out there.
Dino, let's talk about Bullock. I want to focus on him for a minute, man. When I first saw him play, I locked in on him in training camp, and I was right on him and wrong on Lassiter. So I admit my faults here now. But Bullock was a guy to me that I looked at and I said, this guy reminds me of what's my man in Baltimore, Kyle.
Oh, Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
I asked D'Amico about it. D'Amico said, well, he plays around the line of scrimmage a little bit more, but when you look at just the long range, he closes windows in the secondary. Can close on the football in a big way. The commentator last week now brought him up and made that exact comparison. When you hear that, do you, being a DB coach, do you see some similarities, or am I still as crazy now as I was to start the season?
Yes, in terms of just their stature. Yes, they're both long and rangy. I would say their skill set is a little different, so I'd agree with D'Amico and whoever told you that earlier. Kyle's more of like a positionless player that you can kind of move around and do whatever you want with him. And Kalen he's a 3-point shooter. He's Steph Curry. Like, he's best in the post, and he's really, 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 really good at it. I don't know that there's a young free safety that you would take over him right now. So yes, in terms of their stature, yeah, they're the same, but their skill set is a little bit different in my opinion.
All right, now let me hit on Lassiter real quick, man. I thought from jump this guy's he's got nickel defender written all over him. I thought he was going to be a little bit of a liability outside early on, and he proved me dead ass wrong. He's been balling, no doubt about it. And then y'all messed around. Then y'all messed around and played him in the slot, and I thought, boy, this really turns me on. Watching this guy play and his instincts and the way he can impact the game from in there. Absolutely beautiful. Just your thoughts on Kamari Lassiter overall in terms of him playing in the slot. We all know and we've all talked to death the fact that he can play outside corner, and he's been really good for you guys. But him in the slot, just when you watch it, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, as you look at his twitch and his toughness and his instincts, those would be three of the things that you need to play in there, and he's got all three of them at an extremely high level. His best position for us right now is probably on the outside, but that doesn't mean that could change down the road. But yeah, I agree with everything you're saying in terms of just his football instincts, his toughness, and then just the twitch and ability to redirect in short area. He's got all that.
Dino Vasso, defensive back coach here, joining the drive of the Houston Texans. Before we get a little bit of this game, I know some people are wondering because they do present some problems. What has this team missed with Jalen Petrie out? As you coach and you look at it, and you specialize in that group. What has this team missed with him being out?
He's our leader. He's our heartbeat. And he gives us an edge that we have otherwise with some other players, but it's different. You feel Jalen's presence when he's out there. And I know some guys have mentioned it. He's still around the building. He's still in meetings. He's still out at practice, and you still feel his presence because that's just the type of kid he is. It's the type of personality he has. But the things that he brings goes beyond the lines. We know he's a great player. We know what he brings within the white lines. But his value goes far beyond that, in my opinion.
All right, Dino, we've waited long enough to hit on the Pro Bowler, Derek Stingley Jr. Man, just it was training camp, and we all knew Derek Stingley Jr. had a high ceiling. Look, we all knew that, but it was, for me, it was training camp when the scuffle at midfield went down, and at that moment it seemed to me like, because we're at camp every day damn near, and it seemed to me like at that moment Derek Stingley said, all right, I'm gonna come out here every day and show y'all. I'm gonna come out here with a chip on my shoulder, and I'm gonna show y'all every single day. I'm not to be played with over here on this side of the football. It seemed like to me anyway. But with him now staying healthy, obviously being one of the best corners in the league, what do you think it is? What do you think his number one attribute is as a corner? We know he's great in all facets of it, but what do you think it is that makes this dude special?
His ability to take the football, and that would be, without question, his number one trait. And teams know that. Okay, there's some good corners in this league that can't take the football, and in my opinion, offenses aren't scared to throw at them, because if you can't bring the ball back to the sideline, offenses aren't scared to throw at you. And the one thing that you know with Singh is if you put the football up anywhere in his vicinity, he's got a chance to get it just as much as the wide out. For me, that would be his number one trait, without question.
All right, Dino, before we get you out of here, this game coming up on Saturday, Herbert you're not seeing the wild, crazy numbers that we've seen from him in the past, but we have seen the turnover numbers, especially interceptions, really be cut down in this regard this year from previous years. What are you seeing that alerts you guys, and what you have the challenge for you, I'd say, in the passing game for the Chargers?
Yeah, I mean, he's got elite arm talent, as good as anybody in the league. He can make every throw off every platform. So that's his value, and that's kind of what we're up against. In terms of the interceptions, he's not putting the ball in harm's way this year. He is holding on to it a little longer than he has in the past. So that gives our defensive line a chance to eat and go hunt. But for us as a secondary, yes, he's not really putting the ball in harm's way. He's not making errant throws, and he's not missing throws, and he's never really missed throws in his career. But he is just holding on to it a little bit longer than he has in the past. So hopefully that gives our defensive line a chance to go on.
All right, Dino, I heard that twice. All right, we appreciate you stopping by, and good luck with things on. I've already guaranteed a win, so I need y'all to go ahead and take care of this, Dino. Good luck on Saturday, man.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, that is Dino Vasso, Texans D-back coach, and I would say clearly that has jumped off the tape. That he holds on to the ball long. That is clearly.
It's been a coaching point.
Wow.
It's definitely been a coaching point this year.
That is clearly. And that's, like, you go look at some of those. I mean, the Falcons don't ever sack quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They're one of the worst in the league. They got 5 on that day.
Pin them mirrors back, boys. Let's go.
There's a 6 in there.
Yeah.
There's like teams that and it's not just good teams that don't get to the quarterback.
Well, look, it's a pro style offense where he's asked to get through progressions. There's no more, not that there's no more because he'll still.
And they got good tackles.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you're talking about a young guy that's trying to learn to get through progressions and trying to change his style of ball. What he's been doing with Kellen Moore, and I'm oversimplifying it, so all my coaches out there relax a little bit, but I mean, he's come to the line of scrimmage in the past and just been like, pick a side and let it rip. Right? I mean, just attack this thing vertically. And this is a little bit more pro style of when you do get your chances. Now, he's thrown the ball 500 times this year. When you do get your chances, get through progressions, work to your check down. And I would imagine there's been times when he's probably struggled a little bit of eliminating one side of the field based on a certain coverage and getting to step 3 pre-snap or maybe in his first step. And he's working through some of that. So hopefully he's holding the football because the receivers can't create separation. Because they don't have the dudes that they had last year. Obviously,
he wants to make a play.
So we'll see, man. Hopefully they can make him hold it a little bit. They can confuse him a little bit, and then the defensive line can get to him and get him on the ground. That's the key with him is when you get to him, can you get him on the ground and not let him flip the field with his legs?
Coming up, Clint posed a question that I took some time to think about. Question about two teams rolling right now, the Rockets and the Texans in this city. And I think it's an interesting one to discuss and to think on. We'll do that coming up next on the other side.
All right.
Dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I will admit right now I'm shook.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, bottom of the hour, we'll hear from Bobby Slowick. And I am certain that Clint's going to come away from the Bobby Slowick presser feeling good. Saying that, he's going to be like my man from my man Mike Lowry from Bad Boys. That's how you ride. That's how you press conference.
I hate to tell you.
I believe in it. I feel so good about these guys. I feel good about
I love it, man. Gives a little something to talk about. Playoff football, baby.
He's gonna give you exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Can't wait. Bobby Slowick coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll hear from him. So a lot to get to coming up here on The Drive. A little stock up, stock down as well in this hour, so stay tuned for that. All right. Clint, you posed a question to me about the Rockets and the Texans. It's a good thought that I think a lot of people could give thought to. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in. So I thought about it a little bit. Let me pose the question
here. I asked Sean Bijani last week and got his response, and I'm serious here. This isn't unfortunately, this is where I'm at. I thought the Texans would play a little bit better and be a little more convincing this year, but this is where I'm at. After watching the Rockets quite a bit recently, this is where I'm at.
Well, they just destroyed the Washington Wizards like they should last night.
Didn't they though? And here's the deal. I'm gonna assume that they get into the playoffs and they either win a first round series or they're super competitive at the very least, right? Something similar to what the Texans did last year. And here's the question: have Ime Udoka and the Rockets passed D'Amico Ryans and the Texans as it relates to being a championship contender, right? Both teams are playoff contenders. Both teams right now are I would say lock, stock, and barrel. We're going to get in, and we're going to see if we can make a little noise, see if we can't spoil the party for somebody.
Texans in right now. Yeah. The Rockets have been a top 3 seed throughout the first part of this year.
Yep, both teams have built a foundation of young players, a core of young players where, I think the expectation is for the team to be noticeably better than the bottom half of the league. As you mentioned, the Rockets, stomping a mud hole in, who was it, Washington?
Yep.
Last night.
Let's go, Rockets.
That they're on a very similar ground right now, assuming Ime Udoka and the Rockets go on and make a little bit of noise in the playoffs, as the Texans did last year, won a game and then got embarrassed in the second round, divisional round, if you will. And that's, I asked that last Thursday or Friday, and we sit here on a Wednesday, and I still think it's a really good conversation. And I know you're an NBA guy, and I thought Ron would have some good insight into whether this makes sense, or am I crazier than hell to even put the Rockets on that level. I think, Ron, I think the Rockets are one superstar away from competing for a title. I firmly believe that. I don't know that the Texans are in that spot. I don't know the Texans are in that spot if they're one guy away from competing for a Super Bowl. I'm not sure they're there yet. So I think it's a say.
Yeah, I think it's a conversation, and you can jump in here as well. A couple of texts are coming in. Hell yes, the Rockets are doing better. Yeah, I think that's fair. The Rockets inspire confidence. The Texans give you hope. Big difference. Okay, not a bad thought there. For me, when you would say, all right, almost this boils down to, Clint, is who do you feel is closer to playing for its sports championship? Right, who do you think is closer? Do you think it's closer to getting to the finals, or do you think it's closer to getting to the Super Bowl? And I think you're right on that. The Rockets, they are you can think of the players' names in your head if they got to get not De'Aaron Fox, so that would be nice. But if they were to get a top-level star, if a Devin Booker got here or something like that, yes, I think they would be a title contender in the West. And maybe I'm shortchanging De'Aaron Fox a little bit. I'm sure there's some people out here maybe have rolled their eyes on that. But I still believe the Texans are closer because I think what we're basically talking about is the best player, the top player in the NBA, which is the equivalent of the quarterback. And yes, C.J. Stroud has taken some steps back. But I still don't think anyone has given up the thought that C.J. Stroud could be a top 5. Yeah. Right? It ain't like now. Maybe if he backed up 2 more years like he had this year, then maybe you think he's maybe in the Kyler Murray territory. But I still think there is hope and thought that C.J. Stroud can play, and play with the guys he played, over those stretches with the Ravens and the Chiefs. I think there is still a belief that he can get there and that it's not over for that. So he's at least in the building. The Rockets don't have the person in the building yet.
Yeah.
So to me, the Texans are closer because right now, if you believe that CJ is not going to, that you've given up the thought that CJ can be a top 5 quarterback, then maybe you disagree with me. But I don't think that I've given that up, and I don't think that it's fair to give it up based off of the last 2 years and everything that's going on around it. Because if C.J. Stroud was playing the way C.J. Stroud did last year, well, first off, I don't think they'd be the 4 seed.
Yeah.
And second, I think you would feel like they got a shot, damn it, right now to get to it. So I would say the Texans because I've not given up hope that C.J. can be that dude, and he's at least already in the building. The Rockets got to try to get that dude.
Yeah.
And it's weird.
Fair. They got the one piece, and they hit on the one piece, because I agree with you. I mean, CJ's not had a good year, and it's been a little bit of a backslide.
But you're not giving up the thought that he could.
No. Look, the Texans can win a Super Bowl title and be Super Bowl competitive for as many years as CJ is in the building. Absolutely. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year across the board. And I don't think it's all CJ. I don't think it's all Bobby Sloak. It's just I think this team, this is not as good a football team overall as I thought they were going to be this year. They did not improve from last year to this year other than roster-wise. Right? Offensively, they were worse. Defensively, they were better. Right? But you would expect them to take a stride defensively because you signed Azeez Al-Shaair, you signed Danielle Hunter. You drafted early. You drafted secondary players. You got young guys that should get better in Stingley and Christian Harris and company. So I did not expect the defense to get as much. I didn't expect the defense to take the stride that they took this year forward, and I didn't expect the offense to backslide the way they did. And I personally believe this is an offensive league. If you don't have an offense that can go get you 25 or 30 on any given night, then you're going to have problems winning and being Super Bowl competitive. You can get a playoff game.
Got to have an offense that's an offense.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Here's something off of the YouTube chat, Ron. And I've heard this, and Sean Bijani was big on it last week, and I'm a little bit. I'm already tired of hearing it, but I'm at a point where I'm like, are we overselling this? Like, if I hear one more about the core that the Rockets have built, like every time I talk up, bringing on a.
Oh, it's coming on the text line.
It's coming on this one over here too, and that's fine. I'm not saying that's cool. Believe what you want to believe, but like, I mean, the thought of like what to bust this thing up to go get a superstar. Like, obviously, yeah, you're going to have to trade some value to get a superstar, or you're going to have to hope the stars align and somebody becomes a free agent and you can go get them. Either way you slice it, somebody's not going to be on the floor. You can't have a superstar and continue to play everybody on the team the minutes that you've been playing everybody on the team, obviously. I wonder, do you subscribe with the Rockets to, boy, they've got this core of, several young guys, and there's no way they can break this thing up.
No, hell no. They got a core, and Amin Thompson, who a lot of people are rolling. Yep. I've seen that a lot through. I think Amin can be that superstar. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll see some more development. But right now, I don't think his game lends right now to being the lead guy. Like the number one guy that's going to win you a championship. Now, we'll see. He could develop. I'm saying, let me put it like this. I'm not saying it's impossible, but he has not shown me enough to say, hey, that's the one I'm willing to wait on to lead to be the guy in front of the rest of these guys. I would if there was an opportunity to make a move to get one of those lead guys, or there's free agency coming and I can try to get one of those lead guys, I would do it.
There's a couple things for me, Ron. I've watched a lot lately of the Rockets, and the beautiful thing about so many young guys playing well is now you've generated some value that you can't afford to trade, and it's not going to quote unquote break them up. Like, whoever you got to move, you've got a surplus of young dudes that you're rotating in there that can play. Number one, so the whole break them up thing, I don't know, that just never has set well with me. Number two, the only guy, and this is going to piss some people off because I just don't see it. But as I'm watching, the only guy that has superstar, maybe 1 year down the road can go get you mid-20s per game, high 20s per game, is Green. I'm talking about I'm talking about when it comes nut cutting time at the end of the season, and teams start playing defense, and you get into the playoffs, and you're playing the best of the best. That dude's game right there, I could see that guy, the stars aligning, becoming a better shooter, becoming more consistent. That guy could give you mid-20s and be an absolute problem for whoever's trying to guard him. Şengün don't even do that. Şengün's good, don't get me wrong, and he would be a good interior player, cool, but he doesn't strike me as a guy that against the best the league has to offer is going to go in there and do one of mid-20s or 30 points. To me, especially if you keep Şengün and some of the other pieces, and Thompson is another one I would want to keep. But if I can get my hands on Devin Booker, that then makes this team a legit contender in the West. A legit contender for the title in the West. Right.
If you got Booker with Şengün and Thompson, you got an alpha dude that can go get buckets, and a dude that can guy that's had experience in the finals that can set a tone, and a guy that he can go get his own and get it for others to go along with what you have around him. Hell yes. There is no hey, hold on to this sucker. Hold on to this sucker. And listen, I love what they have done. You look at this and what Clint just explained. You look at this, you can see you play in a 7-game series where the teams have a game plan for you every night in the playoffs. They can stop you. They can and listen, the Rockets struggle to score to begin with. They can make life real easy and take away some of the good things. You need some dudes that can go just get plays.
Yeah.
That can go and make plays. If the Lakers want to move on from AD, put him in there. All right, you start to put him in there and with some of the guys around it. Yeah, that makes sense. Some guys like that. Now, I don't Jimmy Butler. To me, doesn't fit that. That's an aging guy. That's a different thing. But to me, you have the quarterback. When you have the quarterback that you believe in, that can change. I mean, we watch what he did year one. It's completely changed an organization. We watch what happened in Washington. Just completely changed. They won 12 games this year. The Commanders won 12 games this year. New coach, everything. So to me, when you got that, they get a Devin Booker, they get somebody else that is a legit star in this league. Well, then you pass them. But right now, they at least got the guy in the building. I'm seeing some things. I'm fine with my Rockets. Don't trade nobody. Booker, hell no. I don't know why you would say.
Yeah, that. I just can't. Like, I don't. It happened. I don't understand that. Like, I don't. What do? Because again, Bijani's one of them. There's several people that are like this core. Don't break them up. Don't break them up. Don't break them up. And I'm like, what do you expect this core is going to do?
Yeah, I mean they have a great group that is attractive to bringing that one piece. Now you would love it if, and you mentioned it, Jalen Green would be that piece that would be the Anthony Edwards, that would be the Devin Booker, but he just hasn't shown to be consistent enough to do it. And that's my thing. I remember having this conversation with Brandon Scott, who was going to join us in our Texans report coming up at the 4:00 hour. I said, man, I'd go and get Devin Mitchell. I mean, Donovan Mitchell. I'd go get Donovan Mitchell. This is before he went to Cleveland. And now Donovan Mitchell has gotten out to Cleveland.
Right.
And they've been really good. And now they're really, really good. They got the best record in the NBA. And they had a young core kind of like this. They had a young core, and they paired him with Mobley, and they paired him with some of the young pieces they have in there. To me, that is the move. That's the play. Like the Detroit Pistons, to me, is the last team in like 2005 that didn't have a superstar. Although Chauncey Billups is in the Hall of Fame, and so has Ben Wallace, but didn't have a superstar that could just go get his own. That's won a championship. I don't know that's going to be the case, and I don't know that the Rockets have that guy here. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We do it every Wednesday at this time. You can text in your thoughts as well. Whose stock is up for the Texans? Whose stock is down? We'll discuss that next.
Well, before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about Orchard, y'all. Look here, if you're ready, got your eyes set on buying that dream home, man, and you're sitting there in your current home and you're like, man, dang, I can't buy that dream home because I can't sell the current home that I'm in, man. I'm going to miss my dream home. Guess what? Orchard, they got a move first, sell later program that's going to allow you.
is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Houston Safari Club's Hunting Expo and Convention is back in H-Town next weekend. Gear, giveaways, live entertainment, and more, all at the Woodlands Waterway Marriott Hotel from the 16th to the 19th. Want free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's the opening bell. It is Stock Up, Stock Down for your Houston Texans live on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do this every hump day right around this time, the 3:20 p.m. segment. And guys, you know how y'all know how the Astros go into the ALCS. The ALCS each year has really become known as the Astros Invitational, you know? And
except for last year.
I mean, at this point, yes.
I just wanted to be factual.
I'm trying to be positive, man.
To be factual.
I think we got to start calling 3:30 p.m. on Saturday of the NFL wildcard round, the Texans Invitational or something, or come up with some name, because that's just where you're going to find them in the playoffs each and every year if they make it. But we are looking in at the market for the Texans as they prepare for the wildcard round, taking on the Chargers. And we take a peek at this Texans market for you. Ron, the show Hughley, the man who guaranteed a Texans victory, the underdog Texans on Saturday. Ron, let's start with you, and I want to get the bad out of the way. Give me some stock down for these Houston Texans right now entering the playoffs.
This has been a little quiet, and I'm wondering where people are when it comes to this guy. But Kayami Fairbairn.
That was a solid attempt.
Tried it.
You gave it your best, like you gave it your all. That's all you can do.
How close was I? What is it?
You were kind of close. It's Kaimi.
Yeah, Emi. You're right. What did I say? Imi?
You said like
Kaimi?
I don't even know.
I said Kaimi.
Kaimi no e aloa me ka ike o ke kumupa'a.
Sorry, Kaimi. But Fairbairn, to me, despite blowing his name, he's missed 2 extra points in the last 2 games. And he had a really, really great start to the year and made all those 50-yard field goals. But he's been a bit unsettling here late. And in the playoffs, Clint, like you know, and Tyler, you listen to, you know, like a lot of those maybe points, everything can make a difference. Because, hey, sometimes you're starting to chase a point and you got to go for 2, and then it matters a lot. And I still can't get out of my mind of him missing that damn chip shot against the Titans. that one where he collapsed on the ground after he kicked it. Like, you just can't have those.
Yeah, it just kind of crumpled up.
And, hey, man, I get one. But, man, he's gone back-to-back weeks missing extra points, and it hasn't been as I just say my confidence is not, I don't know, it's not as high as it was earlier in the year with him, man. Because I'm watching these damn extra. You better make these extra points. It's not, and that last game didn't matter, and so we kind of glossed over it. But they come in here and miss an extra point like that. Those can be big problems and big deals.
No doubt. Kickers are weird. Not many people really like what they bring to the game of football, but they are damn important whenever it comes to that. It's hard to argue with what you laid out there. So the man with 35-ish letters in his name, the kicker in Houston, that's Ron Stockdown heading into the playoffs. Former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner, who for the Houston Texans for you right now going into these playoffs, stock down.
It is Shaq Mason. It's Shaq Mason. It's been a rough year for Shaq. He struggled all year long. He's just fortunate that the left guard position and the center position have been more of a mess than, him. I mean, if he was the only problem with this offensive line, one, CJ'd be having a lot better year. Bobby Slowick would be catching a lot less hell, and he would be zeroed in on as a guy that they paid a lot of money to and is underperforming. Now you've got it to a point where I haven't seen the injury report today. Have y'all seen the injury report today?
Not yet.
Do we know if he's practicing? But he did not practice again yesterday. Not sure if he's going to play this week. And now you've got Juice Scruggs, a second-round draft pick that has proven he can play left guard, center, and now that right guard position. So from a stock standpoint, I got to believe Shaq Mason's stock is down. He went from being the only right guard that's touched the field for the Texans to a guy that may not play and a second-round draft pick that played really well in your shoes this past weekend.
Yeah, Nick kind of alluded to him. If he's ready, he'll play earlier today on Payne and Pendergast. But Juice is. I'm sorry, Shaq Mason has. It's been bad with his play, and now it's getting worse because he can't be on the field. To be honest, Kendrick Green and Juice Scruggs have looked better than he has, and they just now got over there.
Yeah, Kendrick, definitely.
Kendrick.
Not Kenyan. So I've always been a fan of getting the negative out of the way. So now we'll move on to the stock up portion. This is a wild card edition of Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do it every Wednesday. Ron, stock up for the Texans into the Chargers wild card game.
My stock up goes to Deontay Johnson. How about this? You've been traded, let go. This is your third team of the season. Your third team of the season, and it is so to a point where basically not only is it your third team of the season, the last team you played for, you refused to go into the game, and you got picked up on another team immediately, which is amazing in itself. That kid in San Francisco may not work again. That did it. You quit. They asked you to go in the game. You said, "No, I'm good. I ain't going back in the game." You got suspended, and then you potentially, Clint, is going to play a prominent role in the game on Saturday in a playoff game. Third team, one of which team you refused to go on the field when they tried to put you in, and you're already. Man, I don't know who could survive that. I mean, that is a hell of a situation that Deontay Johnson is in, and I bet you he plays a decent amount of snaps. I'm not going to say 50%, whatever, but I bet you he is out there on the field playing a decent amount of snaps. So Deontay Johnson, 3 teams in 1 year, quit on one team, and you in the playoffs. The hell you playing?
He's rolling, baby.
Stock up, baby.
Ron's stock up is that newcomer on the offense for the Texans. Let's flip over to the other side of the table here in the Sports Radio 610 studios. Clint, stock up for the Texans, preparing for the Chargers on Saturday.
Well, this one's easy for me, man. I'm going to stay at that right guard position. It's Juice. I mean, nobody's stock that right now, new guys, young guys anyway, that has taken the jump that he has. I mean, you're talking about a guy that was struggling to communicate at center and has moved and played left guard fairly well and now bumped over to play right guard. It's a former second-round pick that can play all 3 interior positions on the offensive line. And I think there's some frustration with him in the pass protecting arena, but I think that's going to get better with time. And I believe that he's wired and built the right way to be a really, really, really good interior lineman in this league. And so he just improved his his potential of starting to 3 spots. So I got to go with my man Juice up front.
The arrow's pointed up.
Shout out to Juice and Kiami's.
That last one was the best.
Kiami. Hey, Leo.
Boy, hey, Ronald and old Champ Slice over here had some fun with that one on that old Twitter feed, on that old YouTube feed.
No, I can mess with Champ. Ronald, who I inspired his name, he's just an emotional man. That's an emotional young fella right there. But we love you. We love y'all. All right, coming up, let's hear from Bobby Slowick. Let's see what the OC has to say as he speaks to the media today ahead of what could be his last game as a Houston Texan. Bobby Slowick coming up next.
Hey, y'all, get ready.
Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I just answered this one also, but...
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Let's head out to NRG and hear from the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowik, as he speaks to the media. And this is someone a lot of people want to know what his game plan is going to be and how his offense is going to look like in this big game against the Chargers. Here's Bobby Slowik.
You guys didn't reach the standards that you wanted to reach offensively in the regular season, but now is the new season and it feels like that. Why is it legitimate to feel like now you can flip that switch and do what you want to do offensively?
Yeah, I think that's a great question because I don't necessarily think for us the way we approach it is you're going to switch. Like naturally you get to the playoffs and everyone's season's on the line. I'm sure everyone's talked about it. There's just a different speed to the game. There's a different physicality to the game. There's a different intensity to the game. Like you can't avoid that. And we know we've had some ups and some downs on offense this year, and there's been a lot of really evolving as an entire group. And I would say like the last 3 weeks in particular, we've really honed in on what we think we need to do in both areas, the run and the pass game. Really all the way across the board that we think fits us as a group and who we have out there and our identity as a team that we can really press forward with. But then that takes time to even grow into that, and as we work through some things, even the last 3 weeks, our emphasis beyond that was we got to do everything we can to start to get hot. And that's really all it takes is if you get hot as an offense, especially around this time of year, that's a really good thing for your team and your organization. And I would say probably this year, generally, like I think last year we probably had a few hot streaks in there. I feel like this year we didn't have as many hot streaks and strides that we hit for multiple games as an offense this year. And that's really been our intent, like how on the details can we be as we go through every single one of these practices and weeks so that we can kind of start a spark.
Say the identity is. You said y'all shaped up an identity. How would you describe y'all's identity on offense?
Yeah, I think the identity is what you show on tape. You know what I mean? And as I said, that's been a moving target often this year. And I think we've honed in on what that is, and we're going to go and we're gonna put that out there. We're going to execute that to the best of our ability, and hopefully by the end of every game you guys watch, you guys could tell me.
You mentioned that what are some things you show on tape? What do you feel like you guys have shown for maybe outsiders to have the motives to see you guys as underdogs? I'm speaking of like Rex Ryan said yesterday that you guys will be a bye week for the Chargers. So what do you feel like you guys have shown on tape for outsiders to have that motive to be able to see you that way?
Yeah, what people say outside of this building really, like that's not really something we hone in on, focus on. We're very much self-reflection type unit and really self-inspired, and that's how we go. That's how we go about everything, So we know what this week means to us. We know the challenge we have in front of us is one heck of a defense. I mean, they're number one in points. They're top 5 in like every good situational statistic that there is. We got a challenge, but through the course of the year, we've had many challenges that we've risen to. We're extremely explosive. Like I've said that really, if there's one thing we hang our hat on without a doubt, like we got playmakers out there that can take a ball and go 20 yards any given play. We got to clean up the in-betweens. It's been that way really all season. We know that, and we'll keep pressing forward in that regard.
Standpoint, what are some of the special challenges of some of the front 7 personnel they have, just getting a hat on those guys and a follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, they really got good players at every level of the defense. I know the ends in particular, they got 4 that are all really, obviously Bosa and Khalil have been good for a very long time, played a lot of football, and it shows on tape, constant pressure, constant impact in the run game and what they do to edges. But then Derwin James and what they do with him and all the different places he shows up on the field. I mean, he's around the line of scrimmage. He's in deep defense. He's active in the pass game. He's a really good blitzer. I mean, they do a great job moving him around, using him as a weapon in their defensive scheme, and then making sure that they can isolate their edge rushers and really roll all four out there to create problems for you.
Obviously, your focus is on the playoff game, but will you have time to meet virtually with the Jets?
I have no idea. That's not even allowed this week, so that's far from anywhere on my radar.
What's been the biggest challenge for you as a second year as a play caller?
Yeah, I'd say, I kind of alluded to it already. Like, every year is different. You can go into seasons and you think you have like a certain group or a certain scheme or a certain style that you think you're going to be able to go in and play and do. But it happens every year. Like, it changes and evolves as you go. And that process this year has without a doubt happened. And I think last year I probably found the answer faster than I have this year. But I feel like we've really gotten to a place right now where, coaching staff, organization, and players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
The Chargers, they kind of special a lot, light boxes, and that split safety look is, the split safety looks. What type does that present for the offense? It looks like there's a lot of times where the guys just sit back 10, 12 yards, and they really try to hide their disguises until the snap. So what type of challenges is there kind of split safety looks present for any type of offense?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have talked about how this tree, you could kind of see, I call it the Baltimore tree, but people that have been in Baltimore recently and kind of where that comes from. That style where there's a lot of split safety hold, and they usually try to disguise it, make it really hard for the quarterback, and when they do show middle field close, usually it winds up being some form of split safety post snap. And they do a really good job making it where you can't get a beat on what they're doing before the ball snapped. And then they mix that in with pressure and a lot of offsets. I will say, I think this defense is a little different than some of the other teams from that tree are. But, I mean, they do a really good job keeping things in front of them and making sure that they don't give up explosives. So, that's what we think one of our strengths are. And one of their strengths is not letting that happen. And our job is to find a way to still be able to get those while staying on track. Because, I want to say that I could be wrong. I think they're second. I know they're top 5 in least explosives given up. That's one of the good things they do.
One of the things they do exceptionally well is red zone defense. What are a couple keys for you guys to really operate at a high efficiency in the red zone where so many playoff games are eventually decided?
Yeah, I'd say the number one thing for us is really every time you're a good offense in the red zone, which we obviously needed to improve upon this year, is you got to start with running the ball in the red zone. The good red zone offenses run the ball in the red zone. And that's usually because at the end of the day in the red zone, you got to keep pressing forward. Like, statistically, if you lose any yards at any time in the red zone, your touchdown percentage plummets. And that's been something we've had to battle this year without question. And that includes penalties, playing clean football. There's been a lot of self-inflicted wounds when we've gotten down there that we know that we can definitely clean up and be better at. And if we can run the ball when we're down there, we've been very successful in games in the red area.
You talked a little bit about this being a Baltimore tree.
Listening to Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator, right here on the.
Does that kind of give you maybe not an advantage, but an ability to look back at the film on what worked and what didn't, and the style of defenses to where you can correct it for this game?
Absolutely. Anytime you have similar type systems that you're going against, just familiarity with it, I think helps breed confidence for the entire offense, and not just coaches but players just as much, maybe even more so. And we've really faced this type of tree or system, I feel like 5 times in the last 7 weeks or so. Like, Tennessee's kind of from the same fold. So I think we have a pretty good handle on what we can expect, especially when you get to situational football. Like I said, they're a little different what the Chargers do in first, second down, and in particular in the middle of the field, and kind of how they play that. So that's some adjustments we'll have to make.
We'll close with DJ and then Sarge. You said, obviously, when teams are in that split safety look, you still want to be able to create explosives. What's kind of the process of take what the defense gives you, but then eventually trying to go for the big play? What's kind of that process to be able to, still be efficient, but eventually be able to get something over the top?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is really player-driven more than anything. I think most coaches probably approach it very much the same way, where you have not every play is designed for an explosive, right? Now, that doesn't mean that it can't get one. We can throw a 5-yard completion and transition, make someone miss and get 30, But if you're specifically designing a play for an explosive, oftentimes you have that explosive thought for a certain look, and then you have other things built into the concept, whether it's run or pass, to help handle all the other stuff. And, that's my job to make sure that that's relayed to the coaches, to the quarterback as a starting point, and then to the rest of the offense that, like, hey, this is what we're looking for. If we get it, this is our opportunity, and we got to hit it. And you guys got to go do what you do and go make the play. And if we don't get this look, how do we protect the play? How do we still make this a 6-7 yard game where we're playing really efficient offense and we didn't even get what we wanted, to then come back to maybe some different form of a same style of scheme to try to attack a certain coverage. So I think there's a lot of layers to that, and that includes even just a lot of those looks can't even get started if you don't protect well enough. And most of the time you're trying to attack a certain scheme, that's where it all starts. How do we make sure we're good in protection? And I can tell you that's at the forefront of our mind in this game without a doubt.
Will and Sarge. Go ahead, Sarge.
Coach, I know that in the beginning of the season, you start off with a certain game plan that you want, as far as plays are concerned, and throughout the season, you narrow that down to, I guess, what works and what doesn't work. How does that change when you're heading into the playoffs, especially with going up against, teams who have so much tape and seeing what you've done during the season? Do you do anything different, or do you? I don't want you to give away the game plan, but is there something that you do differently?
Yeah, it really evolves week to week. I've kind of already hit on that a little bit, and there's no different in the playoffs. At the end of the day, you're still playing. I mean, really, the last 5 weeks, there's been an awful lot of tape out there that people could watch of us and our scheme and what we're doing and self-scout wise for us and stuff like that. So that part of it is endless, going down that road. And there's always going to be things that you just really believe you're good at, and you will always have up in some way, shape, or form. And you might hide how you're doing it or how you get to it, but you always are going to do these things because we're really good at running the ball this way, or we're really good at throwing the ball this way. And then there's a lot of things that are specifically attacking the scheme that you're going against. And I'd say usually in a game plan, it balances out somewhere right around 50-50. And there's really no change in that as we go forward.
When you do struggle to find that identity throughout the year, and you come into training camp with a perceived identity that you had with all the wide receivers and CJ, and then adding Joe to the mix, and it changes throughout, the buy-in that you need from whoever on the offensive side, is it difficult to get that buy-in when you have to change evolving?
I'd say that probably depends on the character of the players and the character of the staff. I could tell you here it's been nothing but, I mean, it's been a joy to come to work every day because of the people that I'm surrounded by, starting with the coaching staff, but the players. I mean, it's really fun to coach these guys and how much they're all in on what we're doing, and they understand the problems of what we're doing, but they also understand the positives of what we're doing and how we got to change these things as we go. And it's really not just a one-man show. We're all involved. They have input. Other coaches have input, and we're constantly working through things, and ultimately it's up to me to decide, all right, yeah, this makes sense, this is what we're going to do, this is the direction we're going to go. Where I think here it's actually been a lot of fun to get to where we're at. Now it's not fun when you're in the lows, anytime you're in the moment of going through a storm, that's not always enjoyable, but we're a really persistent group, and I've really appreciated how they've battled.
All right, that's Houston Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick right there. We will react next, as well as hear from the Texans general manager who had joined Payne and Pendergast this morning. It was absolutely tremendous. We'll have audio from both. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Live on the Drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition.
makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, a demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans lay here. An Odyssey sports station.
Crease, cracking back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, baby, it's one of them party, little hump day party, huh? Little hump day party. We done heard from the GM. Now we done heard from the offensive coordinator,
defensive backs coach.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all done got me.
Dino.
Y'all done. That's right. Y'all done got me nose deep in this damn YouTube chat over here. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, Champ Slice. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I didn't hear you at the Hall of Fame. Ain't no way in hell, Champ Slice, I'd ever walk by anybody and say, "Hey, what's up, Clint?" And I walk right by him. I promise you. Didn't hear you, man. Didn't hear you, man. Next time,
I can vouch for that.
Next time, hey man, hey Dirty, I know you hear me. Wake your ass up. Whatever you and Ron's talking about ain't that important. I promise you. I'll turn around. Come on over. We can grab a beer and have a good time, man. Don't worry about that. So I didn't hear you, man. I didn't hear you. All right, Bobby Slowick spoke. If you didn't hear it, hopefully you listen on that Odyssey app. If you're not, we appreciate it anyway you're listening. But if you're not, AUDACY, download the Odyssey app. A little rewind feature on there. You can go back and listen to Dino Vasso, the defensive back coach who joined us live at 2:40. And he's pretty solid, man. It's pretty solid. You got some serious DBs on this team, whether Derek Stingley has already arrived and is one of the best in the league, or you got a couple of young bucks that are absolutely coming and have shown a lot of promise. Dino Vasso, that will not be the last time that we have him on. But Bobby Slowick, boys, did Bobby Slowick have anything to say that turns you on? Did Bobby Slowick have anything to say that turns you on?
Yeah, explosives, baby.
He did hit the explosives again. I find it pretty. It is interesting. I like this. I like this, by the way. I like the way that Bobby Slowick is getting pressed on, in particular, when he references what they do well or the identity of his offense.
Walks right into it.
I love the follow-up questions being, well, what is the identity? Well, what is it that you guys have self-scouted? What is it that you do well? Because I like it because it is spot on, hitting the nail on the damn head. I watch every bit of film, and while Bobby Slowick is talking really good football stuff, like when he gets into the reasons why an offense doesn't work and he just rattles off what the hell's going on offensively, you got to have questions about what every coach is doing, not just Bobby Slowick. It's really good stuff. When your offensive coordinator, ladies and gentlemen, when your offensive coordinator is very directly and specifically asked, what is it that your offense does well? And is he specifically asked, what is the identity of your offense? And his first answer to that question was, we've identified it. Our plan is to execute it. And hopefully y'all can watch the film and tell me.
Don't want to give it away.
What our identity is.
Dang it, Bobby.
And then he went back, and the second or third time, he mentioned the explosive plays. Boy, we're really good at getting them 20-yard chunks.
I just answered this one also, but
you did, Bobby. You did. That's the thing that stuck out to me too. Is once again, Bobby Slowick speaks to the media and the inability to tell us what the identity is, to tell us what it is he thinks this team does well. Is a tad bit concerning. It doesn't strike me like when D'Amico does it, I chalk it up to the head coach is just that's a package dancer. He ain't gonna give you nothing. When Bobby does it, I think Bobby wishes he could give us something. I think Bobby wants to hit on something other than boy, we're really explosive. We got guys that can go get 20 yards when the defense is playing the right coverage and when we know exactly what they're doing. That's definitely, again, what stuck out to me is Bobby didn't make me, and look, he would have been a bold-faced liar had he accomplished this. Bobby didn't make me feel any better about this offense. Bobby didn't a damn bit better about this offense. In fact, I probably feel a little bit worse because when asked about the red zone offense, and he knows that this team needs to be better, when asked what he needs to do was we got to be able to run the ball in the red zone. I'm going to go out on a limb.
I think that's a true statement.
I think football 101, yes, I think it is a very true statement.
Yeah.
But he could have left we off of that. I think going into this football game, if you think you're going to run the football against the most stingy red zone defense in the game right now, and you hadn't ran it well against good run defenses all year long. Now, I haven't checked the advanced stats yet. I haven't looked into – not yet, I'm not going to. But I haven't looked that deep into what the Chargers are doing in particular in the red zone versus the run. But being the best scoring defense in the league, I'm going to imagine teams aren't running the ball real well in the red zone against them. So, I didn't feel much better. Once again, I appreciate Bobby, breaking bread, but it's
I'll be honest, I don't think there was anything Bobby could say. Bobby's in show mode. It's got to be show. I mean, just except for the, I guess, hey, man, we're out working. We're not taking any time off. I just don't think there's much that Bobby could say.
Nobody works hard about.
What is their identity?
Well, no, I think here's where once Bobby gets rolling, Ron, I think it's actually because I took some notes, right? He was asked what's evolved for him as a second-year play caller, and he said every year's different. You can go into a year and you can think one thing, in other words, explosive, yada yada yada. And it changes and it evolves as you go. He said, last year, I found that answer sooner than I did this year. Right? And that's fair. I think it's very, very accurate. I think it's real. I think it's very transparent. The problem that Bobby runs into is that when he'll start with, we self-scouted and we feel good about what we're doing offensively. We self-scouted and we know what we do well, because then the follow-up question, well, what is that? What is that? Right? And so I think if you really read between the lines, there's a lot of what Bobby went in and talking about at the end. He went in hard on the protection. In other words, Bobby wanted to say
if we can protect it.
When he was asked about the identity, what he wanted to say was, we ain't got an identity because we can't protect the damn quarterback and we can't run the football.
Is Slowick losing it?
We don't have an identity because
what is the identity?
Yeah,
what is the identity?
Yeah, we ain't got an identity because we can't protect the quarterback and we can't run the damn football. So it's a little bit of picking numbers out of a hat at this point in time. That's what Bobby wanted to say. Now, it took him the whole time to get through that at the very end.
Now, real quick, do you think that statement is fair if he said that?
Absolutely. 100%. Now, I think Bobby has handled things poorly this year. I think Bobby handled things tremendously last year. Last year, Bobby Slowick, everything he did in design, plan, and calling plays for this football team was for one reason. Now, it didn't happen. The first game of the season, I think he got out over his skis. Baltimore, right? I think he got out over his skis. And from that, and he admitted that. From that point on, everything was protect my young quarterback. Don't ask my young quarterback to do too much. And in the process, he overcame major problems on the offensive line. But how'd he do it? By getting the football out quick, right? And then his receivers got hurt, right? He was able to overcome that because he was spreading the football around. He was new in the league. Nobody knew exactly what he was going to do. Nico Collins emerged and started being a one-man show. Moved Nico Collins around and was tossing it to him, handing him the jet sweep, getting him involved in the screen game. Everything he did revolved around protecting a young quarterback, which you can say protecting a beat-up offensive line or protecting a decimated wide receiver core once everybody started going down. Everything they did all year long was that. The answer he found was, or he found his answer by going, damn it, I'm going to do everything I can to protect my quarterback. This year, it shifted. and it went to we're going to be this explosive. Y'all know this is a hill I'm going to die on. We went to be this explosive team with all these weapons, and it took him 9 to 10 weeks to realize your quarterback is the most hit quarterback in the league. Your quarterback is skittish in the pocket right now. Your quarterback is not performing like he did last year. Whoa, your offensive line is not performing like they did last year. Whoa, you got 2 receivers hurt. Your $12 million tight end rate from linebacker. It took him 9 to 10 weeks to figure all that crap out.
I think a combination of it took 9 to 10 weeks. I think him, but I think also the quarterback was holding it longer.
Yeah,
But that all of that combination of it all.
But the approach of the weapons and the striking down the field and the shot taking and the explosives, your quarterback's going to have to hold the football more to do that, right? I mean, when was the last time we saw Joe Mixon catch a pass from a 2-point stance in the slot or out wide?
Since the war.
I can vividly remember it happening. That's right. The motion, the little short motion that was still out of the backfield, by the way, but that was a wheel route down the field. I remember the little slant. Can't remember what game it was, but it was tremendous. Why have we not seen more of that? Right? Because it doesn't lend itself to being explosive and holding the football and throw it down the field. Right?
And maybe it feels like I gotta have a back.
Got to have him in the backfield, possibly. So yeah, look, I believe this. I believe this offensive line is.
They have been better. I would say that
they've been better of late, but I think that's a combination of yes, they've played a little bit better, but I think that's a combination of the quarterback changing his ways and the play caller changing his ways, the way he's calling plays. I think has a lot to do with it, which is the way it should be, by the way. I'm not saying – like your offensive play calling, your quarterback should protect your – it's hard as hell to protect in the NFL. It's hard as hell to protect against all these different schemes thrown at them. Your quarterback and your offensive coordinator should go into every damn year and go, I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to protect my offensive line with this play calling and this quarterback play every year, right? And you should take those calculated risks, and if it's not there – you're cool with it. Check it down. Ain't no big deal. Keep the party going, right? But more times than not, that's snowballed into a negative for the Texans, and that's been the problem. And I think if you listen to what Bobby Slowick says, I think he ultimately gives you the answer. You just got to dig a little bit to find it. I think Bobby Slowick is if he had it in confidence that it wouldn't get out, I think he'd tell you the offensive line has really put handcuffs on him this year.
Yeah. I think put handcuffs on him, CJ, Nico, all of them.
Well, that's, and I know we're not, we'll get there. That's where, to me, that the offseason stuff has to be start. Actually, to be honest with you, I think it's where it has to start. Is they've got to get that offensive line right, and I don't know exactly.
And that's the thing is we'll talk about it more, and he was talking about it ahead of this game. The Chargers are a good defense. There are plays to be made.
Sure, absolutely.
Against the Chargers. And if you go look up and down their schedule and see some of the offenses and some of the days that guys have had, there are plays to be made. T. Higgins banged him out for 160. Hell, they gave up 123 to Jacoby Myers just last week. T. Higgins in the same game, Jamar Chase hit him for 75 and 2 touchdowns. Go look what Mike Evans did. 160 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's plays out there to be made.
Yep.
Against this defense.
There is. And if the Bobby Slowick, CJ Stroud, Nico Collins combination shows up and plays like they're capable of playing, we can be having us a party Saturday night, y'all. There ain't no doubt about it.
I know we're having.
I mean, hell, you can have you a new name, but if they don't, look out now.
I'm thinking about wearing a shirt that has show underneath it and ripping it off.
I think you should on a video. I think that's exactly what you should as the clock expires. Hey, I know I mentioned Nick Caserio, but we don't have time to get to that right now. We will hit that in the second half of this show today. Nick was really, really good this morning and said a few things that I think will tickle your fancy. It pissed me off. I don't know what you think about it, but hey, are you guys watching Landman?
I was just about to.
Haven't started it, but plan to in the very near future.
I saw it written down here yesterday. I talked to Ocho, who's a listener on the text line. We talk about what we're watching a lot.
Yeah.
I picked it up last night. I think I'm 2.5 episodes in. It does. It feels like that Billy Bob Thornton was born to play this role.
No question. It's so believable.
Out there in Odessa.
Dang, he's good, man.
Man,
Ronnie,
man.
it gets better, bro. It is.
How many episodes is that?
9 so far.
Oh, it's 9? Oh, I got
9
I'm
so
gonna have to
far.
start this tonight the way you are talking
bro,
about it.
Billy Bob
Damn
Thornton is
I don't want to go to the
tremendous.
hospital. I want a cigarette and a Dr. Pepper.
Sounds like Billy Bob Thornton.
Hey, wait till he just hit a line in the he takes his old lady out back after she blows a gasket, and he takes her out back and has a serious conversation with her. And it is so believable, man. Damn, it's good. And you know
he was born to play that.
The gal, the wife is.
See, I haven't had them interact.
The wife is Varsity Blues. Whipped cream bikini.
Yeah. I haven't had her. They've been just on the phone.
Wait till she comes in full go.
I know
she as a girl dad, she made me cringe, man.
I got to get on this, man. I'm a big Billy Bob fan.
The daughter, man, I had to stop and pause some of the conversations.
Oh, wait till the deeper it gets, the worse it gets.
I don't know how it could be.
Well, the mama just.
I'll tell you
the
about
way I looked at Lo. I'll tell you this, and you'll know exactly when you get there. In episode 9, I looked at my wife. I said, "If you ever do that, I'll kill you." You'll know. Wait till you see episode. Wait till you watch episode 9. And there's a mom, daughter, father interaction, and you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. I did look dead at Lo. I said, don't you ever.
Tyler, I'll have to tell you the line that she said about the rules she has with her boyfriend.
Oh Lord, sounds dirty.
Hey,
I think
right up my alley.
She's filthy.
I may have pushed her down if she said that to me in my face. If I'm her daddy, and she said that to me, I may have had her arrested.
Oh, the daughter said.
What the daughter said, the rule that her and her boyfriend have. Yeah. I have to tell you, it's too nasty for me. All right, coming up, this has been circulating, and this is a good day to do it before we roll to Texans Chargers talk. This has been circulating. C.J. Stroud's rookie season versus Jaden Daniels' rookie season. We got Clint, who said C.J. Stroud had the best rookie season that he'd ever seen. A lot of people are saying Jaden Daniels is better. Whose was better? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. It's that time, baby. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. Not that there's ever a bad day to stop at your local.
Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turn my mic on. Coming up in just a bit, we will talk to Brandon Scott. Little Texans report ahead of the playoff game that's coming up at 4:40. So stay tuned for that. I'm just looking at people on the
really looking
at people on YouTube and Twitch. And the text line, Champ Slice Man is spoiling the episode for an entire city. LOL. We didn't give away that much.
Which one?
I just gave away a great line.
But that's seven episodes back.
The man just said, I don't want no.
I'm going to tell you what. Let me ruin
I want a cigarette and a Dr. Pepper.
You want to know something wild?
That food.
Dad literally, like, there's a family in our story, and I can tell you off air, but it ends with my dad saying that line when he was, like, really young. It was a bad situation.
I can see your dad being in this.
Yeah. Oh, my dad's got Billy Bob Thornton.
I can see him being
type vibes all day.
Where I was going with that, I didn't realize the Landman was going to take off the way it did. That's well done.
I saw it yesterday.
Jerry Jones is tremendous.
Is he in it?
He makes a cameo in episode 9.
He gave that away from me.
It's emotional.
I didn't know Jerry was going to be in it.
Well, that was all over social media. Jerry was in it, and it is. He does. At first, I saw Jerry did a really good job. I was like, "Come on, man, Jerry."
Do you think that was bigger for him than the Super Bowl?
There it was, glory hole.
To be in it, than to be in the Super Bowl? Yeah, probably.
Because it's all about him, baby.
Ain't no doubt. And he tells it is good. I'm not gonna give it away. It's tremendous. He was really good.
All right. Like I said, Brandon Scott coming up here at 4:40. All right. This has been going around, Clint. Who had the better season? Because C.J. Stroud had what many people he was in the MVP discussion. Hell, I think he was a top 10 MVP finisher. We'll see what Jayden Daniels is as well, because I do think he will get MVP votes as well. But whose season was more impressive to you? And I think we start at the top from they're both coming in right with a brand new coach, brand new OC, into let's just be honest, an organization that was kind of fighting itself. The Texans and obviously the Commanders. They had the Daniel Snyder situation, all of that stuff. And in Stroud's season, in 15 games, his record was 9-6, 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, which was crazy. 63. Almost 64% completion percentage, 167 rush yards, 3 touchdowns, 26 total touchdowns. He was a Pro Bowler right off the bat, right? He was voted a Pro Bowler. And you remember, and as you know, Josh Allen lives in that world. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson, who won the MVP last year, lives in that world. Patrick Mahomes lives in that world. He was voted as an MVP finisher ahead of, I believe, Josh Allen. So, and not to mention, all the other quarterbacks in the AFC. This year, Jayden Daniels, 17 games. The Commanders went 12-5. He's over 3,500 yards passing, 25 touchdown passes, 9 picks, 69% completion. And then where he gets crazy, he broke the record for rushing yards from a quarterback for a rookie with 891, just under 900 yards, 6 touchdowns, 31 total touchdowns. Now, he was given Cliff Kingsbury as his OC, Bobby Slowick last year, first time. Whose year was more impressive? Because I know how you felt about CJ's last year. Jayden Daniels was pretty impressive, too. I think he's not voted into the Pro Bowl. He's probably going to get in somehow as an alternate. And we'll see what the MVP stuff is. But who's to you felt better?
Well, look, CJ Stroud's to me is better. The way in which he went about doing the whole thing was predicated on processing at a high level and performing at a high level from the pocket, which we don't typically see rookies do. Again, I've said it a million times. I mean, he was Brady-like in his first year with a team and an organization that had been dysfunctional for 3 or 4 years. So, I mean, I will go with Stroud, but I do understand that is more of a, I think the most difficult thing to do in this league is to play the game at a high level, processing at a high level, protecting yourself, protecting everybody around you, and being calculated when you want to stick the dagger in. Daniels has been tremendous. Don't get me wrong, absolutely tremendous.
The legs part of it brings in an entirely different thing. Both of them had the same thing of just seeming to play above their age and their experience.
Oh, there's no doubt. Look, I think there's something to be said, and we're seeing this become more and more of a thing. You know, Parcells believed in it back in the day of like if he was going to draft a quarterback, it was going to be a guy that started for 3 or more years in college. The experience factor is a big thing. We went through a run where everybody's just drafting the sexiest dude out there, and we're going to play him immediately, Richards of the world, right? But what we're seeing now is, and there are obviously some exceptions to the rule, if you will, no doubt about that. But you're seeing Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud, Michael Penix Jr. These guys played a lot of football in college. Maybe not 3 or 4 years starting. Some of them 4 or 5 years starting. But a lot of football in college. And I think as you see these guys being expected to play at an early age, I think you're going to see more and more of that right now.
Yeah. I give it to CJ as well. Now, I will say also part of it is I got a front row seat to sit and see and watch it and just watch, what he did. But you could see it, and I watched a lot of Washington games. Like I said, Jaden was calm, cool, collected a lot like CJ. And I'll just say, like, when you are a young quarterback and you have the legs as a part of it, it just makes things easier.
No question.
Really, for any quarterback, especially a rookie quarterback. One, teams and defenses didn't play him the same way because of the fear of his legs. Because it ain't, Cliff, it wasn't just these weren't scrambles, 891 yards. There were design runs in here. So you gotta play for that to begin with. And so that helps you, one, just, all right, man, I got this skill that I can just get yards. I can do things off of to make life easier. It makes the passing windows and lanes that I see easier because teams. CJ didn't have that with his legs. CJ's came from dropping back, reading, and throwing the football. So he didn't have that leg thing. And I'm not trying to punish Daniels, but that part is a bit more impressive. But like I said, I think they're right there. The scary part is this can't be the expectation from these guys now. And someone here on the text line made a really good thought, man. You might want to throw Bo Nix up in this piece as well, bro. Yeah. Bo Nix 27-12. 10-7. He had a pretty good rookie year, but clearly I think Daniels was the best rookie this year. I don't know, man. It's wild, and it feels like teams are going to expect this. I hope teams don't believe that Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are going to come in there and do this. Hope that's not what the expectation is, but a couple of really, really special rookie years from those two guys, and we got to see CJ's front and center. Let's head and talk to our guy, Brandon Scott. Covers this team as well as anybody. A little Texans report with Brandon Scott coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you about These are amazing all-natural treatments, and I'm telling you, this is the way to go. Don't take another step. Don't make another call anywhere but QC Kinetics until you schedule that free consultation. You owe it to yourself. Don't go under the knife, right? Don't continue this, steroid that. Don't continue taking pain pills, right? Call QC Kinetics. See if they're a fit for you. And if they are, you can start them treatments within the hour. QC Kinetics is convenient, y'all. They're in Sugar Land, the Heights, the Woodlands, and in Cypress. They're right around the corner from wherever you're at. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. That's QC Kinetics.
Ready? Playoff football is back in H-Town. The Texans host the Chargers for Super Wild Card Weekend this Saturday afternoon. Hear the action here with pregame coverage starting at 12:30. Kickoffs at 3:30 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
All right, if you're injured in an accident, who are you going to call, baby? Well, Stoerner here from Injury Lawyers. Look, injuries can take you out of the game, man. But when you lock arms with Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, you got a team that's going to call the right play every damn time. From start to finish, they got you back, making sure you get the justice and compensation that you deserve. If you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends over at Mo Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They're going to take care of all the problems that come with an accident. And believe me, there are a ton of them, no doubt about it. They're available 24/7, 365, and they'll help you get the assistance that you need when you need it, right? On your time, baby. Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, they'll fight to get the compensation that you deserve so you can take care of your family. Number one priority when you're down and out is making sure your family's taken care of, and the way that happens is make sure you get the compensation that you deserve. They have over 25 years of experience and treat every client with personalized service that you can trust, number one, but number two, that you deserve. All right, your consultation's free. You pay nothing unless they win. Call Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mo Karam Law.
From the open roads to the open waters, your adventure starts at the Houston Automotive Show. Check out top cars, trucks, boats, and more. Excitement starts here. The Houston Automotive Show, making waves and fueling adventures. Online at automotiveshow.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supply roof away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Choosing ASCO equipment means choosing decades of dependability. For over 65 years, we've dedicated ourselves to supporting you with fast service and reliable equipment. And as a family-owned and locally operated business, we know your uptime is valuable. We commit to being a blessing to our customers every single day. Whatever you need, we're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com. That's ASCOEQ.com.
Celebrate the new year with a resolution you can easily achieve. Regrow your own natural hair with the simple one-day hair loss solution from Advanced Hair Restoration. They have changed tens of thousands of lives, and Advanced Hair even guarantees that your new hair will grow. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Find out if you qualify. Call 469-599-HAIR or visit AdvancedHair.com. AdvancedHair.com.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness combines science, coaching, and heart rate monitoring technology to give you the most impactful, science-backed workout possible. First-time visitors can take their first class free at one of the 29 Houston area locations. Book today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details. Find the studio nearest you at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
This is who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Oh, really? That's great. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what. H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott
they played down the stretch of the season versus the way that the Chargers have played down the stretch of the season gives a similar feeling to last year. Like they're just Texans are just kind of this dead man walking, and that the Chargers are more of the ascending team. I think the Texans are trying to fight against that. I don't feel like they've got a whole lot of evidence to fight against that, other than what we saw from them briefly in the first few plays against the Titans before they pulled their starters, which I don't feel like is necessarily enough to feel great about. But that's what it feels like they're leaning into. It's a new season now, and we've done this before.
Hey, the new season, let's stay with that theme. I think the question has been asked, and you experience it firsthand, obviously, covering the team closer than anybody around here, being in the press conference settings. Bobby Slowick was asked and has been pressed multiple times over the last month or so about what does this team do well, what is this team's identity. It doesn't seem like he has an answer or wants to give an answer. What's your thoughts on what we've heard from Bobby Slowick and ultimately what the identity of this offense, at least what they want it to look like?
Yeah, it's tough, Clint, to have an answer verbally when it doesn't seem like you've been able to put an answer down on tape, right? Like it's not like we can really necessarily, and I know you watch the film just as closely, if not more closely than anybody. It's not like we can necessarily go to the tape and figure out exactly what is this team's identity. Now, they do a bunch of different things well at spurts or in spurts. One of their issues is that they can never really seem to do anything well on a consistent basis. And so we've seen them run the ball well, or obviously we've seen them hit explosive plays. That might be the thing that they do best, which is something that Bobby Slowick talks about. But they don't necessarily always do that consistently enough. And, of course, the pass game has been in flux because of those protection issues that they've had really all season. And so this is really, and I know y'all can speak to this as well, it's really felt like, hey, if it's not one thing, it's another with this offense. And when it's like that, it feels like, hey, there's something that's like deeper at issue here or fundamentally at issue here with the offense as a whole. So that's the biggest thing or the biggest question that I got going into the game is, hey, do we maybe it's been too long now. Maybe Christmas Day is too long of a time to lapse for you to remember how bad this offense looked at some point. But they better have some answers between then and going into this game on Saturday.
Interesting you speak about the offense. Brandon Scott with us, Texans Report right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. If Shaq Mason is healthy, does he start?
No, I think this is a Wally Pipp situation. I think this is now if Shaq Mason, like if Shaq Mason is healthy and they still, I think Shaq Mason starts, but they're still trying to figure out a way, they've tried to figure out a way to get Titus Howard in at guard, right? So, I think that it was obviously because Juice was hurt is the reason why he got displaced from guard to begin with. But once once hurt and Juice comes back, what do they tell you? They want to put their best five out there. They see what Titus has been able to do at guard so far, and they probably like the younger and if healthier Juice over Shaq, who obviously has an injury issue, plus the fact that he didn't look that good when he was out there healthy. So this might have been a problem in some ways that they looked into since Shaq wasn't playing that well. I don't think that if he was to magically be healthy by the end of the week, that he's going to play instead of Juice Scruggs.
How big is, let's stay in the trenches, how big is Foley Fatukasi in what looks like him being available for this defense? How big is that?
Well, that was the big thing. I mean, between Foley and then seeing Danico Autry come back to practice, like those are honestly the two biggest developments. Foley's return and then Danico Autry out there at practice are the two biggest developments for the Texans for me, because they are key to one of the Texans' biggest strengths on their entire team, and that's the depth on their defensive front. And specific to Foley, we know this obviously watching the team, but I'll say it anyway. Specific to Foley, they don't have a better run stuffer than that, right? They don't have a better player, I think, especially on the interior. Not only do they have a better player, period, against the run than Foley Fatukasi, that's obviously something that you're going to need I think in this game against the Chargers, which is the first thing that's first, but if you plan on going on any kind of run past this as well, you're obviously going to need a full out there as healthy as possible.
Yeah, this defense is they got a challenge. Chargers scored 34 points in their last 3 games, and they have played some good football. I kind of want to come off the field a little bit with what's going on here. They have been disrespected, I believe. And I know D'Amico said yesterday, I don't really pay attention to that. Listen, they all hear it. Rex Ryan saying that the Chargers got a bye and they're underdogs and the Texans deserve their rightful spot in the Saturday opening game.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Do you get the sense, and you've covered this team, and maybe you don't know right now, but you've covered this team for years. You've been here every step of the way with D'Amico in this group and know some of these guys. How much do you think this is playing a part in their thinking right now?
Yeah, I think it is, but I also think they like it. Like I think they want you to feel like, or want you to believe that they feel disrespected. But I think that they sort of like the being able to sort of channel the negative attention and use it in some kind of positive way. I don't think that they're fools in the sense of, hey, not understanding why people are saying the things that they're saying, right? Like I think I laid it out earlier in terms of, last year they were the underdog because they had just gotten dog walked by the team that they were about to face, and they had to actually do it. They had to show up and prove that back then. And this is going to be a thing, man. Think about it like this. Let's be honest. The whole world was not watching C.J. Stroud's 6 for 6, 50 yards, and the touchdown to Nico Collins.
The whole world was not.
Yeah, the whole world was not watching that game. The whole world was watching on Christmas when this team went out there and only scored the 2 points that Kamari Lassiter allowed them to score on a safety, right? Like the whole world saw them go out there and no-show when they were either waiting on Beyonce or waiting on the next game or whatever it was. Like that happened on Christmas Day, and then they got another type of game like that where it's not exactly the same, but that Lions game from a couple of months back now, where the whole world was watching that, and they were up and in position to beat a really, really good Lions team, and they allowed that team to come back on them in a lot of inexcusable ways. And so we've gotten a lot of prime examples for the world to watch them and them not show up for the moment. And so I think that it makes sense for the world not to believe in them. But I do think that they like that and feel like they can use that to their advantage in some kind of way.
V. Scott, what's your feel on Deontay Johnson and how important he is and how's he coming and just what's your thought on him being a big part of this?
Was I the only one that thought them trying to feature him as much as they did in that last game, in his most recent game on Sunday, was a good sign or maybe a telltale sign that they want him to be involved in the offense?
Great.
Yeah. I think that was a nice little development in the game. 2 things offensively. Deontay Johnson and then, of course, Damian Pierce in the game that he had. Those are things where I was like, hey, I don't know how much they're going to factor into the playoff run, but this is a sign that they absolutely could, right? Like you could absolutely go to them in maybe some pockets in some situations. Obviously, Joe Mixon is still your top back. Obviously, you got Nico Collins and, Bob Woods is out there. But, like, after Nico Collins, it feels like there is, hey, playmaker for the taking. Is it going to be Bob Woods? Is it going to be John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson? Or is it Deontay Johnson, who probably has the most touch on the wall of anybody in there that's not Nico Collins? So, I think he absolutely is going to be a factor and should be a factor. And of course, we're only saying that because of where we are now. There is no Stephon Diggs, hasn't been for weeks. There is no Tank Dell, hasn't been for weeks now. And so Deontay Johnson comes in there and is just a logical guy to step up and beat somebody for them this playoff run.
All right, B. Scott, man, we appreciate you. And as always, on Wednesdays at 4:40, we do our Texans report. And hopefully next week, my prediction and guarantee is right, and we're talking about a divisional round matchup. Now, I'm not doing any guarantees past this week, but hopefully we're talking to you next week about a divisional round matchup.
Yeah, I hope they take that disrespect personally, so we'll see how it goes, man.
They ought to. All right, that's B. Scott, Texans Report. You can catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com as he gets going over on In the Loop all over the station each and every week. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. Texans injury report. We do not have an official injury report, but we do have some news as reported by certain sources, NFL sources. We'll let you know that, as well as the Rockets. They destroy Washington as they should. Now, it feels like this team's a playoff-level team. Do you think they should be making moves? Do you think they should stay still and just roll with the group they got? We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
The playoffs are here, and we're celebrating on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Buffalo Wild Wings on Park Row and Katy Friday afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and get ready for content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day. We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest.
Well, hey, boys.
Happy birthday to you. A belated birthday. It was your birthday earlier this week.
I'm pulling that off in 2025, boys. Sexy Traffic is coming back.
Yes.
I don't care if I got to pay for it.
Yes. Come on, Laura.
Laura, you're listening. So,
I mean,
he said he's pulling it off.
Come on, boss lady.
I don't doubt that the last time Laura did Sexy Traffic, there was Southern blood flow all over the city.
Okay. Absolutely. I was a listener. I was a P1.
Listen, I've heard some of her. I've heard some of her old.
She was straining zippers all on 59.
Yes, she was. Some people just stopped wearing zippers. The wore pants that they didn't have to deal with.
I'm so excited that we can be together again.
Yeah, I've heard some of her. She went in there. She had nasty in her heart. Okay. All right, Tiger.
Damn it. Okay. Get ready, Lo.
Okay.
Get ready, Lo.
Oh, man.
Got an animal coming home.
Landman and Laura. Huh?
That's it, man. That's one thing.
Right,
all my fellas out there, if you're struggling with your marriage, man, throw an episode of that Landman on about episode 4 on. Little little Varsity Blue Gals get you taken care of.
Or you could just really attack it and go Debbie Does Dallas. But, all right, 5 o'clock fire, let's jump into it. It is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And I said there was no official injury report yet. Well, there is. There is now. And for your Houston Texans, everybody practiced, either full or limited except for one. That includes John Mechie, who did not practice yesterday. He was limited with that shoulder. That includes Danico Autry, who was limited in practice, but he didn't practice yesterday with that knee. Everybody except for one person, Shaq Mason, he did not practice. And Clint, to go along with that, Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans, is reporting this. Shaq Mason sidelined with a sprained MCL for Chargers playoff game. So he's already reporting that he is going to be out, and being that the game is Saturday and he's missed back-to-back days, I would imagine that makes a lot of sense. So it looks like Shaq Mason is not going to be available for this playoff.
Well, I don't know if it was yesterday or earlier today. We talked about just the significance of Juice Scruggs showing that he can play the right side of the offensive line as well as the left. Even though, look, I understand going guard to guard is not an abnormal thing. There's a lot of guys that can do it. You're talking about a guy that just has never been seen at the right guard position. The fact that he went out there and played well last week, got some run, and put it on film is a much better look today than it was before in terms of when the Texans didn't have another right guard ultimately, and it's Kendrick Green. Even though, I'm not totally disappointed in Kendrick Green. I think he played above board and exceeded expectations, but there's no doubt about it. Juice Scruggs plugged in at the right guard position. He's not only better than Kendrick Green, there's a really good chance that he's an upgrade from Shaq Mason. I would be surprised if he's not an upgrade over Shaq Mason based on what we saw this year. And so, yeah, Juice Scruggs.
Definitely this year.
Yeah, definitely this year. Juice Scruggs being a guy that can play all three of the interior offensive line positions is more important today than it's ever been, given that Shaq Mason did not practice for the second day in a row. It's a Saturday game, no Tuesday practice, no Wednesday practice. You got a little bit of a walkthrough ultimately tomorrow and a travel day on Friday. I know they're here, but it's still treated as a travel day, a meeting day, and a mental day. So Juice Scruggs, buckle up, baby, be right guard.
Now, with the other things is, I hope this does mean that John Mechie can go. I hope this does mean that Danico Autry can go, because those two guys in particular who didn't practice yesterday but are back today, listen, they're going to be needed, right? You're down. Obviously, you're down. We know Steph Diggs and you're down Tank Dell. You need all of your guys. And John Mechie, has been held the next one up. We'll see with Deontay Johnson. So it is a need that he is able to go.
Yeah, I agree with the point at the wide receiver. I think this for number 2, but for me behind Shaq Mason on this report is Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah from a concussion. If you noticed last week, he was limited on Tuesday and then did not practice Wednesday and Thursday, which tells you that it's some kind of pass fail on Tuesday in terms of the concussion protocol. He's limited on Tuesday, getting back out there, football activities. How does he handle that? Last week he didn't handle it well, so he went to the did not practice list. This week, clearly he handled it well because he was a full go participant today. Why does that matter? Well, it's easy because Jeff Okudah, I think, is the best answer at the cover defender position if you are going to travel Derek Stingley inside to Ladd McConkey in critical situations or maybe the whole game, or if you're going to shift Kamari Lassiter inside to the nickel position, that Jeff Okudah is going to be on the field and be on the field a lot, I would imagine. So Jeff Okudah being back is big. Regardless of what you think of Jeff Okudah, that's their next best when it comes to cover defenders, and so that's a plus for the Texans as well.
And I think we'll see a lot of different looks. Right, as we heard from Dino earlier, right now he said he's best suited for them outside, talking about Kamari Lassiter. But I would imagine in this game there's going to be a lot of different looks.
Yep.
That D'Amico and Matt Burke, see, I got you, Matt. D'Amico and Matt Burke will give to the Texans. So that's a big one to watch there. The Chargers, by the way, themselves, this is one here to look at. Quentin Johnston did not practice today. Did not participate. He was limited yesterday with a thigh issue. Today he did not practice with the thigh issue. Joshua Palmer also didn't practice with the foot. Those are two of their better outside receivers right there. So that's a big help. I don't know what that means. Clearly, I would imagine that those guys aren't 100% if they do go. Joshua Palmer didn't practice both days, so he may not go. Quentin Johnston, that's one to watch.
Yeah, I thought the Josh Palmer deal was because I really like him, by the way, especially as a depth receiver, but I really like him. I thought that was going to be a big hit to Justin Herbert and the Chargers offense. Now you take that a notch higher when you talk about Quentin Johnston. That's a different animal. Now Ladd McConkey's out there by himself. I don't know who their other depth receivers are, but boy, that's
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark, he actually scored a touchdown last week. That is right. I did not know DJ Chark was out there. We're watching Red Zone during the postgame last week or Sunday, and he's out there playing well. I think he caught a touchdown last week, too. So they do have some weapons, but those two, Palmer and Johnston, have been their two big guys outside. So
yeah. Quentin Johnston last week, 13 catches for 186 yards. He had his coming out part. 13 for
get that quad right. Well,
on 14 targets from Justin Herbert. So that is one to watch. Also Eli Apple. He has been the corner. He has been reinstated from IR, and he was a full participant with that hamstring. So I would pray that Nico Collins ends up with Eli Apple.
Yeah,
he is burnt toast waiting to happen. Right there, every time I've seen him, and he's older from the last time I've seen him. So that is the latest injury-wise with both teams. Quentin Johnston, that's one to really keep our eye on and watch. We'll see what happens tomorrow. If he's not a participant in what like you said, a light walkthrough tomorrow, that's a big sign.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they did with exactly what they should do. They went into Washington and destroyed a terrible basketball team. 135-112, probably a few more points than you'd like, but Jalen Green had 29, Şengün had 26, Thompson had 20 and 15. He's really starting to come along, and especially since he's been inserted into that starting lineup, and since he's returned from that suspension, he has really gone off. They are looking good, sitting in the 2-3 spot is where they have been throughout the year. And I guess the thought for me is, like, you can do this a bunch of different ways. All right, you could ride it out and try to ride this thing out and do things, I guess, maybe like the I would say the Celtics, but hell, they didn't even do that. They actually went and got Kyrie, so they did some things. But you could try to ride this out, or at least just say, hey, man, we're going to do it this year and wait till free agency or do something so we can decide what guys we want. Are you for, right now, sitting in the 2-3 spot in the West, are you for this team trying to do everything they can right now to put themselves in the best position to win a title or to get to the finals, or do you want them to continue just to build with this group that they have and not try to do anything right now to put themselves in the best shot of winning it all?
Oh no, I mean I like the move right now as soon as you possibly can. I mean I think what they've proven right now is they've got a foundation that can get you to the playoffs and make you competitive at that level. The piece that they're missing is the one that I think he thinks right now, like within the next year, is going to be the consistent star that's going to take you over the top and allow you, again, to win when everybody's legitimately playing defense and when you got to win a best-of-7 series, not just one game. So I don't know. I would be – I think you got to strike when the iron's hot. And you never know what's going to happen over the next year if you wait and a couple of these guys fall off, a couple of these guys don't turn out as hot as they are right now. It's beautiful for the Rockets right now because you got a bunch of young dudes that are playing lights out. You literally don't have enough clock. You literally don't have enough clock for these guys at this point in time. So I would strike when the iron's hot. And if a move is out there for you to make a championship caliber move, then I would be fine with it.
The great thing is you don't have to do anything, right? There's no pressure for you. So you can be really, really selective, right? There's no age pushing you. There's no nothing like you ain't got nobody that's an owner that's 100. You ain't got somebody like there's no Jerry Jones age pressure, Pat Riley age pressure, whatever. There's no expectations right now. There's no expectations for anybody in Houston that they win a championship right now. There's none of that, right, that other teams have. So to me, you can be really, really selective, which is a great position and place to be in right now, to where you can go after the right fit, the right guy is out there. And to me, there's just a couple guys that make a lot of sense that are certain of age that you don't feel like you got to just blow this thing up. I'll tell you right now, I like Amen Thompson a lot. He'd be the one guy that'd be hard for me to trade.
Yeah.
Like, depending on the right guy, I could see a trade including Şengün. Including for the right guy, I could see a trade that is Jalen Green, Smith. Like, I could see Cam, any of the young guys you like. I could Reed Shepherd. By the way, shout out to Reed, who had 49 in the G League. I could see him. Amen Thompson, he looks like he is going to be the perfect number 2 or 3 player. Like the guy that's going to defend a bunch of positions and got a little score impact to him. So he'd be the one that I'd be hard pressed to include in. But to me, man, you can be selective, and if the right one is out there, bam. Like I've said, Devin Booker today, I'd pull the trigger on that. All right, but you don't have to, which is why I think they're in a great position.
Let's go Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I'm wondering what y'all think about this story. Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, they deny the Chicago Bears permission to interview Mike McCarthy.
It isn't on my schedule.
Clearly. You made it not on Mike's either.
It's the pettiest dish I've seen in a bit.
It's only petty if they don't hire him. Like, right, should this be a signal? And you've been around Jerry. You know Jerry more than any of us. Like, this is a signal that they are seriously, I mean, if not going too close to the thought of, like, they're going to hire him back, right?
Oh, I don't think so.
You think Jerry's this big of an a-hole?
I think Jerry's being petty as hell.
Oh, God.
I think Jerry knows if he does this, I think he knows that people like us are going to have this conversation right now, and he's going to be a topic of conversation.
I mean,
I bet you I bet you McCarthy's not back in Dallas next year.
Really? That is an asshat move. That, like, if Jerry Because to me, this is a move. Like, the only reason why you block him is like, I want him.
No,
right?
you block him because he's under contract with you.
I know, but
he's your head coach currently.
I think he's under. I think the contract ends in about a week.
He's got a week left. As soon as this week is up, and we know which direction we're going to go, you can go take your interviews. You can be a free agent.
I don't know. It just seemed like blocking him is almost like a signal of, no, man, I don't even want you interviewing us.
I personally think it's petty Jerry.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Maybe
I thought Jerry's better than this.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna wait until Jerry hires somebody else. I'm gonna wait till Jerry hires somebody else, because that is messed up. I would imagine. I just in my mind right.
You can interview him in a week. It's that easy.
Jerry just want to show it. Because what he come out and say? I don't want nobody that don't want to be here.
That's right.
Don't tell me.
And now he's blocked it. So my thought would be you had the conversation with Mike, and Mike want to be there. Now you just told the Bears.
Well, you would think
what I'm saying.
You would think that like Mike's agent,
right,
would have told the Jets like, "Hey, no, he ain't leaving. He's good.
Bears,
he ain't interested. I'm sorry, the Bears. Yeah, hey, he ain't good. He ain't leaving. He's good. Don't mess with him right now."
What's your point?
I wonder if Mike said, "Oh yeah, if they want to offer, take it to Jerry. Ask Jerry about it."
Jerry went out publicly and then blocked it. Jerry, I swear to God, Jerry, if you don't hire Mike, this is a mess. This is so messed up, man. If you don't hire that man, you done drove that man through hell, having to deal with you every day. Good God Almighty! All right, news of a Houston sports legend. He's gone. But what does this mean moving forward? We'll discuss that coming up.
Texans, Chargers, Super Wild Card Weekend. Action Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Well, Lord.
Hold on, show.
It's Ron.
You over cracking? What's going on, man?
For now.
Oh, my almost lost it there. No, welcome back to The Drive as we continue rolling through here. Big day today on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, you can go all the way back and take a listen to Nick Caserio, who was on earlier today with Payne and Pendergast, 7:30. You can listen to him. Also, you'll be able to hear Nick Caserio as soon as we get done again, as he is on with Texans All Access right as we get done here as well. And we had Dino Vasso, the secondaries coach for the Texans, on with us at 2:45, as well as Bobby Slowick and Brandon Scott, Texans Report. So a lot going on today here on Sports Radio 610 and The Drive. All right. Also today, Justin Verlander. Actually happened yesterday. Justin Verlander, he's gone. He is a San Francisco Giant on a one-year deal, $15 million.
Justin Verlander.
And, right, like Justin Verlander is I wonder where he ranks in the Astros, history books in the order of great players. He is always going to be a guy that is remembered from a positive standpoint, all the winning he did, as well as he pitched, won 2 World Series here. So big for him. But he goes on a one-year, $15 million deal, and not a surprise, right? I think we all kind of saw the writing on the wall. Hell, I think he saw it that Justin Verlander was going to move on. And he did a great time here in 2 stints, and he's going to move on. I think the big thing to me is, and I would pose this question, and I want to hear it from you. I want names, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler, Clinton, same from you. I feel like Justin Verlander and Alex Bregman last year were the 2 guys that were the emotional, the verbal, the leaders. You had guys that I think lead by example, but those were the guys that were the vocal guys. Maybe they took the crown away from guys like Maldi and Correa and Springer in the past. They were the vocal guys. Who do you think fills that void now this year when you look at this team? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, who fills the void now as that vocal leader here?
Yeah, look, I think that's a good question, and you know where I'm at, Ron, with that. That's always a concern to me. I know there's a lot of people that minimize, they poo-poo the old leadership aspect, the alpha aspect as guys get traded, and I'm just not one of them, man. This is a concern, especially when you got an organization that is, that I think benefits from the level of chemistry that the Astros have in that clubhouse and the brotherhood and that kind of thing. How do you keep that rolling? How long can the Astros keep that rolling? I think it's going to be challenged now. To your point, Bregman seemed to be a guy that I'm sure behind the scenes was long before it surfaced, was one of the guys.
But then it came out.
But then it was obvious, right, once the other guys left. And Verlander, I think, has always been that guy. Hell, he was that guy for Bregman back 5-6 years ago when Bregman wasn't getting enough sleep kind of deal. So, look, I think the initial response, I think overwhelming favorite to fill that void is going to be Christian Walker.
A guy walking in?
It's got to be. I mean,
First time?
It's got to be. It's got to be.
A guy walking into this locker room that has this success.
I mean, he's got to be. If look, he walks in, there's a bunch of young dudes. I think assuming he fits the bill and is a very, very, very good fit for that Astros chemistry that I'm talking about, which for all intents and purposes, it seems like he is. assuming he has that it factor, assuming he is an alpha, which, again, I've heard him on a couple of different sets. He seems like he is. I think that's the natural replacement. I think Altuve's got a lot of sway just because of who he is and how he does his work, but I don't think he's the guy that's going to grab somebody by the nape of the neck and say, "Hey, man, we got to get this right. This has got to be." He's not. Altuve doesn't strike me as a guy that's going to walk to the front of the plane and sit down with a young pitcher and go, "Hey, the hell are you doing, man?" Like Bregman did last year. I could be wrong, but he just doesn't strike me as that guy. And so that's what you're looking for. I think if you're looking for a newcomer, Christian Walker has to be it. I mean, who else do you think is even has the ability?
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster now, man.
Gray Kessinger's no longer an Astro, so you can't go with Gray.
Come on, man. Why you do that?
I'm just telling.
Forrest Whitley is on this list too.
Is he? All right. Come on,
yeah.
Forrest. You've been through some adversity.
I see here Guy Jean, Altuve, or Jordan, Christian Walker or Altuve. Listen, maybe Altuve has been sitting over there the way Alex Bregman kind of has and just saying, "Hey, man, there have been other guys who could do that and want to do that, and I could just kind of chill."
Yeah.
He seems like the ultimate lead by example guy. I think last year guys like Verlander and guys like Bregman, it was big when they were kind of going through that swoon they had at the beginning of the year when Verlander came back from the IR. They talked about him like taking a lead and having one of those meetings, picking up where Maldi left off, having one of those meetings, and kind of, hey, I believe it was, we got to pull our heads out of our ass. I believe that
is
was
100% accurate.
The quote. Who is the we got to pull our head out of our asses? I don't like. I'm looking at it right now, and I don't think Chaz and Jake are that.
I think there's going to be some favorites. People are going to say Altuve and Jordan, and I just disagree. I think it's going to have to be either a newcomer or it's going to have to be somebody that has performed at a certain level.
Well, I think it's got to be that whether you're a newcomer or not. I think it's got to be somebody who's performed at a.
The only one I'll disagree with is I think if the catcher.
Oh, Yainer Diaz?
Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, but he's performed.
Kept saying Jordan Diaz.
He was up for Silver Slugger.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Do you think he's performed? If you think, okay, then that's the one to me because of by nature, the position that he plays, you're in a leadership position. You're in a position where you got to communicate. You're in a position where you got to manage situations playing that position, right? You're obviously in close proximity to the pitcher, so you can control the game in terms of his emotions and checking his emotions and making sure he's in the right frame of mind. Yainer Diaz, to me, is the one that I think he has it in his blood. I think he plays the position. And I'm with you. I do think he's done enough, but I wondered if people in general thought he's done enough.
I think he's done enough. Yeah, I think he's done enough and done enough for this team.
He's the one to me. I'll be honest with you. Like Pena strikes me as a dude that works really hard, but he don't strike me as a dude that is going to step to other people and is going to manage other dudes. And
I don't know. See, I've seen that a lot. I've seen Pena coming through a lot, and Tyler talked about it a little bit of the leadership kind of positions of shortstop and catcher, as we've seen here, and Jeremy Pena plays that, and so does Diaz, what you talked about. Pena feels like he has the personality to do it. Like, if I think about guys on this team that have, like, there are a lot of just kind of chill guys. There are a lot like Jordan is just kind of chill, man. He just that cool big dude, just chill, and Altuve's kind of chill as well. Pena seems like he has some of that in him.
Crazy in him.
If Chaz could play worth the damn, I think Chaz could potentially have.
You gonna come at me about white boy Chaz?
The personality.
I can't wait to get back to those days.
Okay, hopefully he allows it. But yeah, I like the Pena. And then another one you don't want to hear it. Somebody just texted in. You see that last text?
I'm not gonna repeat it. I'm gonna get back over to my YouTube chat, man.
Lance McCullers, he has the personality. I just don't know that he's gonna.
As you would say, Ron.
You got to be on the field.
Are we gonna have a serious conversation here?
Yes, you have to be on the field. I don't know. Maybe Paredes is just some I'll step to any of y'all.
Okay, let's get back to Christian Walker. Christian Walker, Yainetta Diaz, Jeremy Pena. I think those are your three.
I just like
Jeremy and the H.
You gotta be a special type of dude. And you know what I mean, Clint. Like think of the teams. There aren't many here lately right now that have won like the Astros have. I'm talking about in sports anywhere. The Astros, the Chiefs. You gotta be some kind of dude to walk in to that atmosphere and take the damn thing over. Well, now there are some guys who do it, but you got
right. Well, I'm assuming that there is a void and a need for that alpha, that leader, and you've either got to be a long-in-the-tooth veteran that works harder than anybody else, or a long-in-the-tooth veteran that's had more success than anybody else. It's the only way anybody's going to listen to you.
Yeah.
If there is a void, I could see a guy stepping into it. Now, I don't think Christian Walker was going to walk in here with Bregman and Verlander and Correa and Springer, all these different guys, and go, "Hey man, y'all shut the hell up and get in this meeting room. We got to talk about it." But with all those guys gone.
But he may need some from like Altuve or
whoever
Alvarez,
it is.
Whoever it is. Hey man, go ahead and hold this thing down.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Christian Walker and that was going to be my role, my right arm I'd lock up with Jordan, my left arm I'd lock up with.
Go ahead, man.
Come on, let's get it, boys.
All right,
it would definitely be with them two guns.
Give me that blessing.
Absolutely.
Give me that blessing. All right, coming up, Nick Caserio. We talked about it earlier. He spoke with Payne and Pendergast. There's one thing he said early that stuck out to our guy, Clint Stoerner. We'll let you hear what he has to say about that and T-Mill's best bets as we're trying to get to 50%. And this thing is teetering already here as we get to Wednesday. Another losing evening last night for him. I tried to tell you about that damn Tennessee. We'll discuss and get all of that going coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Take your NFL playoff and college.
on now. Scheduling my appointment.
Good idea.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, you know what? Texans, they play Saturday, right?
That is correct.
They do.
So, damn it, that means we still got Thirsty Thursday, baby. We still got Football Friday, baby. And shout out to our good people at Buffalo Wild Wings and our good friends with Bud Light, as we will be out on the road again. We will be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Come on out. We've had good times there. Come on out tomorrow. We'll be there from 2 to 6. I am certain we will not be empty-handed. And I don't know. Might have something that you would really, 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 really want to get your hands on. So I don't know. We'll see. But come on out, 2 to 6. Cypress location, Buffalo Wild Wings. Come hang out with us. By the way, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings on Football Friday and Katy as well on Friday. So 2 stops that you got a chance to come hang out with us.
You know what? I need the folks up in that side of town. Don't have to be specifically Cypress, but up in that side of town. That's a nice little drive for us, right?
Yeah.
I need a haircut.
You straying away again?
I need a haircut. Well, I mean, I'm a man of the people. I need a haircut, and I need the most cold-blooded fade that you can find up off 290, Cypress way.
Somebody step up.
I need somebody that's going to be able to style the top too. Now it's getting a little long for me. I need to do a little something with that too now. So I can't be just straight. I can't be straight bone fade, 2 on top, 1 on top. No. I got to have somebody style the top again. So. Y'all shoot it to me, man. Y'all shoot it to me. 713-572-4610. Do it. I'm staring at the YouTube and the old Twitch over here, the old YouTube chat room. What you got on that text line over there? 713-572-4610. Y'all let me know. I got to figure this out, man. I'd like to get edged up. I'd like to get edged up Cypress way. I'm going to tell you, up Cypress way, they can boil them crawfish now. They can boil them crawfish up that way now.
That is so foreign to me.
What, crawfish?
No.
What's foreign
the
to you?
thought of, I found somebody who fades me up just the way I want.
Yeah.
And I ain't going to keep going to that person. I'm going to go to somebody else. That is
I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't know that I've not found anybody.
You haven't found one where you're like,
my boy Jeff Martin was my guy Jay Fade. And he got in a car accident and can't cut no more.
So if he didn't have that unfortunate accident, that would be where you'd go every.
Yeah, I would drive through the Seabrook area once every about 10 days on my way home and get edged up, or tell him to come through at the house.
He gave me a cut one time.
Yeah,
nice fella.
During COVID, he come over here and cut folks up on the top of the parking deck. My man's a hustler now.
And you just ain't found that one where it's just like
I haven't found one yet where I got a couple that I'm comfortable with, but I ain't found that one that I just go sit in that chair and just take a load off, fade me up, super clean fade, and then I style me on top. Like I got one up in the hill country. I got a spot. I got a spot in the hill country. I just straight up found this gal up there, and she's strong now.
Yeah, I have not had anyone.
Strong.
I've had.
I mean, her hair
the
is
same.
Tyler.
I know it. The same one person that's cut my hair the last 5 years, and I can count on my hand how many people have cut my hair. 5 or 6. 5 or 6.
When I find a good one, I don't stray now.
I've only had to stop during moves for the most part.
I had it when I went to school, and my cousin cut my hair here growing up. Dirty Bay bone fade, either a 1 or a 2 on top, and that's the way it was. And then when I was in school, Dirty Bay bone fade, 1 or 2 on top. My boy Loy had little motors he put on the back of his hand. Had little spring straps around his hand, one on each hand when he got done. Scalp massage on. I was about 75 years old. That damn scalp massage. I ain't had nothing like it since, Ron. Best I ever had.
Well, Larry, help my man. Help my man. You get
he down there in Stafford. I'm going the wrong direction.
Larry's more than a Stafford man. Larry can help you out.
Hey, if Larry got a barber up in Cypress, boy, he is a man of the damn people, ain't he?
What's good, Larry?
What's going on? So look here, Clint. Before I get into the barber thing, man, I got to make myself absolutely clear. I am Team Joy Taylor, and I ain't gonna say no more else about it. I'm Team Joy Taylor. I don't give a damn what she got going on over there at Fox, man. She good with me. Now, having said that, look, I had to take a little mental break from show during 2024 ended, man, because, you know, he was out there real bad, man, and I was going to put him in the dirt, but I like him. And then today he came back talking about that Tahitian treat, and then that boy said he put that fruit punch and that pink lemonade together and didn't even measure the sugar. You might be making your way back into my good graces show. So I like how you went down today, man. And then you said you're going to bring the show back after we beat them Chargers. Yeah, man, I see 2025 is going to be a new relationship with me and you, dog.
As long as I agree with you, right?
Hey, you damn right. That's how it's supposed to be. Right. Because, hey, man, I ain't going to tell you nothing wrong now, Clint, about them boys up there in Cyprus. Look, you have no business going over there to Supercuts and all them other old crazy-ass places. You need to come in there where them brothers at, man, where we got the Domino set, the cigar bar right next door, and then we going to have some yak or some hen or something
Julio.
in there for you, man. So I'm going to try to set you up. I'm going to call my dog out there in Cyprus and see what them boys got going on and see if we can find you somebody, man. But look, fellas, I'm really excited about everything that's going on. I was over there at NRG today looking for some new gear for Saturday because I think my boy's going to put them Chargers in the dirt. And here's the thing, Clint, you said it. About Bobby Slowick, man, if he run that play with Dalton Schultz trying to lead block for any one of my running backs, I'm telling you, man, I may go to jail that day, man, because I cannot tolerate him trying to have Dalton Schultz lead block my boys. I'd rather see Irv Smith or Teagan or whoever, but I do not want to see Dalton lead blocking. And this is the thing about that whole analytics stuff. I'm with you, Clint. All that old analytics and wearing the vest under your pads and all that other stuff, damn all that. Go out there and play football on Saturday and show the world that Christmas Day was a fluke. Fellas, it's great to be back. It's 2025. So your name coming back, dog, after Saturday in our hall.
I've been trying to tell folks. I know it is. I've tried to tell you. I know it is. I know it's coming back. Listen, if Bobby is setting something up off of this Dalton Schultz and the lead block, I would like for that to hurry up and come.
It's the hardest sell I've ever seen.
I'm telling you, because if he is, maybe there's something that he is setting up with this thing. I honestly, and Larry, I know it's frustrating. I know it's frustrating for you, Clint. It's just, yeah, you could tell in his mind. It's just like I just don't want to just telegraph everything I'm doing. I don't want to just, but.
Well, Ron, the thing is that with Dalton Schultz, it's so bad it's damn near personal, and I ain't got no skin in the game. I ain't getting paid by nobody. I mean, I just like if I'm Bobby Slowick and I'm D'Amico Ryans, and my O-line creates a little crease, and I get the tight end up on the linebacker level, and he settles his feet, and then gets bucked back into the hole, and my running back has nowhere to go. I can't watch that again, man. I can't watch it anymore. Whether it's inside or it's and then we come up and Bobby Slowick done schemed up a play where Dalton's going to shuffle his ass over there behind the guard and lead block on the mic.
Dang it, Bobby!
Like it is that part.
I wonder if that was what he was supposed to do. Sometimes I don't even know if Dalton.
I'm just telling you, man. The Dalton Schultz dynamic with Bobby Slowick is criminal. It really is. I understand where, and I'm on record, like Dalton's got to be on the field because you just lack weapons at this point in time. And you need him in the pass game, and he obviously has some chemistry with C.J. Stroud. So like what they were doing midseason with Teagan Quatoriano and Cade Stover and all that, I don't know that you can lean heavy into that the way that you were and proving a point to Dalton Schultz. I wouldn't be opposed if they did, by the way, but I don't know if that's the best thing for this football team. I do, however, know 100% that Dalton Schultz at the point of attack on any run, damn sure in a critical situation in the game, is a fireable offense. And we've seen it way too much. We've seen it enough this year to where I'm taking it personal. And Bobby, if Bobby does it in a playoff game, red zone, third down, late in the game when you know you've only got a couple of possessions left and you're down, whatever it may be, like that is a fireable offense for me. It's been that bad. Like, there's no excuse. D'Amico Ryan should have had this conversation right here, this cut and dry, black and white with Bobby Slowick already. Should have been done. We shouldn't see it.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if he's doing it, because it doesn't seem to work at all, ever, it better be something set up off of it. It better be something set off of it.
It better be one of them explosives for a touchdown.
And because you're right, it does feel like wasting down. It does feel like wasted downs. All right, Tyler, quickly, man. I don't want to lose it. The people need to make a little money. Quickly, man. What's your best bets tonight? Come on, damn it.
Yeah, really.
God, dog, man. This is 2 days in a row, man.
Need a Wednesday night of success after Monday and Tuesday, but I'm confident. I got 6 NBA plays for you. I'm going to list them off really fast here. Nuggets plus 1.5 tonight. I got the Bucks and the Greek Freak -5 this evening. Give me assists, as you always do, on this Thunder guy's name. Gilgeous I got Alexander. I just can't get the G name.
Baby. Gildress, baby.
There you go.
Gildress SGA, baby. That's all you got to say.
He's been scoring like crazy. I am on his over 32.5 points tonight. Jarrett Allen with the Cavaliers, big man. I'm on under 10.5 rebounds for him. Then Damian Lillard, 6.5 assists. I'm on the under for that one for Dame. Think he'll do more scoring tonight. And then Wembanyama over there with San Antonio over 3.5 assists this evening. I hit a bet with that Wemby prop here recently. I like that one a lot. What y'all think?
Yeah, Shea, 32.5 is high. It's that game is the fun game of the night. The two top teams in the East and the West facing each other. Shea against Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs. That's going to be a real fun game. I think Shea's on TV. Shea going to get up about 25, 30 shots tonight. So I like that one. And he's efficient. He'll make them. I think he'll have a big game. So I like 32.5. Feels high. I kind of like that one. And Wemby, man, this dude is nuts.
Bendy Wemby.
Yeah, 3.5. This dude is nuts. In his first 100 games, he's made more threes than Steph and Clay in their first 100.
I didn't know that. Good God.
He's got more rebounds than Karl Malone and Barkley in their first 100.
Hell of a stat.
He's got more blocks than Hakeem, than David Robinson, than Shaq in their first 100. In his first 100, he is the cheat code in the NBA. So a lot getting there. Fun night, fun day. Again, we'll be in Cyprus, Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow. Come join the drive. We will be live there. Nick Caserio coming up right behind us. 45, the fellas, they will hold it down 8 till midnight tonight. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to Dino Vasso. Shout out to our guy Brandon Scott for joining the show. I'm Ron Hughley. As always, we love you, baby. When it comes to this guy, Kayami Fairbairn.
That was a solid attempt.
Tried it.
You gave it your best, like you gave it your all. That's all you can do.
How close was I? What is it?
Yeah, you were kind of close. It's Kaimi.
Yeah, Emi.